Okay, go on.
The title of today's presentation is Project Pegasus and the Advent of Time Travel. As many of you know, I've been waging a truth campaign now for almost 10 years, informing the people of the United States and the world that the United States crossed the threshold into practical time travel through multiple forms of time travel technology by 1970. And the advent of time travel occurred in a specific historical context, which is work that was being done by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency beginning in the mid-1960s and continuing through the mid-1970s. So I'm trying to both present what happened in the derivation of time travel and also sort of diffuse a lot of the conspiracy theories and urban legends that have developed around the subject of time travel, because it was in fact DARPA's Project Pegasus that pioneered time travel, and then many cover stories were propagated, including the Philadelphia experiment cover story. I can distinguish that later in my lecture. And I also want to stress that both during today's lecture about Project Pegasus and my lecture tomorrow about the CIA's Mars Jump Room program, I am sharing direct personal experience and nothing but it. So one of the things I'm trying to do is just stick to what I experienced. And if I end up, as I imagine I will, answering some questions, I'm going to tell you what I know from direct experience, what I can speculate about based on my direct experience and other claims that have been made, and then I'll tell you when I don't know something, because I really think that in parapolitics, the paranormal and parascience, we have to do that to be credible. I mean, I'm sharing information that leading physicists consider heretical, but in fact I was working with some of the world's leading physicists, indeed the Manhattan Project physicists on Project Pegasus. So that's the nature of my campaign, the truth campaign that I'm waging. I'm sticking with what I know, I'm distinguishing what I think may be the case or not the case, and then I'm simply saying when I don't know something, because I think we have to adhere to that standard of informational integrity in the information wars that are going on around subjects like time travel. Is there a human presence on Mars? Is Mars inhabited? And so forth. So Hesper, if I could have the next slide. As I mentioned, tomorrow's presentation is going to be on the Mars Project and U.S. time travel history. I'm sharing information about my involvement in 2 secret defense projects, one in childhood in the 1970s, and one during the 4 years where I was an undergraduate at UCLA in the early 1980s. So this is tomorrow's presentation, the Mars Project in U.S. time travel history. And if I could have the next slide. I initially sort of jumped into the U.S. time-space program in, we believe it was winter of 1968. What happened is my father, who was a special projects engineer for the Ralph M. Parsons Company, one of the world's leading process engineering companies and one of the United States leading defense contractors, told me that we were going to go out and get in the Volkswagen, and he yelled to my mom as we were leaving the house. He said, "Hon, I'm taking Andy to the hardware store," which from our home in Morris Plains, New Jersey, north central New Jersey, meant our only hardware store in Morris County, which was up in Florham Park. Instead, he drove me up to the Curtiss Wright Aeronautical Company facility in Wood Ridge, New Jersey. And that was a facility that had built many of our Allied airplanes during World War II. It was a sprawling blacktop with multiple numbered buildings. So I said, "Dad, you're not taking me to the hardware store?" He said, "No, we're going to be going up here to Curtiss Wright, and I'm going to be taking you somewhere else." And so we went through the parking lot and a security kiosk, and he was cleared. Now my dad had been a private first class as a combat medic and ambulance driver in France and Germany during the war. But he was a major, a U.S. Army major in what was called the 2nd Reserve. When we were growing up, the U.S. military had a sort of a 5th column of ordinary citizens, doctors, lawyers, high school principals, engineers, architects, clergy, scientists, public officials, who were expected to step up and become our frontline political and military leadership if the number one security threat that the U.S. government was worried about happened, which, believe it or not, during the Cold War, was a land invasion of the continental United States by the Soviet Army delivered by the Soviet Navy, both of which were at least as large as our own forces. So my dad held the rank of major in the 2nd Reserve. So one time, for example, when he took me to Camp Kilmer in New Brunswick, New Jersey, I witnessed the guard look at his credentials and step back and salute him and say, "Thank you, Major, you may proceed." And I said, "Dad, you were a private in the war. What's this all about?" And he showed me his credentials, which featured his picture and the name of somebody named something like Henry Przybski. And I said, "Who is Henry Przybski?" And he said he was a friend of mine in Summit Hill. My dad had been born and grew up in a small Polish immigrant coal mining town in eastern Pennsylvania called Summit Hill, Pennsylvania. And I said, "Well, why do you have this credential with another name on it?" And he explained his sort of membership or role in the 2nd Reserve. So he basically had access to these sensitive military and defense contractor locations all over the country simply by proffering his credentials as a major in the U.S. Army in the 2nd Reserve. And so he was cleared through the desk there at Curtis Wright. We went up to Building 68, and it was about the size of maybe a high school chemistry classroom, chem lab, San Luis Obispo High School. And in the front of the room were 2 gray parenthesis-shaped objects that looked sort of just like if you put your fingers up like this, sort of like, closing parentheses. They were built into their bases, kind of like high-end stereo speakers. And they were about 8 feet high and about 10 feet apart on the floor of the lab there. And on the left boom, there was a technician sitting at a video console with a keyboard. And on the right side, the boom was plugged into a power outlet on the wall that was about the size of the power you would need to power a small-sized industrial piece of equipment, like an industrial lathe or drill press, about twice the size of, let's say, our power outlet and cord that's driving, the PowerPoint device here in this room. It was not a major amount of power that was required, but it was a little bit more than a normal household appliance. And my dad had the technician turn on the device, and what I saw was essentially energy that was radiating between the 2 booms of the device, like water falling in a public sculpture. And then my dad had me go up towards the device, and it looked like raster on a TV set. And there were little squiggles at 3-inch intervals coming out of portals of light, sort of light lime green portals of light. So there were these bluish green squiggles that were swimming across the field of raster, kind of like tiny little tadpoles. And my dad explained that we were going to step back, and on the count of 3, he's going to hold my hand, and we were going to jump through that field of energy. We've now seen that dramatized without my permission on Fringe, where not Raymond Basiago, but Walter Bishop jumps through a teleporter very much like that, not with his son Andrew, but Andrew's brother in the New Testament, Peter Bishop, kind of a simplified version of Basiago, I think. And so we practiced it a couple times, and then on the 3rd try, we leapt through the field of energy, and we immediately found ourselves in a bluish-white tunnel of light, and moving forward at a very rapid rate of speed, but also in a way where you perceived that we weren't moving at all. And as my father had stated, we might get separated during the jump, and in fact, he was sort of sucked through the wall as the tunnel began to fragment or compartmentalize as we got to our destination. And as my dad had described, we would find ourselves on a hillside somewhere else in the United States, and that hillside ended up being the state capitol complex in Santa Fe, New Mexico. So if any of you have been there, there's a hodgepodge of buildings of different eras of construction, and there are sort of different locations and altitudes, elevations there in that greater state capitol complex. And I did what my dad told me not to do, which is I started looking for him as he was looking for me, and it took us about an hour to find each other. Now, from there, my dad got a federal vehicle from a state office there in the Santa Fe State Capitol grounds. I know, in addition to myself, I know many people have had very strange experiences in New Mexico because it's essentially one big military reservation. I mean, you can go to an ice cream parlor north of Santa Fe, and the people working there won't come out for 15 minutes, and it may very well actually be a civilian structure of some kind or business of some kind hiding an access point to a deep underground military base. The whole state of New Mexico is warned with deep underground military bases, and the state functionaries are sort of de facto agents of the U.S. government. And so my dad got a federal car from state workers there. That was kind of odd. And we drove up to the Los Alamos National Labs. We went through the front gate, made a right, and made a left, and I verified that in those years that indeed was the office of Dr. Harold Agnew, one of the Manhattan Project physicists. At that time, he was the director of W Division, which was the weapons division for the labs. The hidden history of U.S. time travel is that teleportation was weaponized during World War II, and it and other time travel technologies have remained essentially secret, compartmentalized devices held by the U.S. Department of Defense. So Agnew was then the man who had, or the scientist who had ambit over the nuclear weapons program. And he said, he came in and greeted my father, and my father handed him a prospectus. And I later learned from my dad that that prospectus, he'd actually taken the paperclip off it back at Curtis Wright, because paperclips are magnetic metal, so he threw that away on the table there at Curtis Wright. So he hands Dr. Agnew this sheaf of paper and multiple pages, and Agnew starts reading through it. And without looking up, he says to my father, how was your trip out here? And my dad said, fine, Harold, and fast. And he looked up and said to my dad, oh, did you take the teleporter? And my dad said, yep, and so did my number 3 son, Andrew. And then Harold looked up at me and smiled. As you can see, I was an exceptionally cute lad. And said, how old? And my father and I said 6. Now, I was born on September 18th of 1961. And so if we were there at Harold M. Agnew's office at the Los Alamos National Labs, often called LANL for short, then that meeting with Dr. Agnew, which followed my dad and I teleporting there, had to take place sometime between September of 1967 and September of 1968. When I've looked back and tried to get the fix on it, it seems to have been like into winter of 1968. That would have been the winter of my first grade year. This is my kindergarten picture. So I was roughly this age when I first teleported with my dad to New Mexico and back from an identical teleportation device that was located in a room with identical linoleum floor tile, the same paper Dixie cup and number 2 pencil over on the window at the Sandia National Labs. Now I think they did that because the use of that device as a teleportation device was accidentally discovered when they constructed a model of one of the drawings that was in Nikola Tesla's papers upon his death in 1943. And it just said Tesla energetic array, or energetic array in his original documents. And they didn't know at first that it was a teleportation device, a teleporter. And they set it up there in that room in Curtis Wright. And what I was told is that a technician walked through the energy field to retrieve a screwdriver on a workbench in the lab, and he suddenly disappeared, so that his supervisor thought he had been disintegrated by this Tesla device. 6 weeks or 6 months later, he shows up at the door of the facility, of that very lab, and his supervisor collapses, literally collapses, believing that he's come back from the dead, or grateful that he didn't die in the development of this Tesla device, the construction of this Tesla device. And then he told the tale of how he fell through a tunnel, apparently in the time-space continuum, and popped out in Africa, where he was virtually deified by the local tribe that he had teleported to, until he explained that, no, I'm just an ordinary human being. He tried to communicate to them that in a way in which they would take him to the national government, he would be able to get home, and he did. And it was either 6 weeks or 6 months. I think it was 6 weeks. Sean David Morton has told that story as if, I think he says that Maitreya teleported to Africa or something. He's kind of mystified it. But that's in fact the story we were told in our training. So they realized that this Tesla device, in Tesla's original papers, that had actually been seized by the War Department, kept in the National Archives under the Alien Property Act in '44, and then forwarded to Los Alamos when the Manhattan Project physicists began gathering there to build the atomic bomb. They thought, well, let's send Tesla's paperwork to the physicists in the world who can make the most sense of them. So ultimately they were sent to Los Alamos when the Los Alamos Scientific Laboratory was being started. to build the atomic bomb, and that's where they remain to this day. So my experience with time travel goes back to that 1968 period when, as a 6-year-old, going to age 7 by September of 1968. Fall of 1969, I'm placed in a learning lab at my public elementary school, Mount View Road School in Morris Plains, New Jersey, and we began being trained with these speed learning machines called tachistoscopes, which had been designed by the Office of Naval Research and constructed at one of my father's former employers, the Thomas A. Edison Research Labs in West Orange, New Jersey. So fall of '69, I'm 7 going on age 8 by September 18th. During those first couple days of the learning lab in early October, they sit me down at a table there in the learning lab and have me sign a secrecy and loyalty agreement under Department of Defense letterhead. Why am I speaking out today? Notwithstanding that agreement, under American law, children lack the capacity to contract. So sitting me down and having me sign that agreement was basically a legal nullity. It meant nothing. It was just an exercise to convince the children in the program to shut up about what they would be learning. So I'm going forward on Project Pegasus publicly without any concern that I can be prosecuted, because I can't be. Because what I learned then occurred between age 8 or 7 and 11, between fall of '69 when I was officially enrolled and then the end of the summer of '72. So I have no moral compunction about speaking out. And as you'll see in my presentation today, I have a moral duty to speak out because we're going to be needing, at least at a minimum, Tesla teleportation to save our global civilization. I'm here in California. Every time Caltrans builds a lane on a California freeway, it fills up with cars in 30 days. I mean, who of us wants to be living in cities around the world with 24-lane freeways? I just went back to my hometown in Morris Plains, New Jersey, and on Ridgedale Avenue, a highway that was basically one lane of divided traffic when we left in November of 1972, is now 8 lanes on each side of Ridgedale Avenue, one part of that. It's gone from a 2-lane divided road to a 16-lane freeway in 40 years. So we're already at the limits to growth in terms of transportation. And so in addition to wanting to sort of right the moral score or personal score by talking out publicly, I'm speaking out under what I believe is a moral duty to advocate for the adoption of teleportation, which is one of my principal goals that I'll have, or have already, but that I'll implement if I'm elected President of the United States, which I will be pursuing in 2016. So I think that, we're running out of options, and we're really going to have to take our technical infrastructure, our urban infrastructure, up to a new high level of sophistication, or we're going to have collapses in our major cities just by people being stuck in traffic. You can't go to work or school or the hospital or the grocery store. You can't take your kids to school if everything is stopped on your major traffic arterials. That's what's occurring now all over the United States. And that's one of the reasons I recently took a trip to, I had some film shoots, some TV shoots, but I made it my business to investigate Pennsylvania as I knew it, New Jersey as I knew it, San Luis Obispo as I knew it as a graduate student in planning here in the early 90s. It's happening all over the country. The country's basically shutting down time-wise because we've reached the limits of growth in transportation. So we're going to be needing to be implementing Tesla teleportation to correct that, even if it's a matter of just taking all of the trucks off our freeways and our 16-wheelers, if not teleporting human beings. We're going to have to be shipping our goods via teleportation, or we're going to have a major economic, social collapse in this country. So I once asked my dad, I found out when I was being trained on Project Pegasus, and then years later by Courtney Hunt of the CIA, that I was one of 140 gifted and talented American school children who were enrolled in Project Pegasus. Some of the time travel devices required the involvement of children, and I'll explain that later in my lecture. But that's from 2 sources many years removed that stated it was 14 groups of 10 children, and each of the groups was indicated by a color, and each team had a captain. I was in blue team, and I was the captain of blue team. So I not only received specialized training to time travel, but I got some leadership training about what to do in the event that there was some kind of incident in which somebody had to make a decision. One of the children had to make a decision for the kids on their team. And I'll describe an event like that happened in a teleportation mishap that we were involved in, where I actually pulled rank and as captain of Blue Team and got the kids home. Years after I was in Pegasus, almost 20 years later, shortly before my father's death in 1990, we had been talking about the program off and on from roughly 1986 to his death in January of 90. Maybe 3 major heart-to-hearts and then some offhanded discussion. And I said, Dad, was I the first child to teleport? You know, because you took me to that, you took me on that trip when I was really quite small, I remember. And he said, no, you were probably about the 20th or 25th. And I said, why? And he said, well, the first group were 3 Navy enlisted guys, and they jumped through. They were adult volunteers from the Navy, and they jumped through, and they asphyxiated and died because the tunnel was too long, and they ran out of oxygen. So the first was a mishap, not unlike the Philadelphia experiment story of men being fused in the deck, but it really wasn't that dramatic. They simply suffocated because they ran out of oxygen, because my dad and his colleagues had set up a tunnel that was too long. They hadn't learned how to fine-tune the device yet. And then I said, well, okay, Navy enlisted, what about after that? And he said, well, the second group we used, you have to understand how we were sort of compromised during those years. What we were doing was, we were concerned that if we used American children, that some of our most sensitive secrets would ultimately get out, and we would be compromised as a country. And we were trying to, as you remember, we were trying to stay one step ahead of the Russians, because they were working in similar areas. So what we decided to do was kind of a moral compromise. We negotiated with the right-wing authoritarian governments in Latin America to take their street urchins, literally their orphans, off the streets of Mexico City and Maracaibo, Venezuela, and Santiago, Chile, and Buenos Aires, Argentina, and other Latin American countries. And we made this deal with their government that we would sort of soak up their population of orphans and street urchins who had literally nothing, who were literally begging on the streets, homeless, without parents, without regular food, regular shelter, education, health care, and so forth. And we would take them and use them in our defense technical projects, and if they survived, or survived after being injured, we would then adopt them into American households and give them everything that they would not get as orphans on the streets of Latin American cities. So clearly that was an abuse of human rights, but it was one where the US government tried to qualify it to itself ethically by then saying, well, if the kids survive, then they'll get everything that our kids have. And many of them did. And I said, well, did the kids die or were they injured? And he said, no, every one of them was adopted into an American household, by ultimately being exposed to what I was then exposed to when my dad took me on my first teleportation to meet with Dr. Agnew. So that's the hidden history of the involvement of children in teleportation. The first time travel heroes were Latin American orphans, maybe a few years older than myself, maybe born in the 1950s, late 1950s, 1960. And I always mention that not only because it was a serious moral compromise, because it's the truth of what the US government was doing at that time, and it's something that those Latin American adults, roughly my age, have bragging rights to. So I think someday I'm going to be lecturing maybe in the Southwest, maybe Santa Fe, and find that somebody come up and say, I was one of those kids. But anyway, that was the moral compromise the US government made, and so the first child teleportees were Latin American orphans, literally homeless kids. And so my dad said, so you, and I said, well, who was the next? And he said, you were. Remember I took you up to Curtis Wright, and we jumped and met with Dr. Agnew at the labs? And I said, oh, so that means I was the first American kid to teleport. He said, yes. So that was sort of the beginning of the involvement of kids in teleportation. At one point, we were living in the town of White Rock in New Mexico, and my dad's supervisor at several previous defense contractor companies, and literally the man who, with his wife, introduced my parents in a blind date, and they ended up walking hand in hand up the Primrose Path and got married 6 months later, Raymond Kubik, who was literally the matchmaker of my parents and my dad's supervisor, refused to teleport from Pasadena, California to New Mexico to meet with my dad. And we had a discussion how he was concerned about what the medical side effects were and so forth. And I said, well, Dad, why did you agree to do it, and why did you bring me along? You brought your son into these new dangerous and experimental activities. And my dad's position was, it was kind of twofold. It was, if human civilization is going to advance, people have to be willing to do dangerous things, to expand the envelope of human functioning in the universe, as it was. And they had to be willing to take their children with them because the children were going to be living in that future. And he said, I remember this vividly, he said, you have to remember that taking your kids with you on dangerous trips is part of the common heritage of humankind. Imagine a simple fishing village that has to swim off an island to find better fishing grounds or hunting grounds, or is escaping a volcano or something. Human beings have always put their children, even their small children, on their shoulders and gone somewhere for the betterment of the tribe. And he goes, I see no reason, son, why we shouldn't do that in modern times. There's going to be greater challenges ahead than just trying to find happier hunting grounds or escape a forest fire or a volcanic eruption or something. You kids are going to be functioning in time-space, and therefore it's my obligation to take you there. It's the ethical thing to do. And I think my father was right. But in any case, I was the first American child to teleport in 1967-68. And in those ensuing 3 years, beginning with fall of 1969, I took part in 8 different forms of time travel, several which were new and dangerous and experimental, as I mentioned. Experimental applications of applied quantum physics, then being researched and developed. So most of the devices that I had contact with were new and dangerous. They were literally standardizing the function of them. They hadn't already been developed. They were being developed. So we were involved in essentially activities that could have injured us, that injured several children. I'll describe what happened to them, and that could have cost us our lives. And so that's why I'm not that charitable about those who say that my experiences didn't happen, because I was involved in something incredibly important at the risk of my own life. And I think I know how astronaut Buzz Aldrin feels when he landed that uppercut on the chin of Bart Sibrel, because I know from my father's own work as an American engineer who had gotten an FBI background check to work on the instrumentation in the lunar module that we landed on the moon. So I'll just throw that out. So anyway, let's have the next slide, Hesper. So today I'm leading a truth campaign to reveal to the world that time travel has been achieved by the U.S. and also that the U.S. has already used potentially a time travel device, but an advanced transportation device called a jumper to reach and colonize the planet Mars. And as in the case of time travel, it hasn't told us that. So our right to remain a self-governing people has been jeopardized by the military-industrial complex in concealing these important thresholds that we've passed. The time travel I'm going to be discussing today was all fairly operational by 1970, but again, it was new, dangerous, and experimental. I didn't invent Project Pegasus for DARPA, as some people have interpreted, but I've named my truth campaign Project Pegasus simply to own it. I mean, if they're going to put me in Project Pegasus as a kid, I'm going to take back that terminology and call my truth campaign Project Pegasus. And my overriding goal is to advantage humanity with the life advantaging benefits of teleportation and the other major process that they developed during these years, Chronovisor, in the 21st century and beyond. Now, I have other purposes. Regarding the past, I'm trying to fill in the true picture, the true history of the second half of the 20th century. The bottom line is this, and everybody on the planet deserves to know it, that the very Manhattan Project physicists who gave us the atomic bomb, a weapon of mass destruction, I think a very negative thing for that reason, also gave us a very beneficial set of technologies, and those are teleportation, Tesla teleportation, and other time travel devices and methodologies. In the present, as we'll see, one of the major things they did with their intelligence findings from time travel is brief future presidents of their destinies, beginning roughly with Jimmy Carter. So as a constitutionally sworn officer, having been constitutionally sworn when I took the oath of attorney in Clark County, Washington on November 15th of 1996, I believe that I'm under a professional duty and a legal one, a constitutional one, to tell the American people the truth, and that is that their selection of their presidents has been influenced by the advent of time travel technology. That's certainly an historical and social development, political development, if you will, that the framers of the U.S. Constitution could not anticipate would have happened 200 years later, or 250 years later. I'm also speaking on behalf of the future because, as I said, I think that teleportation is going to be needed literally not just to thrive in the 21st century, but to survive. It's going to be necessary to be implemented to achieve planetary sustainability. And regarding the cosmos in general, Mars is the planet that every 2 years comes closest to Earth. We've been there. We're developing a colony there. So it's just unconscionable that Mars has been reached by human chrononauts from the United States, but that humanity has not been told. I mean, that literally presents the first test of our cosmic citizenship as a species, is how do we relate? How do we interact favorably? How do we promote positive policies regarding the humanoid beings that exist on the planet Mars? And just look at the whole heuristic dimension of that. Even today, school children are growing up being told that we're the only inhabited planet in our solar system, but in fact our neighboring planet has been inhabited for eons just as ours has been. So I'm also speaking out for the cosmos and our role in it. So in the first part of my lecture, we're going to look at some of the people who were involved. I think this will sort of recast how time travel actually emerged, because it's people who are the catalysts for developments in society. So we're going to look at who some of those are. In the second part of my lecture, we're going to look at each of the technologies. What I can't show you visually, I will describe. In part 3, I'm going to answer the questions. It's often asked, I think that's to the credit of the people of the world. They're often asking me, why were children involved? And so I'll give the answers for that. I know what they are. On part 4, I'm going to describe some of the intelligence findings that were made using time travel, so I can reveal to you what the US government knew about the future by 1970. Now, I don't speak of time travel in this context. I speak of quantum access, because time travel implies physical relocation in the time-space continuum. But the project was just as interested in doing everything from remote viewing to chronovision to create either mental or holographic pictures of non-local events. So when we talk about time travel, we're really talking about, or gathering intelligence via time travel, we're really talking about quantum access, using advanced applications in quantum physics to either send people to a past or future event, or create a hologram or other rendering of what's going on at a distance in the time-space continuum. I think when I show this section of what the US government knew by 1970 about the future, typically the scales fall from the attendees' eyes, because they go, oh, that's why Watergate seems so intentional. I mean, like Nixon was set up. Or yeah, that may explain why Condoleezza Rice urged Mayor Willie Brown of San Francisco not to fly on September 11th, etc. So they knew a lot. And they decided to not play God, and they basically decided to use quantum access to engage in contingency planning for future events, but not stop the events. Okay, so that has ethical dimensions that have never been explored publicly, but that's in fact what happened. They've been arriving at intelligence findings about future events, sometimes intervening and giving specific individuals pre-knowledge of their role in future events, but not really actively working to change the future. And one of the reasons is that if you do that based on your initial findings, it's questionable at what you're actually looking at, for example, in the Chronovisor, and you're basically vitiating the quality of your forward intelligence if you're acting in the present to try to divert it. And then there's a question that even sort of the opposite of the grandfather paradox. Can you even change the event you're seeking to change if you're looking at its fulfillment in the future? Maybe you can try, maybe you can put John O'Neill of the FBI in an apartment office in the ground floor of the World Trade Center and still have the event happen. So we're going to look at what they knew by 1970, and I think it's going to be revelatory because, as you'll see, they knew a lot. And bear in mind, they've been using quantum access for over 40 years since 1970. You know, 1970 to 2010, now it's 2013, so for 43 years. And we're talking about the US government almost having omnipotence, if not omniscience, about future events. So, Hesper, if you can advance the slide. Then I'm going to tell you about my investigation. And if anybody leaves this lecture believing I'm making it up, thank you, because then I have a Ray Bradbury level of creativity as a writer. I'm not making this up. And I'll show you the kind of factual consistencies that I derived during my investigation that just can only indicate that what I remember really happened. And I actually did have some meetings with people from the government where they confirmed that Project Pegasus existed, that involved time travel technology, and that I was in it. And they wanted me to shut up about it. So if we could look at the next part. Then at the end, I'm going to go into the public policy choices about teleportation and chronovision, because that basically encapsulates what quantum access is. You're either teleporting somebody using some method, or you're deriving a remote image of a past or future event. So I'll look at discuss the public policy choices, and then I'll open the floor up for questions. So if anybody at one point would like to take a break, just indicate that, and that's when we'll take our first break. So part one, the people. Is it not advancing? Okay, so I mentioned Project Pegasus was carried out under the aegis of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. When I was enrolled, it was ARPA. So that fact doesn't present a threat to the credibility of my story. I was at a lecture at an Army base in Morristown, New Jersey, where the word ARPA was drawn on the board by the military officer who was briefing us. He was briefing 4 of us, including myself. So off and on over the years, DARPA has either been the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency or simply the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or ARPA. This is the sort of elite specialized military technology agency that brought us Star Wars and told us about it because they were trying to intimidate the former Soviet Union, that they were occupying the high ground. And we've learned that the internet was derived by Dr. Jacques Vallée and others at UCLA as ARPANET in 1969, when in fact DARPA, or ARPA at that time, was enrolling American school children in a time travel program. ARPANET is beginning that year at UCLA. They didn't tell us that they had derived time travel technology because, look, teleportation gives the government to put personnel exactly where they want them, not just on the face of the Earth, but on the face of the Earth at any particular time. That is to say, that the different time travel technologies do. Teleportation is somewhat limited because you can't teleport somebody to the time before the development of the device, or they're going to be stranded in time. As I used to think about it, I might be lost in time. This was at a time when I was watching Lost in Space on, after school on television, and I was terrified that they were going to lose me in time. And then also, obviously, Chronovisor gave them an incredibly valuable intelligence gathering tool that the Soviet Union didn't have and other countries didn't have. So if we can advance it to the next slide. The principal defense contractor involved in Project Pegasus was my father's employer, the Ralph M. Parsons Company in New York City, which then in 1972 moved to Los Angeles, and then a few years later moved to its current location in a 6-acre corporate campus on West Walnut Street in Pasadena, California. Parsons is one of the world's 2 largest process engineering firms, along with Bechtel Company. Stephen Bechtel employed as his lieutenants during World War II Ralph M. Parsons and another person we'll be seeing shortly, which was John Alexander McCone. Like his mentor, Bechtel, Ralph M. Parsons went on and developed basically the competing engineering company for Bechtel around the world. And John Alexander McCone became the director of the Central Intelligence Agency ultimately, after going into a career in intelligence. So even in that kind of triad of individuals in American history, the very development of time travel was done under the Parsons Company, and it was developed during a period when Bechtel's other lieutenant, McCone, had just left the DCI position. So you have kind of that cross-fertilization of engineering, quantum engineering, or time travel, and intelligence work. These guys were all friends. In fact, I remember sitting in Ralph M. Parsons' office when he was still in New York, so that had to be before 1972. And he looked over at me and he said, "So, time traveling, are you, Andy?" "Good, son." It's like, he was a rather august, he was like a typical corporate executive type. And the guys in the project, including my dad, were on a first-name basis with Ralph. Now, Parsons is a remarkable company. One of the things they did is build an entire city in Saudi Arabia called Yanbu. It's a completely artificial city with all of the attributes of a port city of 100,000 inhabitants that they built from scratch out on the coastline of Saudi Arabia. So it's literally a remarkable company in that sense. One of the things I found on Parsons' website in the biography of the founder of their company, before I started speaking out publicly, was an affirmation of a description of the fact that in 1972, shortly before dying in 1974, Ralph M. Parsons bought the world's largest private yacht from the Arab billionaire Adnan Khashoggi and rechristened it Pegasus II, even though there's no evidence that Ralph M. Parsons had owned anything called Pegasus or Pegasus I. Even his childhood wagon was not called Pegasus. So right there, hiding in plain sight on the website of arguably the first or second largest process engineering company in the world, and a leading defense contractor, a company that gave the United States government, literally constructed for the United States government, the MX missile system, where they're going to be putting nuclear warheads on this big train system around the country to hide them from being knocked out by the Soviet missiles, was an admission that Ralph M. became apparently fairly wealthy by 1972 and buys the world's largest private yacht, and for some strange reason calls it Pegasus 2. I was on the christening of that boat in Long Beach, as Pegasus 2 in Long Beach Harbor in 1972, and everybody was agile into sort of a big champagne party, and Ralph was being slapped on the back. But I think it makes sense that he would have that kind of private largesse by that point, not just because he had a huge engineering company, but because he'd given the United States government time travel over the last 3 years, and he must have been richly rewarded, just independent of his wealth from having one of the world's largest engineering companies. Now, Project Pegasus at the time that I joined it in 1969 was not primarily a time travel project. It was an intelligence program for the CIA. So by 1970, when the 8 methodologies that I'm going to describe today had been derived, Project Pegasus existed primarily to perform remote sensing in time of past and future events to aid the U.S. government in contingency planning for future events. I even read a mimeographed DARPA paper that was entitled Remote Sensing in Time. Okay, so Project Pegasus was debriefing the teleportees and other forms of time travelers, including myself, having gone to the past and future using different methodologies and different technologies. And so we were being interviewed to derive, when we were going forward in time, like in the Montauk Chair, information with which the U.S. government could create reports that were promulgated by the CIA and then sent around the project and other areas of the government to people with a need to know status, to know certain events. Of the people I know who had that status when I was on the project, they included John Alexander McCone, former Director of Central Intelligence, Dr. Harold Agnew, who by 1970 became the director of the entire Los Alamos National Labs, and my father, who I later pieced together and actually got information from basically a CIA agent who I connected to through a college professor friend of mine, was in the CIA database and had the status of essentially being the point man between the Parsons Company and the CIA on one of the technologies, which was Tesla teleportation. So my dad was fairly highly placed. I remember walking into the La Placida restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque around 1971 with my dad and about 3 of his colleagues from Parsons, and I was sort of towards the back of a group of people walking into that famous Mexican restaurant there on the square in Old Town Albuquerque. And one of my dad's colleagues said, "La Placita, Andrew, you know what La Placita means?" And my dad turned around and actually shut him up. My dad was a polite man. He was a devout Catholic. He was a humble man. He was the middle child of 11 impoverished children of a Polish coal mining family who had been born on the kitchen table in Summit Hill, Pennsylvania on May 3rd of 1923. He used to describe eating toast and apple butter for his meal out of 2 of the 3 meals of the day during the Depression. And he didn't pull rank on people very easily. But when this guy said, it's basically CIA, as we're walking into like the most famous Mexican restaurant in all of New Mexico, he actually pull ranked and looked back and scowled and told the man to shut up. So that I think shows the fact that my dad was deeply immersed with the CIA when we were on Project Pegasus. When I went through the same connections through my friend to the guy who had been a lieutenant commander with O&I who had ties at CIA, what came back to me when I asked about my father's status with CIA, the answer was typically Strangelovian from the CIA. They said, "We cannot reveal information to the family members of living or deceased CIA personnel." So I asked them, was my dad a spook with you guys? And they say, "No, we can't answer your question because you're a living family member of a deceased CIA personnel." So he was CIA, as were many of the other people. They had reporting requirements when they were working on defense technical projects. They were sending reports to the Navy, to the Air Force, and to the CIA, because the CIA monitors our weapons development, and naturally, and from other agencies and so forth, and defense contractors. And so, in addition to time travel being captured by the military during World War II, it is also, it's true to say that it has also been captured by the Central Intelligence Agency, which I don't think has a very high reputation for proper conduct around the world, assassinating foreign leaders, advising the military to invade sovereign countries, and throwing elections and so forth, and also undermining the civil liberties of Americans and foreign nationals. But I'm proud of my dad, and I think you can say that he was a white hat inside the intelligence community, because among other things, he was actively urging the public adoption, the declassification and deployment of Tesla teleportation for civilian functions, for civilian transport, when he was serving on this project. So I have to ask, when he had that heart attack at age 53 at his desk at Parsons, was it just because of where his health was, or was it a hit? Because my dad was somewhat of a dissident voice within Project Pegasus, and I think he was a moral arbiter in that sense, and I'm proud of him. So here's my dad in 1985, and we had a really special experience as father and son. That's really why I just put this up here. I just want to emphasize the fact that I'm proud of my dad. I think he did the right thing by urging the declassification of Tesla teleportation, and I also think he was right regarding putting his son on his shoulders and taking him into the time-space age. And so I credit him with the incredible experiences I had in Project Pegasus. My dad, as I said, was the chief technical liaison between Parsons and the CIA on Tesla teleportation. He held a BS in electrical engineering from Lehigh University, class of 1951. He once told me when I was very young that he had gone gray from age 16. So how is it that he has this handsome dark hair here as a 28-year-old upon graduation from Lehigh? That must be a timeline issue, because here at 28, he was not gray. And I remember even as a small child saying, your dad has white hair because he started going gray at 16. So he may have been dyeing his hair. But I think this is a timeline issue where I have information from different segments of time that I was on. I can explain that as we get deeper into the material. He was admitted to the Engineering Honor Society at Kappa Nu upon graduating from Lehigh. He was professionally associated his entire career with the IEEE, the International Electrical Engineering something, I don't know what it is, Emporium or Ensemble or something, which has its fingerprints all over time travel. Even when I went to the place where the jump room to Mars was in the early 80s, which was at 999 North Sepulveda Boulevard in El Segundo, California, I found that the IEEE was holding meetings there in that building, even today. So this is one of the smoking guns. When we see this, it possibly indicates that the engineer is covertly involved in advanced applications in quantum physics, including different forms of time travel. He had worked at Curtiss-Wright, where he took me to jump to New Mexico there in 1968. On projects like the ramjet engine, he actually designed the alloy by which the ramjet would not melt from friction upon moving contact with molecules of oxygen in our atmosphere and particles of space dust when the ramjet went into the near-Earth environment, basically into outer space. And that was one of the projects that was launched. My dad was actually ordered to report to Curtiss-Wright in October 1952, several months after the notorious, famous July 1952 overflight of Washington, D.C. by 9 extraterrestrial craft that had been clocked at Langley Air Force Base as traveling at 7,000 miles per hour. Okay, so my dad's life and career, shortly, he'd worked for about a year just designing ordinary household stuff at Okanite Company in Paramus, New Jersey. A year later, he's got his degree from Lehigh and 1 year of experience. A U.S. Army colonel shows up at his desk at Okanite in Paramus and orders him to report to Curtiss-Wright in Woodridge, New Jersey the next Monday. And I remember him telling me about that incident. He asked the officer, what for, why? And the officer didn't give him any information. He said, because your government compels it. And my dad thought, I better get up on Monday and drive over to Curtiss-Wright then. My government's going to be asking me to do something. And I think that it was because of my dad's brilliance as an engineer, as indicated by his studies at Lehigh, where he did 50% in engineering, 25% in math, and 25% in physics. And I have his papers. I've gone through them. I have a big box of rotting papers from my dad's time at Lehigh in the late 40s, early 50s. And so I think he must have been recommended by a professor or something, because all he'd done is that 1 year at Oakland. He also had worked at an elite think tank called the Thomas A. Edison Research Labs in West Orange, New Jersey, that were literally physically next door to the historical Edison labs. There was just one doorway that was always locked that divided the Edison labs that Hillary Clinton rescued as First Lady and turned into a national historical site and saved over 1 million papers of Edison and his staff as First Lady. She's never credited for that, but it was a great thing for the country. But what I'm saying is that Edison's labs were lying fallow for 50 years until Hillary Clinton saved them and made them a national historical monument. But this Edison Labs began in 1950, was next to it. It was founded by a man named Neil Williams, who my dad earned several U.S. patents in. And I did interview Neil T. Williams, and he remembered my dad vividly, and they had shared several U.S. patents together. And this is how my whole investigation went. This is literally one of my dad's colleagues from, doing this research beginning around the year 2000. So I'm going back almost 50 years in terms of my dad meeting Neil Williams, or Neil meeting my father as a colleague. And in the same roughly hour telephone interview, Neil Williams said, Andy, most of what we were doing at the Edison Labs in those years was making improvements on the old Edison storage battery. And then 10 minutes before the interview ended, he said, Andy, look, everything we were doing at the Edison Labs was classified defense work for the government. Okay, I cite that not to pick on Neil Williams. He was a great guy. He gave me a lot of information. He remembered even the patents that they'd shared, but just off the top of his head. He was still quite cognizant. But that's how I've been treated by everybody I've interviewed. Anybody close enough to my dad or me in Project Pegasus has given me duplicitous answers like that in every interview, except if they were, let's say, somebody like Jean Marie Arrigo, who was helping me liaise to the Army and CIA. Okay, but if they were an independent person now, one of the children who was in the project with me, one of my dad's colleagues, I've gotten all kinds of duplicitous memory like that. I've had situations where I've interviewed one of my fellow children, and I got, in this one case, I got this particular child's mind all the way to ITT Defense, where an advanced time travel activity was held. And then when I called her the next Saturday, she not only didn't remember going up there to that base, to that defense contractor, but didn't remember talking about it the previous Saturday. So, I mean, I've gone to the farthest extent that any human being could do without funding to track down this story and prove it. I mean, I've done 3 major fact-finding trips to New Mexico. I've interviewed over 100 people on the phone, sometimes short interviews, sometimes long. And I know what happened. But because of the vagaries of memory and the fact that people were brainwashed when they entered these kinds of projects and when they left, I've gotten duplicitous answers like that in virtually every interview. So I don't think I can be faulted for not getting the true story. I mean, I really beat the bushes and went out there and got the story. But at the Edison Labs, my dad did something very conspicuous, which he even informed me about when I was a kid on the project, which is he repeated Nikola Tesla's teleportation experiments that Tesla had first begun during his famous stay at Colorado Springs, Colorado in 1899. After the first time I did Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie in November 2009, I received an email from a man who actually showed me with attachments that he had grown up in Montclair, New Jersey. And he described how in 1956, on the streets of Montclair, he found a 1958 penny. And so I said, well, that was probably one of the pennies that my dad talked about dropping through a magnetized cylinder, repeating one of Tesla's experiments. We were actually playing bumper pool at our home in Mars Plains, getting into the 1972 summer there before we moved to Southern California. And my dad and Ray Kubik were like filling in the blanks for me when the other players were leaving the pool table, my siblings and their friends. My dad and basically his lifelong or career-long supervising engineer and friend who had introduced him to his wife and so forth, they started filling in all these technical blanks for me, and my dad started talking about how at the Edison Labs he was magnetizing cylinders like Tesla had and doing things like dropping pennies through them, dropping chalk, billiard chalks and so forth, kind of like the one that we were using for our cues playing bumper pool. And here I have somebody who found one of those pennies on the streets of Montclair. So presumably sometime after 1958, and during those 8 years, certainly after 1956, my dad dropped a penny through one of those Tesla cylinders, and this young person, found it on the streets of his hometown of Montclair. And I said, well, that wouldn't be possible. If it was some kind of improper strike, we'd know about it from people who collect coins and so forth. But it was just a 1958 penny. But it was in his hands 2 years before it should have been. So presumably that was one from my dad's experiments at the Edison Labs. So that also qualified him as an American engineer who would be brought up as a technical consultant on Tesla teleportation, because he had recapitulated Tesla's experiments during his stay at the Edison Labs. I mentioned how Project Pegasus was ultimately an intelligence gathering project for the CIA, and that they were developing forward intelligence reports. I mentioned how these reports were only distributed among those with a need to know, like John Alexander McCone. I remember him being called Alec on the project. I ran into him in several project locations. He was the DCI, for example, when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated on Dallas on November 22nd of 1963. He was such a devout Catholic that his maid wrote me, after I mentioned him in several radio interviews, and said John was actually having Mass at the house. He was actually like renting a priest to come in and give Mass every day at his residence. So that my dad and McCone and others were sort of aligned with the Catholic, as distinguished from the Mormon faction within the CIA. The CIA was hiring Catholics and Mormons because they were known as a result of the sort of the rigor of their religious practice to be people who were predisposed not to talk about what they were experiencing. In other words, they were kind of maintaining an honor code. In their worldview, they were participating in the defense of the country that had defended Christianity, and they weren't going to basically violate what they had agreed to do and talk. So Mormons and Catholics were heavily sought, frequently hired by CIA. Here we have another very devout Catholic in the class of people who would have been reading, if not writing, the intelligence reports. I think it's kind of interesting that John McCone is shown there with a pencil in his hand. Definitely an intelligence report writer and reader. And I mentioned the connection to Parsons and Bechtel, and I'll talk a little bit more about John McCone when I talk about the prior knowledge of the internet. I know from three sources, very fundamental or central people on the project, that Project Pegasus, quote unquote, owed its greatest debt of gratitude to Nikola Tesla. So one of the things I'm distinguishing in my lecture is, look, we are highly intelligent, highly creative beings. Our uniquely gifted human race developed time travel for ourselves. We did use some reverse engineering from downed extraterrestrial craft. We were given some technology by the ET groups that we were in liaison with during these years, but there's no question that time travel is the accomplishment of our species in this planetary context. It wasn't all reverse engineered from aliens. Now, the three individuals who essentially wanted me to know and remember that the work of Nikola Tesla was fundamental to the development of time travel were my father, Raymond Basiago, Dr. Robert Beckwith, who had recently left GE and was on the project. He went on to found Beckwith Engineering in Key Largo, Florida. And before his death in 2009, at age 89, Bob Beckwith was interviewed twice by myself, once by the writer Alexandra Chica Bruce, who's written a book about time travel, about the Philadelphia experiment, and also once by the great independent journalist Ken Thomas of Steam Shovel Press in Missouri. And all three of us have corroborated each other's account that in those interviews, Dr. Robert Beckwith, Bob Beckwith, confirmed that the U.S. government had achieved Vortal teleportation, and it was even aboard the stealth bombers and ships, Navy ships, on the oceans of the world. So Beckwith was claiming not only that levitated teleportation, as he called Tesla Vortal teleportation, had been developed, but that it had already been implemented in moving our planes and our ships around the skies of this planet or on the oceans of this world virtually instantaneously. And he described how he was in a meeting with the captain of a U.S. naval vessel that was at anchor in Tampa Bay in Florida, and the captain literally showed him where he could pull a lever and set a location before pulling the lever and relocate the ship somewhere on the ocean far far distant location from Tampa Bay. He also told me how, and Alexandra and Kent, how the reason that the stealth was so expensive after, let's say, an F-14 or F-15 Phantom conventional craft would cost about $150 million, it jumped to $1 billion, which is almost a whole order of magnitude, because of the specialized materiel that had to be developed to enable the stealth bombers to teleport, literally turn on a device that would create a Vortal tunnel around their forward direction of motion and have them suddenly appear in the sky somewhere. In fact, Beckwith told me that the stealth bombers that bombed Kosovo under the Clinton administration were guys who lived with their families near Edwards Air Force Base. They got up, had breakfast, entered the stealth, went up in the sky, turned on their teleportation equipment, Vortal tunneled to above Kosovo, turned off their teleportation device, hit their targets in Kosovo, did a circle east across Europe, turned on their teleportation device, and had lunch with their families near Edwards. Okay, so teleportation has been operationalized. After being weaponized in the abstract, it has now been operationalized as a weapon. And that's another reason I'm speaking out. I believe that teleportation should be a transportation modality to help the public thrive, not a weapon of war. So the Tesla connection is critical to the derivation of time travel. Was he an alien? I don't think he looks like an extraterrestrial. He looks like a servo-creation to me, or just, a guy with a mustache. I mean, he's one of us, right? Homo sapiens sapiens. Okay, next slide, please. This is another important figure in the development of time travel. This is Father Pellegrino Ernetti of the Order of St. Benedict. All of the children that I was with in Morris Plains, New Jersey, all 10 of us, were going to Sunday school at the local Benedictine parish. The Benedictines, of course, are the famous Black Friars. Some of you conspiracy aficionados will remember the controversy involving the Vatican Bank, involving the hanging at Blackfriars Bridge in London, and the involvement of the Benedictines in that Vatican Bank scandal. Well, if some of them are developing time travel devices for the U.S., or at least passing their findings along, at some point they have to be paid, right? And the Vatican is, like the Queen of England, owns 25% of the land, the real estate of the world. And so, I'm getting off track, but in any case, Father Ernetti was doing some research with another Benedictine priest, a priest by the name of Agostino Gemelli, the priest for whom the second largest, I'm going to defer to you, isn't that the second largest hospital in Rome, I think? The yes. Gemelli Hospital, yes. Where Pope John Paul II was convalescing before his death?
Yes, correct.
And that's a Vatican hospital, and it's the second hospital, it's the largest hospital in all of Rome, was named for his research partner, Agostino, also called Pier Maria Gemelli. I believe that would be probably his clerical name, being named for Peter and Mary, and not the sort of commoner's name of Agostino. So these two Vatican priests were doing research at the Catholic University of Milan in northern Italy in the 1940s. They were studying the harmonic patterns in Gregorian chants because they wanted to know why Gregorian chants have specialized properties, like the ability to heal people physically, to center people spiritually, to cause people to go into trance states and so forth. And they were making a little improvement or a little change in a small microphone. And suddenly something that his partner Gemelli's, I still don't have a picture of Father Gemelli, but something that Father Gemelli's father had said to him in childhood came through the microphone. He heard his father's voice calling him in Italian. I don't know what it is. It's my little zucchini. Is zucchini the Italian word?
Zucchini, yes.
Yeah, that's the Italian name for that vegetable. But that was his name for his little, zucchini and a little sprite, his young son. And so they're standing there, and then Ernetti said to Gemelli, "What was that?" He says, "It was my father. He was calling me his little zucchini." And so they realized they had developed essentially a window to the past. They had found a way to capture the residual sound signal of a past event. One apparently adhering some way to Father Gemelli, his aura or whatever, or in his mind, triggering maybe a memory or something like that. And they ultimately partnered with the world's leading physicist of that era, the great Enrico Fermi, who did research in Italy and then also at the University of Chicago during the war. And they developed, by 1952, a flat screen, basically something like in the nature of a television screen, in which a past event was being shown. Ernetti used it to prove and to derive and show the world a missing stanza, a historically missing stanza from a Roman play. And he also insisted until his death in 1994, as a very respected Catholic prelate, that they had also captured images of the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth. Now I know he was telling the truth because I saw a 20 to 30 minute 16 millimeter film of the crucifixion of Jesus that was being displayed at the Sandia National Labs in Sandia, New Mexico in the summer of 1972. Now, when we left that viewing, my dad was with his longtime friend Connie Chavez, a woman at one point that he wanted to marry, and she was just in distress watching the crucifixion of Jesus as it really happened. Jesus was an historical personage, he was crucified, and everybody in that room knew it because it wasn't a dramatized rendering of the crucifixion. It was horrendously awful to watch in light of Jesus' suffering. And we could tell, based on our understanding of the 3 New Testament accounts of the crucifixion of Jesus of Nazareth, that it was a real event and not just some purported event. I mean, you have David Icke claiming that the Bible was scripted by the Piso family of Rome. You have people now in Eastern religions who have come out and tried to show that Jesus is just a recapitulation of a previous deity. My position is that what we were watching was a real crucifixion. Do I know it was Jesus? Well, 600 Caucasian men, roughly his age, were crucified by the Roman Empire within 3 years of his alleged death. It could have been somebody else, but everything that the New Testament depicts about the execution of Jesus of Nazareth was in that film. We saw women coming to pray beneath his cross. There were 2 other crucifixion victims behind him on hillsides. He had a crown of thorns that was almost like a motorcycle helmet in size around his head, and blood was pouring down his temples and into his eye sockets and then down his cheeks and into his corner of his mouth. He was very emaciated. He was about my height, which used to be 5'10", and looks like many of the medieval paintings of Jesus. The women were chased away by a Roman centurion. I saw Longinus, one of those centurions, jump up on his left, with his right leg and standing on his left leg, and extend his arm as far as he could, holding the end of a spear shaft, piercing Jesus in the side. That was a so-called spear of destiny, being used to release the fluids that had gathered in Jesus' chest cavity. The sky grew dark at one point. So we knew it wasn't a dramatization. If it was somebody besides Jesus, how did so many of the details correspond to the New Testament accounts? There are 3 of them of his execution. The really incredible thing is not just seeing that, and as a Catholic Sunday school child being absolutely horrified by seeing the actual crucifixion of Jesus. Connie was just sort of squirming in her chair and not even most of the time able to look at the screen. At one point she actually put her hands and then looked a little bit past some of her fingers at what we were watching, which was horrific. I actually felt like evil was present in the room, like it was buzzing in the center of the room, like a hive of bumblebees or something. We get outside and my dad says to Connie, I don't know why you're acting like that. And she said, what do you mean, Ray? They were crucifying my Lord. How was I supposed to respond? Connie Chavez was so devout that she spent her whole life helping the nuns at the San Felipe de Nero church there, that church that goes back to 1706, on the main square there in Old Town Albuquerque. It's actually older than the surrounding buildings, that church. But she was always doing things for the nuns. She was a devout believer. When they had my book and she learned she was going to die at age 53 of complications from diabetes, just 10 years in the future, she just expressed this almost visceral gasp as we were leaving a Chinese restaurant. Because my dad was showing her the year and the condition under which she was going to die after double amputations of her legs from diabetes. And she just gasped with shock that she only had 10 years to live, and said, "Well, Ray, my faith is in Jesus Christ," and walked out of that restaurant. And that was a very vivid moment, and it really shows the measure of Connie Chavez's faith. But so my dad's saying something that's really preposterous. He's saying, "I don't know why you were acting like that." She said, "Ray, I mean, they were crucifying my Lord." And he said, "But don't worry." She said, "Why not?" He said, "Because my team also went to where Jesus was lying in the crypt, and we have the footage where 3 days later there's a flash of light in the crypt. 2 men appear." He didn't say angels. 2 men appear. Jesus stands up, and the 3 of them push the rock away, and he walks out of his crypt. Okay, so and Connie and I were obviously very astonished. And she said, "What are you saying, Ray?" And he said, "We also have footage of the resurrection." Now, I don't say that as a former Catholic to advocate Catholicism or any religion. I'm just reporting what happened. What happened is my father stated they had footage of the resurrection. Now, imagine the situation the U.S. government was in. Under our First Amendment, that guarantees freedom of religion, speech, assembly, redress, and so forth. Under the religion clause, the United States government is forbidden from prohibiting the free exercise of religion or from establishing a religion. Now, if they were to show that footage on 60 Minutes, would they be establishing a religion? Yeah. If they also technically proved some of the major tenets of Christianity, would they be prohibiting other religions? Yeah. So I think what happened on the think tank level, because they have footage of the resurrection of Jesus Christ, is that they have decided not to show it, not to admit they even have it. What would the Vatican representatives on that committee of think tank personnel be telling them? I think the Vatican priests probably would have concluded, we don't want people to accept their faith based on going to the movies, right, to seeing a documentary film, but rather to let people find Jesus authentically. I think representatives of some of the other religions that might have been brought into that think tank process, I'm assuming it happened because they had very sensitive evidence of something very profound. They must have spun it out to the Brookings Institution or whatever. I think the others might have said, well, that doesn't mean that Buddhism, my religion, isn't valid, what have you. So my position is that the United States government, the creation of the United States of America, was supposed to be the fulfillment of the Enlightenment. And so my position is they should show that footage, because if in fact it is the footage of Jesus being crucified and in the first footage, and then of Jesus resurrecting in the second, then it happened, and because it happened, it should be released as a fact of nature, so to speak. In other words, I don't see how we can turn our back on the Enlightenment and have positive evidence of a supernatural event and not show it, right? I mean, that's the most cutting edge science you can collect, right, or perform. So my position on this is I'm going to keep on talking about it, not to advocate Catholicism or Christianity, but simply to say the U.S. government has this, and they should release it because it happened apparently as shown by the footage itself, both the crucifixion and the resurrection. So Ernetti stuck by that account, his whole life, and he was very respected. So there you have a prominent Vatican prelate affirming that they had footage of, in his case, he was stating crucifixion. That also might have been a controlled release of information, but that might have been limited data right there from Father Ernetti. But he is a major figure because what they then did when they accidentally discovered Chronovision, they joined with Fermi and they spun it out first into two-dimensional Chronovision like television, and then when I was brought in the project, Bell Labs had already modeled Chronovision as third-dimensional holograms, basically moving fields of light. But then when I was serving on the project, the Chronovision evolved into fourth-dimensional Chronovision, where when we would stand on the stage and the hologram would be brought down around us, we would literally go there physically and be stuck in that past event until we were basically rescued via portal. So Chronovision went from being basically TV screen-like in 1952 to literally being a time travel technology by 1972, when the Vatican lent it to the United States government. My dad sat me down in high school and told me that I was going to the Naval Academy, which I ultimately rejected as an option. He explained that the Vatican will task different world governments to complete certain technical projects for it, and the one that we were on resulted partly from the Vatican developers of Chronovision passing the Chronovision technology onto the United States so it could be developed more rapidly. Next slide, please. I mentioned Agnew and that first trip meeting him. He would ultimately go on to be director in 1970 and served throughout almost the entire 70s as the director of the Los Alamos National Labs, openly or publicly and secretly as the federal science administrator of Project Pegasus. Agnew had been present at all three critical stages of the Manhattan Project. He was one of the graduate students at Chicago who was manipulating the graphite rods to prevent CP1, the atomic pile, from blowing up after going critical there in the squash courts at the University of Chicago. He was in Los Alamos and Alamogordo when the atomic bomb was designed, manufactured, and then tested at Trinity site. And he calibrated the blast of the Hiroshima bombing when riding in a chase plane called the Great Artiste that was following the Enola Gay, which was the name of the plane where pilot Paul Tillett dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. So Agnew was one of the quintessential Manhattan or fundamental Manhattan Project physicists, as I was describing here, and we were in multiple meals with Harold, lunches, dinners. I remember every time I'd pass him in a hallway at one of the atomic labs, he'd always poke me in the belly button. I remember at one lunch at a chicken country restaurant in White Rock, New Mexico, that after one of my brothers teleported with us, but was somewhat mentally reacted to the process of teleporting and was really not that cognizant of who he was or where we were. I remember Harold saying, now that we've tried it with two brothers, we can test for genetic effects. Okay, so these people were working with human subjects before the human subject protocols of 1975-76. So they knew what they were doing, and yet ultimately I think they made the right decision because we're still here. We haven't been invaded by a Soviet army jumping through Vortal tunnels in time-space. Next slide, please. I mentioned Fermi. I think Fermi is probably the central figure in the hidden history of time travel because he partnered with Ernetti and Gemelli on the development of the Chronovisor, this holographic looking glass technology to see and then ultimately send people to the past or future. And he was the mentor of Harold Agnew, the federal science director, and sort of the overseer of the teleportation stuff centered in New Mexico when we were on Project Pegasus. So Fermi apparently has this covert connection to both the derivation of teleportation and chronovision. I don't believe that role belongs to Einstein, von Neumann, or others. I think it rests with on the shoulders of Enrico Fermi. Curiously, we know he consulted Ernetti and Gemelli on chronovision, which means that the past persists. But the official account of his beliefs is that Fermi didn't believe that the past existed. In other words, a child fires a gun, a cap gun. Well, you can tunnel in and see the little rivulets, under chaos theory, some of the exploded gunpowder spins off, and then you see another little turtle. There's Mandelbrot functions, where under chaos theory an event happens and the little parts of it start cascading forever into ultimate almost nothingness. Okay, so publicly it's claimed that Enrico Fermi believed that was the nature of the past. The past was just the new present, where the manifestations of a past event could still be detected, but where you couldn't go back and recapture or visit the original event as it had originally happened. Okay, that has to be part of the time travel cover-up because we know that he was working with Ernetti and Gemelli. And what does a chronovized event or experience to the past involve? It doesn't go back and put you where you're examining what happened when the kid shot the gun. It takes you back in time to the kid shooting the gun. So the past has to exist. We have to live in a time-space continuum for the chronovisor probes that I was on to even have been possible. And Fermi definitely believed that the past still exists. So somewhere in the complex formulae behind him on the chalkboard is ultimately a formula that squares the circle and completes the fact that the past, present, and future exist simultaneously, and you can visit both simply by going there. Okay, so again, people have said Einstein was the critical figure. Well, the only place where Einstein appears in the time travel literature is that he consulted the Navy Board of Ordnance he was consulted by the Navy Board of Ordnance in 1943, a couple of months after Tesla's death. Okay, so they wanted Einstein's opinion apparently on Tesla's work, but he doesn't show up anywhere else, and obviously he was dead by 1955. On the other hand, I saw Father Anetti at the Chronovisor location in Morristown, New Jersey, when he was a special guest of the project. So I'm confident I've identified some of the right people. Next slide, please. Another individual who, when I met him on Project Pegasus, was a 39-year-old former congressman from the suburbs of Chicago, was somebody who would go on and, under Presidents Gerald Ford and George W. Bush, become cumulatively the longest-serving U.S. Defense Secretary, and that is the point man on 9/11 and the response to 9/11. In fact, the individual who did a press conference on September 10th of 2001 and reported that $2.3 trillion of Pentagon funding was missing, and that a Navy investigative crew that was working right where that explosion occurred in the Pentagon was investigating the loss of that $2.3 trillion of Defense Department Pentagon funding, was the point man, the so-called defense attaché, operating between the project people like my father in New Mexico mostly, and the Department of Defense for Project Pegasus. I had numerous contacts with Donald Rumsfeld when he was defense attaché to the project. I was drinking a grape Nehi, for example, when he was having his martini. He was a drinker then. And he said to my father one time, "As long as I have my martini, I'm fine." My dad had ordered his Jack Daniels. But we were in a bar, and later Secretary Rumsfeld was explaining to my father, he literally said, quote unquote, what we plan to do with the kids is in high school, we're going to admit them to the Naval Academy as first-year plebes, when they graduate from high school, and we'll use that as a pretext for involving them in future project activities. So there in 1970, 71, 72, they were already planning for what our destiny was going to be in the fall of 1979, and Rumsfeld was aware of what the major plan was. So I would run into him socially. I was hanging out with my dad when he was going into bars. I don't see that being that exceptional. If you and your son are 2,005 miles away from home, is it really that exceptional to bring your dad bring your son into like a bar in a restaurant and get a drink while your son's being served a soda? I mean, I don't think that's. Some people have claimed that that's a threat to the validity of my story. Going into a bar with my own father, I don't really see that as being something that was forbidden in the early 70s. But so I run into Rumsfeld particularly at. I remember there was a reception at the Hilton Hotel in Albuquerque, and he's the first person I've ever seen in public get down and do a one-arm push-up, a la Jack Palance at the Oscar ceremony. But one of the important crossing of paths with Rumsfeld was in spring of 1971. We teleported to New Mexico, and then we were driven by a set of private automobiles over to the community center in Cerrillos, New Mexico, and he gave about a 20-minute, what he called a meet and greet, where he thanked us for our service in the project, told us that our parents were proud of us and our government was grateful, but that everything in the project had to remain secret. And I remember during that lecture he stated that, quote unquote, the significance of teleportation is primarily military. It will allow us to put our troops, to allow the U.S. Army to put its troops precisely where they're needed on the battlefield. Here again, the theme of sequestering time travel technology, weaponizing it, and keeping it sequestered within the inner sanctum of the military-industrial complex. I would even say, except for Parsons' involvement, basically the military complex. He described how they found in their studies of World War II that during the war, most of our combat fatalities and casualties were in the middle areas between the front lines and the rear areas. People in the rear areas were far enough from the front lines not to be shot even with shelling, and were never shot from behind because they were in the rear areas. People on the front line who knew they could be shot at even by a sniper, not a combatant immediately in front of them, knew that they were in danger and often were keeping proper cover from being shot. And also, the Nazi army wasn't shelling our frontline soldiers, it was sniping at them. They were sending missiles, shells, beyond the front lines into the middle grounds where troops were coming up, so that front line would remain thin, and also taking out things like our own cannons in the rear areas that were shooting forward from a great distance, from positions where the cannon, the soldiers maintaining cannons and that type of thing could not be hit, or at least with bullets. But they found that the men moving up to the front lines in the middle areas were being shot from behind by friendly fire, were being sniped at successfully by the Nazi or Japanese infantry, and were just dying through things like falling into a mud, into a wet area in a marsh with 80 pounds on their back. Okay, so what they wanted to do was take that danger out of deploying troops by literally putting troops precisely on the front line. Okay, if Muslim extremists suddenly rallied in Jerusalem to seize control of the Dome of the Rock, 20,000 Marines from Camp Lejeune in North Carolina could teleport there and just show up right in front of them and prevent some kind of religious cataclysm in Jerusalem, state of emergency. So they had militarized teleportation during World War II for that purpose, basically to put troops precisely at the critical location that they needed to be placed without being killed getting there. The problem with that is none of us have been teleporting for the last 40 years. I mean, think of what was going on in 1970. The example that I use is that Vice President Al Gore was going to Harvard College and attending Dr. Roger Revell's not global warming, it would have been then called his greenhouse effect seminar. Okay, we didn't have climate change, we didn't have global warming. When I was teleporting and Rumsfeld was envisioning putting the kids in the project into Annapolis at the end of the decade in '79, but in 1970, when we were basically had operationalized teleportation and these other devices I'm going to be discussing, Gore is studying the greenhouse effect at Harvard, not knowing, even after becoming 8 years a congressman, 8 years a senator, and 8 years vice president of the United States, apparently not being let in on the teleportation secret. And that's significant in terms of climate change because 60% of greenhouse gases come from one area of society, and that is transportation. So I'm emphasizing the fact that if we could implement Tesla teleportation, we could solve 60% of the global warming problem, at least the human contribution to it. So that's the degree to which we've been disserved by secrecy in government. I've analogized between slavery during the era of slavery and secrecy, the physical oppression of slavery being comparable in many ways to the metaphysical oppression of secrecy, and the abolition movement as the truth movement of its day being analogous to the truth movement. We're really trying to liberate this information from state secrecy so that the metaphysical oppression that's over us, even the change in our attitudes when we have to spend 2 hours on a freeway to get to our job or school or doctor or whatever, has to end. It's the abolition cause of our era is confronting our government to come clean with the truth so that we can use the truth to save us, to set us free. And that's what I'm trying to do. So anyway, Rumsfeld was on the project, and he was clearly devoted to the notion that teleportation should remain a military secret. Another person who was on the project when we were teleporting in mass in summer of '70 as a group of school children, we would be greeted by Jack Pruett. I don't have a picture of Pruett, I know Alexander Bruce does, but I haven't been able to retrieve a photo of Jack Pruett. But Jack Pruett would do the head count, and then a young 25-year-old Bill Richardson would take us into the Baton Memorial Building, which was the pre-1966 state capitol, and sit us down in one of those little chairs with a desk on it, and ask us our name, first and last, ask us to spell our last name, and then give our date of birth. And so when he brought me in one time, he said, first name? I said, Andrew. He said, and your last name, Andrew? Basiago. Could you spell that? That sounds kind of unusual. I said, Basiago. He said, well, that sounds like Basiago. You pronounce it, what is it? And I said, Basiago. And he said, Italian? I said, no, Polish. He said, well, thank you very much, Andrew. And your date of birth? 9/1861. Okay, thanks a lot, Andy. If you tell the next child to step in, okay? He was very, formal, businesslike. But on one of those questionings, a subsequent one, after he finished questioning, I looked up at him and said, first name? And he kind of leaned forward and said, Bill. And I said, and your last name, Bill? And he said, Richardson. And could you spell that for me, Bill Richardson? And then I asked him his date of birth was sometime in 1945. So anyway, Richardson was basically one of the young staffers on the project. He had no leadership responsibility. It was just completing tasks for the project, like taking that head count when we would arrive via teleportation in the Santa Fe State Capitol grounds. To his credit, before Jesse Ventura interviewed me on camera, Bill Richardson was the only member of the project and the only public official, somebody who went on to a career in public service, who met with me. And that took place around June 10th of 2003 at the old car show in Chama, New Mexico. So I always laud Bill Richardson for at least meeting with me and acknowledging that the project existed and I was in it, and that had he been in my situation, he would be doing exactly what I was doing, basically investigating the project, planning to write about it, to speak about it, and so forth. But he said, you have to understand, I'm a public official, and if I call a press conference with you in Santa Fe, my career's over. I mean, saying that, he said, I think the analogy here is to the Roswell incident. I know that aliens crashed at Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 because I'm a public official in the state of New Mexico. You know that happened because you were in Project Pegasus, and that was in fact in your curriculum. And he was right. It was in the yellow book classes that would be taught to prepare us for involvement in the project. He said, but if I meet with you publicly over this and declare that I was a young staffer on a time travel project, it's not going to pass the giggle test. I'm basically going to be drummed out of office ultimately for something seemingly so silly. And I think he was probably right. He said, you have to understand, it's your life purpose and your mission to declassify this project. And I want you to know that behind the scenes I support you. But based on my life plan and being optimally effective myself, I can't go public for you. I wish I could. And he apologized. And I think that was pretty big of Bill Richardson. I was really pretty impressed by what he had to say up at the old car show in Chama. And we actually were directed there. I had been directed into a number of meetings with informants in the summer of 2003, or June of 2003. So Richardson goes on, and what does he become? The representative in the House of Representatives from the 3rd District of New Mexico, where all the atomic labs are, Energy Secretary under Clinton, UN representative, and then later governor of New Mexico. So he really stayed there and completed a public career doing things for the atomic labs, Lanel, Sandia, etc. But nonetheless, he showed some humanity, I think, by meeting with me and explaining his situation. Another person who was critical on the project but who was denied his involvement, even avoiding me, now this sounds intrusive, but I did have permission to enter, even when I was sitting at his kitchen table in Los Alamos with his wife of 50 years. Sterling Colgate, who was called Stir during those days, I shouldn't know that, right? Refused to come home to his house and meet with me at his kitchen table. Now, Sterling Colgate, when I was on the project, was both alternatively the dean of physics, the physics department, the director, the chairman of the physics department, and the president of the New Mexico Institute of Science and Technology, or New Mexico Tech, in Socorro, New Mexico. He was as I'll explain later, he was the time scientist who sent me from a plasma confinement chamber in East Hanover, New Jersey, in 1972, to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania on November 19th of 1863 to try to see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address. And he was also one of the heirs to the Colgate-Palmolive dynasty. And when I did my recent return to my hometown of Morris Plains and Morristown, New Jersey, and went over to East Hanover, I realized that Menem, the pharmaceutical company, changed its name from Colgate-Palmolive in 1972, right as we were leaving for California, and after Sterling Colgate had developed a form of physical time travel by 1972 called plasma confinement. Isn't that interesting that the company would change its name? So my dad explained that Colgate-Palmolive was literally secretly funding Project Pegasus on behalf of the defense technical community, because as we saw in Iran-Contra, if you can create an independent funding apparatus, you're not constitutionally obliged to have Congress have oversight authority over what you're doing. So Sterling Colgate is now ill. He may be dying, and I have, after multiple attempts, I've been unable to interview him, but I'm absolutely certain that he was the developer of plasma confinement for reasons I'll describe later in my talk. Another person who's denied involvement in both working with me in the Montauk Chair in Project Pegasus and being our Mars training officer 10 years later in the CIA's Mars Jump Ring program is the venerable Major Ed Ames of remote viewing fame. I'm not going to avoid the issue, especially after Bernard Mendez and William Stillings, two of my fellow jumpers, have corroborated the fact that Dames was our instructor in summer of 1980 at College of the Siskiyous in Weed, California. I think he's been propagating what I call, and is the architect of the high-side disinformation ploy, which always talks about all of the advances in remote viewing in the 1970s and 80s, but never talks about time travel. I mean, here I was working with him in time travel, and he's done, what, 40 appearances on Coast to Coast AM, talking about the kill shot from the sun, and missing person cases, and the whole remote viewing thing, but never acknowledged that he was involved in far deeper U.S. defense projects. He even gave conventional remote viewing the term technical remote viewing, but what's a technical remote viewer? A device. It's a chronovisor, right? If you're going to be augmenting the ability of the human mind to see things at a distance with some kind of hologram-based propagator of either the image itself or some focalizing of the mind's ability to see things at a distance in time-space, in the past, in the future, in time, but also just spatially, just at a distance on the face of the Earth, you're going to need chronovision, or you're going to have to augment. If it's technical remote viewing, it's going to involve the augmentation of psi. But Ed gave that term to conventional remote viewing, hence the propagation of a cover story that would always omit the use of time travel technologies to enhance human psychic performance. So I don't want to call him a liar, but let's just say he hasn't come forward. Okay, part two, the technologies themselves.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, would you like to take a break there? We're going into the technologies? Yeah. Yeah. Just take 5 maybe, or? Yeah. Part two, we're going to be looking at the technologies that I was exposed to in Project Pegasus. And they were both technologies and methodologies. So if I could have the next slide, please. The first time travel technology that I include is remote viewing. Remote viewing is, in fact, a time travel methodology because it causes the human mind to go somewhere else in time-space. Even if it's just spatial, you're still making a transition to another location outside your immediate environment. The children of Project Pegasus, I like to say, were small mediums at large. We began remote viewing upon our entry into the program in 1969. And one of the targets that the project had me remotely view was the location of Lieutenant John McCain and whether or not he was in the Hanoi Hilton, the POW compound in North Vietnam, where in fact he was being held. We were brought together as a group of 8 children, 4 of the more psychically gifted kids from 2 elementary schools, essentially my school, Mount View Road School, and a neighboring school known as Cedar Knolls Elementary School. And we were meeting in an office at the school where faculty would convene around a table. And we were shown a large blow-up of John McCain's Annapolis graduation photograph when he was commissioned as an ensign in the United States Navy, which is the standard course where the Annapolis graduates then go on to commissions in the Navy. It was about a 24 by 36 inch blow-up of the picture that's now featured of John McCain's life on his English Wikipedia site. And we weren't shown this photograph, we were in fact shown a drawing of one of the buildings here in the Hanoi Hilton from Street View. And we were told that they knew we were very psychically gifted children, that our parents were informing the government and so forth, that frequently we would talk about a future event, and then it would happen, or we'd tell them what would be on the front page of the New York Times that morning before it was delivered, that sort of thing. We would have dreams that would then come true. And we were told that between that meeting and the next Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, we should let our minds go while we were lucidly dreaming and answer 2 questions about where bad people were holding John somewhere in the world. We weren't told that he was a Navy aviator that had been shot down over Vietnam and was now a POW. They just said that bad people were holding John somewhere in the world, and we should let our minds go to and answer 2 questions. Is he in this building? And if so, where is he in the building? And in the intervening week, I had, 4 or 5 lucid dreams. I saw John McCain being frog marched through dark hallways, being suspended with his elbows behind him until he passed out. And I also saw him, I saw his captors shoving his head down and pushing him into a tiger cage on the wall of an earthen hallway that had been built under the concrete pediment of this obvious POW type encampment or prison. So the next Tuesday at 10 in the morning, I and one of the little girls from the neighboring school were literally leaping out of our chairs to tell the lieutenant commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence and the team leader, who was Jack Pruett, if I'm not mistaken, what we had seen. We had seen him in this location, and it was in this sub-basement tiger cage that had been excavated into the side of an earthen hallway. I have not yet spoken with Senator McCain about what we saw. I don't even know if that's what was happening in his life, but I'm going to be approaching him and telling him that at the time that he was imprisoned in North Vietnam, while his father, John McCain Sr., was serving as the commander of the entire Pacific Fleet of the U.S. Navy, our government had not just adult psychics, but child psychics working on finding him, apparently to either bomb his location and prevent him from being compromised as the son of the commander of the Pacific Fleet, or to bomb the prison and rescue him from captivity. But that was one target that we did for the Office of Naval Intelligence as remote viewers. Another thing that we were doing was we were being physically spun. If you put somebody on a tabletop-like device in this sort of classic Da Vinci Vitruvian man kind of body position, but with their head at the center of the circle, and to have them look up at a spiral image on the ceiling while they're being spun clockwise 33 rotations per minute, you can train them to literally go out of body, and that's what they were doing. And when we were out of body, we would then go through astral realms, and then when we come back into our body, we would then be interviewed by one of the ladies from DARPA. And after one of these, I had gotten to kind of like, I went out of body and I went far above the school. I saw this sneaker on the roof that I later told the janitor about. And he said, "How did you see that?" Because the whole school's on flat ground. And I said, "I went out of my body and I saw it." And but I went up into kind of an environment where I was moving forward very fast with striated objects below me going backward and things above me going forward. And I got to a certain physical limit of how far I could travel out of body, and it was like a machine that was generating reality. It was like being a bee inside of a film projector at a theater and flying into where the film was being shown past the light that generates the image on the theater screen. I just couldn't go any further, and I could also see that the environment of light that we were located in is being created by a device. And so I came back into my body, frustrated that I couldn't get beyond the reach of the hologram because a machine was generating it. I was debriefed by a woman by the name of Stephanie Bindus, who was like many of the local facilitators. She was a health instructor. She had been a registered nurse during World War II in Korea, and she was a local health instructor, but had that Army medical connection. There were Army Field Hospital cots in the learning lab at Mount View. And she took out a fresh pad and a freshly sharpened number 2 pencil and said, "Okay, Andy, what did you see this time?" And I explained that I reached this physical limit that was seemingly the device that seemed to be generating reality. And she said, "Oh yes, other people have reported that too. We believe that it's propagating the hologram that we find ourselves in, and we're calling it the Matrix." Now this was 1970, 29 years before the Wachowski brothers did the first of their trilogy about, entitled the Matrix trilogy of films. So here we have the use of the term Matrix in the defense technical community 3 decades before it's released to the public. But this is obviously a form of time travel that I would describe as astral time travel. The third device was the Montauk Chair. And I want to ask, just before I start talking about the Montauk Chair, is there anybody here who was in the Montauk Chair? Turns out that our lovely organizer of this event, Hesper Natali, was also a Montauk Chair participant, one of the Montauk girls. And so I just want to interview Hesper briefly. Hesper, I was in the Montauk Chair when it was just a magnetic transducer in the early 70s. And when and in what circumstances did you encounter the Montauk Chair?
I was in the Gifted and Talented Education Program at Scott Lane Elementary School in the early 80s. And we were placed in what they called the chair. They weren't calling it the Montauk Chair.
Right. Right, and where is Scott Lane Elementary?
In Santa Clara, California.
So here's somebody growing up 10 years later, being placed in the chair. And it was also called the chair when we were using it at Mount View Road School in Morris Plains, New Jersey. Tell us about the chair that you were taking your probes. Were they probes to the future?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were going forward, sort of both mentally and physically at the same time, because what the Montauk Chair propagates is you just don't see a moment in your future, you actually live it. Is that what was happening with you? You were not just sort of going and seeing what you would be doing, but you were actively going there on some level?
That's correct. It wasn't as though I was watching myself. It was as though I was experiencing the future moment, whatever it was.
Right, and I just agreed with Janet Swerdlow, the wife of Stuart Swerdlow, the Montauk Chair, or Montauk Project participant, that I had been describing the Montauk Chair as simply something that was boosting my consciousness as a human being forward in time. So I was sort of seeing a dreamlike rendering of my future. But then again, I had also described how I was in my actual shoes upon arriving. I was actually in my body living that future event, pre-experiencing a future event. And so on some level, it was also a physical time travel device because it literally sent you there with the same cognizance of being a human being in your clothes and shoes and everything in a room or whatever, just like you were living it. So your introduction to the Montauk Chair was about 10, 12 years later. How had it been improved from the rudimentary chair that existed in the 70s? Can you describe the chair that you were placed in by the 80s?
But I wasn't having anything put over my face, as you described.
Mm-hmm.
When I've heard you talk about the chair before, we just sat there and were able to experience our own future. And as I asked you once, were they somehow able to push us forward to get to the point, that they were looking for? Mm-hmm. And you had said, yes, they called it psychic driving.
Right.
So I wasn't really aware as a child that that's what was going on. I was just sitting in the chair and having the experience. But it turns out that the woman that was working with me was driving. She was doing some of the psychic driving and coming around from behind me.
Yeah, Hesper, let me describe the rudimentary one, and then we can show how far the device went by 10 years later into the 80s, working with school kids. This is simply a dental chair off the internet. There is no Montauk Chair description or drawing or anything on the internet except my own. But basically, it was a recumbent chair, and it had a photographic umbrella-like thing over the head of the kid sitting in the chair. There was a sort of like a Cadillac hubcap type thing on the back of the chair that my father said was a metal canister that was kind of hiding the solenoid. That the solenoid was firing with magnetic transduction through the solar plexus. Our third chakra is where we direct our location in time. It's like we think that it's a thought that urges myself to go there, right? But actually, when you make that step and pursue a certain direction, it's from that third chakra, which is, that scholar chakra, that emphatic chakra that says, no, this is important to me. Well, who is it? We don't say, this is important to me, or our crown chakra, or whatever. We say, this is important to me, right? We actually touch our solar plexus. So that was the one they knew was the actual locational chakra level, where you ordain your actual location in time space, even if it's a matter of me deciding to walk out this door. It's emanating from here. So there was a solenoid, a magnetic transducer, behind the solar plexus, the third chakra. There was a CPU, a computer, processing unit below the chair, and then on a kind of like a fishhook-like rocker arm, there was a bulb that came up and pointed towards our face. In the early days, when I was taking the chair to my future from Morris Plains School as a third grader, beginning in spring of 1970, which is what Dr. David Anderson announced on Coast to Coast AM in 2002. He mentioned how the Montauk Chair went national and involved thousands of American school children in 1970. I literally fell off my chair in my office in Los Angeles in those years. Because I said, well, he's right. That's in fact when I started in the Montauk Chair, and they weren't calling it the Montauk Chair; it was just the chair. But so then, with that kind of technical structure, they then had diodes on top of a cotton mask we would wear, and they'd have audio headphones in our ears. And to get us to dissociate and go out of body and move forward in time, they would play sort of this syncopated kind of mathematically consistent musical tone that sounded kind of like a PBX tone, kind of like boo 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 boo. And it would basically space you out, and you pop out of your body, move across a plane feet first, and then we would slam into the future. Was that happening with you?
No, it was, now, again, I don't have all my memories from the
Yeah.
GATE program,
Mm-hmm.
but it was really more simple. It was just a matter of having me sit down in the chair. The woman that was working with me set me up somehow, but not as you're describing. And that wasn't so involved.
So you were
It was
like
just a
sitting in
matter
the
of
chair.
Sitting and going.
Sitting and going, you said.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what was happening by the 79-80 second episode I had with the chair, which was as an undergraduate, a freshman at UC San Diego. I was getting up automatically, like on Tuesdays and Thursday mornings, like at dawn, and walking from your college, UC San Diego, over to Warren College, UC San Diego, to like a psych lab, where they had the basic Montauk Chair apparatus, but it had been connected to a video component where my thoughts were being shown in a screen in front of me. And that's where I provided the U.S. government the knowledge of, quote-unquote, the Clinton-Gore presidency. So you're encountering the Montauk Chair in your elementary school years a couple years later, right, like 1983, 84?
Right.
And in what other way was the chair augmented by then?
Well, they weren't putting a screen in front of
Mhm.
me, because of my age. I was 10, but the way they had it set up for us was it was almost like a mini cube around the two sides of me and behind me, and sitting in something kind of like a dentist chair. It was different, but so the woman working with me would come out from behind me. So I can just suspect that maybe that screen that you're talking about was actually something she was looking at behind me.
Right, so they went
Because
from
it
just...
wasn't in front of me.
Right, they went from prompting an astral projection to your future,
Right.
one that was nonetheless physical, to then in the early 70s, by 79-80, when I had my second exposure to the Montauk Chair, they're attaching not just diodes over my eyes and ears, but in fact electromagnetic conductions to my skull to externalize my inner picture on a screen in front of me,
Right.
so to give a kind of a sharper picture. But then as you encounter the Montauk Chair a couple of years later, by 83, 84, as a 10-year-old in Santa Clara, California, you're getting a kind of a video console being fed, but it was one that they had decided to then mask and kind of show to like a docent that was over your shoulder,
Yeah.
so that she could see what you were seeing and guide you through the future.
I could only guess, yeah. Knowing
Yeah.
that you had a screen in front of you, I could only guess that
Yeah.
that's what she was doing behind me.
Right.
Driving and also seeing the screen.
Right. Now, when you were a or gifted talented student at Scott Lane Elementary School at age 10, you received a visit from a young man who had been told by the CIA to visit you at age 10 when he was 22 and finishing out his undergraduate studies at UCLA. And who was that?
That was you.
Yeah, so could you describe what happened in that episode?
From my perspective, I was in a classroom with a couple of younger children, and the woman who worked with me, who was not part of our staff or our faculty at the school. In fact, the people that started the GATE program were not part of our staff or our faculty. They came from off campus. Nobody really was told where they came from. And she just one day said, Hesper, there's some people outside. Why don't you go get their attention? And so I guess I went up to the window and did something that you remember, but I wasn't told specifically that somebody was coming to see me. I was just told there's somebody outside, there's some people outside, why don't you get their attention? And so I did, and that's what I remember about that.
Right, and did you have a psychic impression that followed that brief meeting that we had between the glass that was on the side of your door in your gifted and talented student classroom?
Yeah, I did. When I went out to recess, and I turned and looked back between the classrooms, between the buildings where the people had been, I did get some of what I get, which is my intuitive ability, and I would rather just keep that to myself for right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that piece
So
is
here we have,
personal.
yeah, what had happened was in Los Angeles, one of my Mars training officers, Courtney M. Hunt of the CIA, in my last year of school, this is the 1983-84 school year, I'm 22 years old, being September born. I meet with him in Chatsworth, California, where my family lived, and Courtney lived with his wife Linda, not far from us. He was my second Mars training officer after Ed Dames the previous summer, and hence I knew Courtney from the summer of 1981 forward. I had originally encountered him when he came in from the future, just bodily appeared on the grounds that I'll be showing you, the Cerrillos Cultural Center site in New Mexico, where both a Chronovisor and a Stargate device were when I was on Project Pegasus. But Courtney basically convened a meeting with me in Chatsworth, and he gave me Hesper's name, and I questioned, is it Hesper Natali, or does this mean Natalie Hesper? Or, is there a comma here, as everybody comments?
Oh, my life, yeah.
And he said, I want you to go up to Santa Clara and meet with this young lady. And I was thinking that it was a same-aged peer. And I looked at the paper and I said, Scott Lane Elementary School, you're having me meet with some girl in elementary school? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what grade is she in? And he said, the 5th grade. And, I'm 22 and going to UCLA. It's kind of an odd request. Adults usually don't facilitate a meeting between a college boy and a young girl. It just isn't done. And I said, why are you having me go up there? And he said, because you two have a connection. And then he wouldn't reveal to me what it was. I fly up there on CIA money, basically. They bought the ticket for me. I went over to I think I flew out of Burbank, and they actually had the ticket waiting for me. So I then fly up, I take a rental car, and I still remember the Scott Lane Elementary sign. I've actually verified that on the internet. And I go into the office there, and I'm there for like a half hour, and I finally say, could somebody help me here? I mean, I've been here for a half hour. Somebody down in LA working for CIA wanted me to fly up here and meet with one of your students. So the secretary there, maybe a sort of older, maybe a high school student working there, says, oh, I'll get Mrs. So-and-so, who was apparently the director of the GATE program, the Gifted and Talented program that Hesper was enrolled in. We walked out of the school across the blacktop. All those California elementary schools had the blacktop all over the place. And I remember that we had walked across a flag of the United States that was painted on the blacktop with each of the capital cities indicated. And we went over to the glass on the side of the door of Hesper's classroom, and she looked in and said, there she is. And Hesper got up and kind of, I don't want to embarrass you, but kind of flung her arms up like a baton twirler, because she could tell we were looking in at her, and came up to the glass and slapped it in front of my face. And I kind of phase shifted into like a shocked condition a little bit. And I still didn't know. So I turned away and I said, why has the CIA sent me to come up here and view this 5th grade girl? And she said, we can't tell you, but there she is. And so Hesper can essentially corroborate the fact that people in CIA knew that we were connected in the future, and hence essentially corroborates my time travel account. If that wasn't the case, then it would have been an arbitrary introduction of us, for whatever reason, that then manifest years later of Hesper and I meeting each other. So it's either one or the other, but the bottom line is that we both recall this odd encounter when I was 22 and she was 10. And I believe its roots were in the fact that when I was in the Montauk Chair at an even younger age, like age 9 in 1970, that I gave them Hesper's name as somebody I would know in the future, just like I gave the names of other people who I would either know personally or like when I was in the Montauk Chair at UC San Diego, I came up with Clinton and Gore as a president and as a vice president in the future. I was even asked when, and I said the 2 terms before the turn of the century. They said, so 1993 to 2001? And I said, yeah. And I said, they're young Democrats, they're going to be very popular and very successful. And look at what Bill Clinton bragged about at the 2000 convention, where he reviewed all of his accomplishments as president. He had basically the only financially successful presidency of the 20th century, and he did incredible things. He was the president who dedicated the most acreage to national parks and forests and monuments after Theodore Roosevelt, and a bunch of other successes that he bragged about at the 2000 DNC. So we just wanted to, Hesper and I, discuss talking about this here, because how did they know that we would meet in the future? Why would they have thrown us together at such odd ages if, in fact, I had not time traveled through some of the methodologies that I've been describing? So Hesper's one of a growing group of people who are corroborating different aspects of my background that show that the government was in possession of things like who I would know in the future. Ordinarily, you can't say to a 22-year-old, you're going to meet this person, this 10-year-old, 30 years later when she's 40 or in her late 30s. It's impossible without quantum access. We also have other theories possibly of what Hunt was doing. Hunt may have taken Hesper's name from my Montauk Chair writings, my file that pertained to traveling to the future in the Montauk Chair as a child, and then decided to have me meet her as a child, because then when we met in real time, that would basically prove my involvement in the program. So it may have been actually something basically positively surreptitious that Hunt was doing to undermine the secrecy of the project. But nonetheless, we not only have one of the Montauk girls here, but we have somebody from my past who knows I'm telling the truth, because the CIA had me go and meet her, what was it, Hesper, 27 years before we met?
Yeah.
Real time?
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it's impossible without quantum access. So they were keeping close files on what we were saying when we came back from those Montauk Chair rides. I mentioned the teleporter, found in, and this is just sort of like the bluish-white Vortal tunnel that was created. It was like going through a tunnel in time-space rather than the opposite form of teleportation, which is quantum teleportation, where you're disintegrated at the point of embarkation and then reintegrated cellularly at the destination, as featured in Star Trek, which would debut on American television in 1966. The problem with quantum teleportation, which is still being featured in the science press, is that it would kill a living organism. So DARPA developed the opposite methodology of propagating a tunnel in time-space through which we passed uninjured, rather than us having us basically be reduced to a hologram and sort of disintegrated like on Star Trek and then reassembled at the destination. That will never be available to the human race for the movement of people or animals in time-space, because doing that kills a living organism. Now, Chronovisor. The first Chronovisor I saw was at a National Security Watch Post in Flemington, New Jersey. And the technician was showing us through something that was being shown in an 8-inch circular screen. And he took myself and David, one of the other young boys on the program, over to the screen. And he said, "Look at this, boys." And I said, "Oh, it must be an historical reenactment of the signing of the Declaration of Independence in what's July 4th, 1776 in Philadelphia, in Independence Hall." And he said, "Nope, it can't be that, because who's this?" And I saw a very thin man, basically, not that tall, and I couldn't tell it was George Washington. I said, "Is that Washington?" He goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Who's this?" And I was seeing the scene from, let's say, if a camera had been put in one of these windows. And yet, in fact, what I was seeing was that Benjamin Franklin was over on this side, sitting on a sofa, which he was. And I noticed that his head was about twice as large as any other man's in the room. Benjamin Franklin was a tall, fit man with the head of an elephant. He had this big, brilliant dome of a head. He was unusual looking, unusually large in every aspect. And I think that the average height of that era was like 5'8". I mean, James Madison was 5'6". Washington was only like 6 feet or 6'1". for being, the pillar of his time that he was. But he said, well, this is Franklin. We know that Franklin was at both of those events, but if this is George Washington, what event is this? And I said, oh, it must be a public television broadcast from Philadelphia of the signing of the U.S. Constitution on September 17th of 1787. And he was kind of starting to say no when we were then called by our teacher to leave the facility, that our field trip to this remote viewing, or whatever you want to call it, Chronovision post. My dad later explained that it was a national security watch post. And what the guys were doing was basically, they had these big machines and they were filming on 16 millimeter film stock again, different arbitrary times that they were generating holograms of that with or of, and then they were putting them in canisters and putting the canisters in envelopes and pulling out a buck slip and then putting the buck slip back in the transparent pouch on the side of the envelope. They would put like Paris, 1920s, building of the Boulder Dam, Holland, 1800s, and just sort of describing what they had filmed remotely via Chronovision. So as this guy was going to let the second shoe drop, we're called away, and he swivels his chair towards us and says, boys, that's not an historical reenactment of the signing of the U.S. Constitution. That is the signing of the U.S. Constitution. So this is fall of 1970. We then, in fall of 70, after we had been teleporting back and forth to New Mexico in summer of 70, we're now introduced to Chronovision in fall of 70. And we're introduced to the fact that they can call up historical events like this. And then they began taking us to chronovisor arrays that were three-dimensional. They weren't TV-like screens. They were basically a stage with a crystal array in the ceiling that was generating a cubical form of light where a past event was going on. Those were at Convent Station, New Jersey, at Morristown, and then at Nutley, New Jersey. My first chronovisor trip in the hologram was to a Civil War battle from the chronovisor array at Convent Station, New Jersey. But then we were told two boys had come into the facility on their Stingray bicycles and saw the chronovisor when it was in use. And that represented a threat to operational security. So they moved the chronovisor array to a building that was undergoing historical renovation in downtown Morristown, New Jersey. I just was in Morristown a couple weeks ago unsuccessfully trying to find which of those walls the entryway to the chronovisor array was, because the team leader was just pushing on a brick and a door would open and we would go in. And from there I was sent to Arizona around 100 million BC and watched two dinosaurs with tall necks chomping on some grass. I was sent to the Netherlands in the early 1800s where a Dutch lady pulled me out of an irrigation ditch, and ultimately the whole town was in her sort of barn-like house in 3 rows of spectators while the village elder came up to me and said, whatever it is in Dutch, he was saying something like, English, Latin, kinda? Or he thought I was some boy who had floated across the English Channel from England. English, Latin? No? Okay. And I obviously didn't know any Dutch, but that went on until nightfall, until a portal was inserted into the hologram, and I ran towards it and then got back to the present. I was living in a tenement for 3 days and 2 nights, a filthy tenement in the Five Points neighborhood of New York City around 1905, and it was filthy, and the kids in my tenement were being fed onion soup at every meal. There was a mature male factory worker and 2 young males around 21 years old that were coming back from the factory utterly exhausted. The tenement was filthy. The people, after going to the bathroom, were eliminating their waste on like this chopping board, this shovel-like thing, into the center of the facility. I mean, the tenement literally had an open outhouse in the middle of it. So it was literally an execrable place to try to fall asleep or even stand being inside the building. And I was just impressed at how impoverished some people were in New York, even in the beginning of the 20th century. I was being protected by one kid and picked on by a bully who was protecting me from it. I'd like to think that 8-year-old in 1905, Five Points neighborhood, was maybe like Louis Nizer when he was a kid or something, the famous trial lawyer, because the kid just had a heart of gold and was protecting me from the local bully after I told them I was a time traveler from 1971. So when the chronovisor was evolving from the flat screen to the crystal array in the ceiling propagating a hologram, not just a two-dimensional image. I was in the experiments where it went from third-dimensional chronovision to fourth, and then really powerful fourth-dimensional chronovision, where they were now exploring the future with chronovision, and I'll show you what that probe was. The advanced chronovisor, which was not just a couple technicians in the room, but like 40 people, and not just a small crystal array like a chandelier in a modern church or synagogue, but literally this huge device with people running all over the control room, sent us to 2013 to view the Supreme Court building on the Mall in Washington, D.C. in 2013. And when I was debriefed later about what I saw during that, it was basically an hour probe. We were fastened to stanchions on the stage. We had these time-space suits that were sputter-coated with titanium and that had crystal helmets that we could both breathe through and talk through. We were sent for a half hour through wave after wave of this sort of pastel-colored gas or clouds. And then we were told that when we felt 3 pulses, we should look quickly to our left and right and try to see what was there. What was there was the Supreme Court building. And as I explained to my debriefer from the Office of Naval Intelligence down the hallway there at ITT Defense Communications in Nutley, New Jersey, the Supreme Court by 2013 was under about 100 feet of brackish water. And I described how I could see algae growing on the columns of the Supreme Court building. And that hasn't happened yet. What is it? It's November 2nd of 2013. But I did have, that jump occurred on November 5th of 71, and I had a glitch teleporting back from New Mexico to New Jersey that set me on a second timeline. So the fall 1971 memories like this one, right before that glitch, could actually be remnants of a timeline that I've left, because clearly we haven't seen a global coastal flooding event that would put the Supreme Court building under 100 feet of water. That would be massive flooding. But then again, NOVA has, public television, has reported that if the East Antarctic ice sheet melted, the Empire State Building would be flooded up to its 18th floor, basically 180 feet of flooding. So here I was actually looking at a lesser event where the Potomac had only flooded sort of 100 feet above the Supreme Court building, but very close to the same measure. I used this kind of pointillist style not to show what I was looking at. I was actually, it was almost as if I was diving on the Supreme Court building as a marine artifact, but that this is what the building itself looked at. It looked like a pointillist painting, where there were all these little bubbles that were making up the building. So in a sense, the Supreme Court building flooded was an event that was sort of forming in the future, sort of in the contemplation of God, so to speak, but had not yet happened. And that, again, was the first attempt to chronovise people to the future, and that's maybe why it was sort of an incomplete image. Sort of the idea of the event rather than the event itself. Then there were devices called Stargates. This is another area where films and television have been used to conceal technical terms from these defense projects. This is the gymnasium at the Cerrillos Cultural Center site, built by the Works Progress Administration under the first administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt as president during the Depression. And inside here was a Stargate device that was a black gate that went all the way up to the ceiling of an Olympic-sized gymnasium, Olympic-sized basketball court. And we would run up the ramp through this notch, neon-colored blue notch or doorway at the bottom of this huge black gate. And we would go forward through a Vortal tunnel that was identical to the Tesla tunnel. This is the simple shop floor model, but it was 30 seconds rather than 3 seconds in the tunnel. And we were trained to inflate our lungs and kind of breathe off the top. Today I have kind of a bronchial asthma in the top of my lungs that they're having me inflate, so that may be a project injury. But at the time I didn't have any problem doing that because I had been playing alto saxophone for a couple of years, and I could totally inflate my lungs and breathe from that air in my lungs, just survive by kind of taking sips out of my lungs of air. But I would appear somewhere in this industrial park in front of this beautiful tungsten steel and emerald building, go through the predominantly white houseplant inundated first level, and they were giving us these small canisters with microfilm summaries of events occurring between the 1970s and the 2040s. So we're really being sent forward back in time to retrieve the history of the future for the U.S. Defense Department, which obviously included events like 9/11 and other national security incidents. And then we would go into a conference room back here in the building. And this building looks a lot like the building. It almost might have been inspired by it. Or it may be the building as it was ultimately built before 2045, which was the year they were sending us to. And then we would jump through the wall of a conference room and find ourselves back in a Vortal tunnel, and we would reappear in the present on the grounds of the microwave tower array in north of Pagosa Springs, Colorado, and due west of the Continental Divide side, the Continental Divide itself. I've gone up there a couple times to the area where we were being collected from the future. One thing that the public hasn't been told is that when these microwave towers out in the boonies are pinging microwave into the universe, one of the functions of that is to tell time travel personnel in the future where to put time travel personnel from the past back in time, because that's where we were jumping back to, was all the way up in Colorado. So we were going from Cerrillos to somewhere in the southwest and then coming back to southwest Colorado. So I'm not sure that all the data that was on the microwave was preserved, because of course we were coming back through a Vortal tunnel in time-space under radiant energy, and it's possible that the microfilm then had to be processed, and some or much of it was lost. But I know some of that footage was preserved. We were shown how much film was in the canister. It was like 600 feet. One time Jack Pruett, just to relieve us of the curiosity of seeing the film, just took an arbitrary piece and just pulled like 600 feet out in front of us, or at his feet. And he said, and then he passed it around, and we could see it was all encrypted. It was all barcodes and numbers and symbols. It made absolutely no sense. So even if we had violated the secrecy requirement and looked at what was on the microfilm, we wouldn't have seen what it was communicating of the future. So I'm often asked, what was 2045 like? Well, for me, it was jumping through a big Stargate in Cerrillos, New Mexico in 1972, summer of 72, going through a Vortal tunnel for about 30, 33 seconds, whatever, coming out somewhere on this vast pedestrian plaza where all I could see is people walking, taking bicycles, or riding the sedgeways, Dean Kamen's It, from one building to another, for example. And then I would walk into the building, get a microfilm scroll, and then jump through the wall. I didn't see anything of 2045 beyond just doing that. It was just an errand. So if we have the next. Then there was my encounter with the plasma confinement chamber. It was just a big lucite box, about maybe the size of half of a tennis court on its medial axis. And it was at the direction of Sterling Colgate. I reviewed Colgate briefly before this. My dad took me over to the time lab in East Hanover and he told me that they wanted to kind of give me a treat or a reward, because I had done everything they had asked me to do ably and well, to the best of my ability. And my dad asked, with Sterling Colgate standing behind him, said, "So Andy, do you want to go to Gettysburg on the day Abraham Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address and see him give the address?" And all I could think of was that 1863 photograph of Lincoln by Alexander Gardner, where he's sort of standing forward. He sort of looks like a highly intelligent monkey in a black suit with a black bow tie. And I said, "No, Dad, I don't." I was actually, kind of like panicking, because I really didn't want to stand at Abraham Lincoln's feet, thank you very much, when he gave the Gettysburg Address. That would be a little bit too much of a head rush. Previously, I had met Washington and briefed him, but every time the idea of something special in the program came up, I got these waves of panic. And so I said, "No, Dad, I'd rather not go and stand at Abraham Lincoln's feet while he gives the most famous address in the history of the country, thank you." And then Dr. Sterling Colgate says to my dad, "Well, Ray, let's reconvene in a couple of weeks and ask Andy that question again. I bet you dollars to donuts that he'll agree." And so we leave, we come back, I have all this trepidation of several weeks about, I'm going to be going back to the time lab in East Hanover. And by the way, I found that building in my recent trip to East Hanover, New Jersey. And I also walked the streets of Gettysburg and retraced my steps. And so I said, "Yeah, Dad, I'll go." And I was really saying so just to please my dad. So he says, excellent, son, so let me show you where you're going. And he took out a map of Gettysburg in 1863, or a little bit later. And he said, there's a main south street through Gettysburg, I have several, called Washington Street. And we know there's a street to the northwest called Mummasburg Road, because it's still there. And what we're going to do is we're going to put you down here, and you put a little X over on the southern side of Mummasburg Road. And we want you to start walking. And the first person you encounter, yell, "Hey friend, which way Gettysburg?" Apparently people of rural Pennsylvania used, the Quaker terminology of friend for a when addressing strangers. And so he then described how he was going to walk down Washington Street. He said, "Well, what does Mummasburg remind you of?" And I said, "Mama." He goes, "Yeah, Mama." So Mama, if you have to ask somebody, is this Mummasburg Road? That's a good device to remember that. And then who was this street named after here, going straight south through the town of Gettysburg? And I said, "Well, Washington." And he said, "Well, who was he?" The father of our country, the first president, whatever. And he said, "Yeah, you're going to be walking through farmland, and then call out to whoever you see to get directions of whether you're walking in the right direction or not. If you are, just continue on that road and then go right the first chance you have and walk straight south. You'll walk straight south into Gettysburg. And there'll be more farmland, but then you'll see 3 blocks of urban streetscape that looks very much like contemporary Morristown, New Jersey, so you'll be familiar with what you're looking at. Then when you walk through those 3 blocks of settled townscape, the first left you can make is going to be a sharp left to the northeast on the northern end of Emmitsburg Road. Gettysburg is it's a crossroads town, so that all the roads out of town are named for the town that they point to. Carlisle, Baltimore, Gettysburg, Emmitsburg. They're all town names that are in the streets. So this is the northern pike here of Emmitsburg Road between Washington and Baltimore streets. And there are shops there. So just when you get that far, that close to the cemetery where Lincoln's going to be giving the Gettysburg Address, make that left and just ask somebody there if they can go. You can go with them to the address. So if you're ready to go, son, Valerie can outfit you. We're going to dress you as a Union bugle boy. So I go into this dressing room with about 200 period clothes in it. So they must have been using plasma confinement to send people to all manner of places. And Valerie said, "I want to just have you blend into the social environment, so I'm going to dress you as a Union bugle boy." So she outfitted me with a hat, this really neat dark blue jersey, and pantaloon pants, and these new black shiny shoes as a bugle boy. And then I came out and kind of went ta-da like that to my dad, because it's like buying a new suit at Robert Hall's or something, right? And so he then explained how the plasma confinement chamber works, which is that they would emit plasma under confinement in one side of that lucite chamber, and when I walk past the line on the floor, like a tennis court line, into that plasma, that radioactive plasma, I would sense the floor dropping out below me, and I would wormhole for about 30 seconds, and they would put me down there on the southern side of the sort of the northwest corner of the overall town of Gettysburg, and then I would walk into town. Well, I've retraced those steps during my recent trip to Gettysburg a couple weeks ago, and one thing I found that 2 of the buildings, one of the buildings dated from 1776, on the commercial district there on Emmitsburg Road, where John Lawrence Burns ended up giving me shoes and a jacket. The shoes that are visible in this image right here, these grossly oversized men's street shoes and this Union winter parka, were given to me by a downtown Gettysburg cobbler when I went. But recently when I went there, I walked the area where the shops were, where John Burns used a key to go into a men's clothing store and give me the jacket and shoes. And I asked 3 of the proprietors that are working there now, that they have shops there now, was your shop here when Lincoln was here on November 19th of 1863? And all 3 of them said yes. I also did some research and found that the Dobbin House, right near the turn from Washington Street onto Emmitsburg, was built sometime between 1776 and 1849, and that the O'Rourke Tavern across the street was built in 1829. So I had 5 commercial establishments of record there. But then when I went to the Adams County Historical Society and the Gettysburg Historical Society, they're relying on a map from 1872 that doesn't show any commercial establishments on that street. And all of the official historians and experts denied that that street had any shops the day I was there. But I said, no, in fact, the day Lincoln was there, there were shops all the way up that northern side of the street. So I went back, in other words, in real time, recently, and proved what was there when I was there in 1863, the day Lincoln was there, and details of Gettysburg that are not in the official history, because the official historians don't believe there were any shops there because their sources don't show those shops. Okay, so Mr. Burns helped me. Actually, I've now got the orientation of where everything was. My father had said, Lincoln's going to be arriving on the dais here when he arrives from the Wills Hotel with David Wills. I had thought, therefore, that the Wills Hotel was in this direction, which would be basically west. This is a northern view with Lincoln giving the Gettysburg Address on the front of a northern-looking dais, with him looking true north on the northern perimeter of the Evergreen Cemetery, with this being the later grounds of the military cemetery. And that big U.S. military cemetery in Gettysburg is about a mile south of Evergreen Cemetery. So Lincoln, over my right shoulder here, gave the Gettysburg Address in their traditional civilian cemetery. And I followed John Lawrence Burns down Emmitsburg towards Evergreen's Cemetery, and then onto the grounds on another diagonal, and then down this way, and then we entered through like a gate on this side. There's like an archway there that's still there. And it's in the other picture of Lincoln at Gettysburg, which is the John Richter photograph. This is the so-called Josephine Cobb image of Lincoln at Gettysburg. It was probably taken by Matthew Brady, but Lincoln was found in it by Josephine Cobb when the photograph was donated to the Library of Congress in 1951. And here we find it in the Life magazine archives. So we came in through the gate. There were some trees. There were two ladies in their Sunday best who were noticing me, and it looked obviously like a carpetbagger with both military and civilian clothing on. I then came around to the front of the dais and encountered my father dressed as a Pennsylvania farmer, but looking several years at least younger than he did back at the time lab in East Hanover. And so I turned to him and said, Dad, what are you doing here? I didn't know you were going to be here when I got here. And he just remained silent. I said, Dad, it's your son. You're not, and we're in 1863 from 1972, and you're not going to even address me? My dad stepped away, and as is consistent with his training to preserve the operational security of what we're doing, he stepped away and said, I'm not your paw boy, like in a rural Pennsylvania accent. Of course, he was from Summit Hill, so he knew how to fake that, right? Like Pennsylvania farmers dressed in bib overalls. So my dad maintained operational security and didn't address me, and that really spooked me. Then because of that, I walked around him over to the left side of the dais again, where I was questioned intently by two Union officers about what my regiment was, where it was bivouacked, and I didn't have answers to those questions. And then one of the officers leaned towards me while he was chomping on an apple with his paring knife and said, Boy, are you a little bit touched in the head, son? Have you seen a little bit too much of the fight? And I said, yes, sir, because I knew that he would stop questioning me and I wouldn't be jailed. Now, I then intentionally walked from where Lincoln would soon be speaking, or at least we thought he would be speaking. In fact, he wouldn't speak for 3 hours. So they had actually sent me to Gettysburg too early in the morning, because it was at this location, very shortly after Lincoln, that the cheer had gone up, and I realized that Lincoln had stepped on top of the dais. He actually took a horseback ride from the Wills Hotel out here to the north and come down Baltimore Street and then down Emmitsburg. And as my dad had said, he arrived on the dais here, but he dismounted his horse there. He'd come down in a procession with 9 other riders and like 100 distinguished citizens. So here we are in 2013. How many Americans know that Lincoln took a horse to the Gettysburg Address, right? They also don't know that in what was often identified, or until recently identified, as the sole surviving photograph of Lincoln at Gettysburg, there was a 10-and-a-half-year-old me standing prominently in this particular photograph, because I walked over from the dais, put my back to the dais, and then looked in the opposite direction from where my father told me that Lincoln would soon be arriving with David Wills. And I looked to my left, and I saw a man who must have been Matthew Brady setting up his camera on a small stepladder over here. And then he looked over at me and went back under his photographer's canopy. And then I saw a flash as my whole body was experiencing sort of this Kundalini sensation, as my father had described. He said, when the effect wears off, you won't wormhole back like you'll wormhole there. You'll just feel sort of like this super excitation, and you'll suddenly be back in the plasma confinement chamber here in East Hanover. So that's what happened. I mean, right as I was starting to feel like I was going back to the future, which is a term that they may have literally borrowed from me for the feature film, I'm not sure. I saw Brady going back under his canopy, and I sensed the picture was taken. Okay, now, here's one of the 3 quantum synchronicities of this photograph, besides it being not only, which until recently was the sole surviving photograph of Lincoln at Gettysburg, but is literally the first photograph to dispositively show a time traveler from the future, namely myself. There are 3 quantum synchronicities about this photograph that are actually truly bizarre. Actually 4, but let me go through those. One is that you can see I'm holding a cylinder here. What it was a scrolled up piece of paper that had a letter to Gideon Welles, who was the Secretary of the Navy for Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, to explaining who I was and to offer me aid and assistance in the event I needed it when I was in the field, whether I was injured and whether I was distressed or detained in the field. I should be taken to Secretary Welles to be given his aid and assistance. Well, because I faded back from view while I was still holding that and hence didn't have to be protected by Gideon Welles in any way, I actually faded and went back to the future. I didn't use that instructions to Navy Secretary Gideon Welles. But in 2011, when I was in distress in the field on the island of Maui, somebody who had friended me on Facebook 2 days before I asked her assistance, my friend Janet Lesson, helped me and gave me aid and assistance in 2011 on the island of Maui, and she is a direct lineal descendant of Navy Secretary Gideon Welles. That's the first quantum synchronicity. The second quantum synchronicity that's as bizarre. So here I finally get the help from the Welles family, but it's in 2011, not in 1863. The second bizarre coincidence is that the photo analyst at the Library of Congress, Josephine Cobb, who found Lincoln in this Matthew Brady photograph on the dais as he was sitting down, I believe, is the great aunt of William Brett Stillings, who you'll be introduced to tomorrow, who was one of my fellow Mars jumpers. I mean, his mother's name is Gail Cobb Stillings. Mr. Stillings married a Cobb. So Brett is literally related. He's the great nephew of the woman at the Library of Congress who found Lincoln in this doubly famous photograph, because now that everybody's known that Lincoln's in this, they're now learning that I'm in it from 1972. The third synchronicity is that my best friend from college, Chris Baker, is a cousin of the Gettysburg family that sold their farm to the Eisenhowers when President Eisenhower and Mamie Eisenhower retired in Gettysburg after he left the presidency. And I'm personal friends with their great-granddaughter, Laura Magdalene Eisenhower. When I went back to Gettysburg recently, I realized something extraordinary, which was that not only was Gettysburg celebrating the sesquicentennial of the battle there and of the Gettysburg Address there, but I was celebrating my sesquicentennial having gone there in 1972. What is that? 40 years in my past, but ultimately 150 years, because in 1972, from the present date of 2013, during the sesquicentennial, I went back to a town in America 150 years after I had been there. So I think that's the longest time that somebody's gone to a place via time travel and then gone back there in real time. But I went back in real time 150 years after the original visit. So now there are some recent findings about the Cobb image of Lincoln at Gettysburg. People have asked, well, in the plasma confinement process, did you take the oversized shoes and the jacket bag and the cap and the letter to Gideon Welles? And the answer is yes, there was a plasma effect around me. So this stuff came back. Now, with a plasma effect being around a time traveler from the future, isn't it curious that there's this gray ET standing here with his arms out, like touching me? Here's his head, his shoulders, and his 2 arms are like literally pointing to me. Definitely a nonlinear aspect of this photograph that's in the original photograph. I'm trying to think. The other thing that's been found recently is blow-ups of my face show through my cheek my whole left teeth, both top and bottom of my left teeth. Now that's something that we can achieve via X-ray. You can put an X-ray unit up against somebody's cheek and show their whole dentition on the left side of their head, right? The problem is that the discoverer of radium, Marie Curie, would not be born until 1867, okay? We didn't have X-ray back then. There's no way that Matthew Brady, setting up, a Hasselblad camera of that era, could have created some kind of radiation effect or X-ray effect where my teeth would be visible through my left cheek. So the image of me itself shows what we've now found, it shows what I reported, which is that it was as I was fading from view that the man, namely Matthew Brady, took the photograph. So I think we're going to discover more in this photograph. But everybody's commented how, first of all, how well-fed I look. I had a chubby face then, as I do now. And look at how skinny, for example, this adult male is. This is obviously one of the citizens of Gettysburg. Their crops had been destroyed back in July of 1863 when the Battle of Gettysburg swept through and passed their town. Look at how skinny this guy was as a result of privation of food during the war. But I look pretty well fed. I look like a kid from New Jersey from 1972. And also the casual way I'm standing is sort of like that, that kind of that 1970s kind of casual thing. Somebody would be standing in their wallabies, So this is, in fact, me, and I will go to my last day sticking to that position because that's what happened. I ended up getting photographed, but I didn't see Lincoln. I later asked my dad back at the house. I heard him, the cry that went up, but I didn't see him give any part of the address. And in fact, I faded from view before I could have seen him even start several hours later. Back then, in 1972, I asked my dad what it was like to see the Gettysburg Address. And he said, it was just a man with a beard standing there on the stage giving a speech. And I said, well, don't you remember anything special about it? He said, in fact, I do. He said that Lincoln's voice was very, very rural and high-pitched. And I said, well, what did it sound like, Dad? And he said, it sounded like this. He said, Lincoln sounded like, he was speaking like this. 77 years ago, our forefathers brought forth to this continent a new nation. So it was like my dad said it was very rural. And of course, Lincoln was a rustic born in Hodgenville, Kentucky, right? And had practiced law almost his whole career in Illinois on the prairie, the edge of American civilization in the Midwest at that time. And we now know, and this is literally a discovery made after my dad had imitated Lincoln's voice, that Lincoln had a disease of the connective tissue, which affects sometimes the vocal cords, called Marfan syndrome. And we've had, in fact, there were several professional athletes who died of it because it also affects the performance of the heart. And so how was it that my dad, just looking at Lincoln, if this was not a true story, would have been able to say that his vocalization was very stretched out, very high-pitched as a result of having some kind of something affecting his vocal cords. In fact, we now know it was Marfan syndrome. And that's really all that he could say. He said, he wasn't particularly frightening to watch. I knew it was Lincoln, but he was just a man with a beard. And then I said, Dad, can you send me back so I can see Lincoln give the Gettysburg Address? And he said, no. And I said, why not? And he said, if we send you back, there'll be 2 of you there, and that'll be a threat to operational security. So again, that's the duplication factor when you have multiple returns to the same, or forward displacements to the same place in time-space. So how was it that I looked older to my dad, and my dad looked younger to me? Well, that's easy. We had been sent at different times to the same day. So he had gone, let's say, in 1967, 68, when we first started teleporting. And he said, when I saw you there over on my right, you were addressing me as your dad, that's how I learned you would be in the program. So that Andy that he knew that morning, when he was sent originally, I was like a 4-year-old back at the house, and here he's seeing, or 6-year-old or something, and here he is seeing me at 10 and a half, but on the same day that he was sent there. So to me, he looked like he did in the mid-60s with his crew cut rather than his straight haircut. So that can also be something that can be used for intelligence gathering, where you have 2 people from different times literally meet each other on a common day in time-space. And that's what happened to my dad and I. There was a displacement in our relative ages in both directions, because he had jumped earlier and then I jumped, but I jumped to the same day he was there. Okay, the jump room was just in development, the one that we would take to Mars by 1976, according to Michael C. Relf, one of my fellow jumpers, was just about emerging. Ultimately, it was emerging on Project Pegasus when I was a kid. They had like small jump rooms they were jumping documents from Washington, D.C. to the atomic labs in New Mexico, because obviously it was instantaneous and we didn't have fax machines. But ultimately, I would be jumping from a jump room that was a dual use of the elevator inside this huge aircraft building in El Segundo, California. And that's just kind of a description of the fact that the elevator inside would morph from a box into a cylinder. We have to right ourselves with our hand as if we're walking through a water main between Earth and Mars. So I have to throw that in there as the 8th form of time travel that I would encounter, but 10 years later, not when I was serving in Project Pegasus. Okay, why use children? Part 3. First, we were experimentees. They thought they might introduce Tesla teleportation to move the president, the vice president, and their families, and so forth, other executive branch officials, ambassadors, military personnel, members of the cabinet, their families, in an urgent way between U.S. military bases. So we were clearly being experimented on as children from stable, prosperous family backgrounds, not children who had experienced privation as the kids from Latin America had, because they wanted to test the physical and mental effects of Tesla teleportation on children who are around the age that children tend to be when their dad's president. You know, look at the Obama girls. They were about, when he came into office in 2008, I think the younger girl was about the age I was when I first teleported. And who knows, maybe they've been teleported already. But they wanted to have us jump to New Mexico, and then we took part in a battery of SAT-type mental tests and were medically examined for heartbeat, blood pressure, and so forth, heart rhythms, any presence of heart arrhythmias, and so forth, at an old school site in Lamy, New Mexico. So we were experimentees. I don't like to use the term guinea pigs, because we were actively not just time traveling, but gathering intelligence for the U.S. government. So we were not guinea pigs. We were just giving them a baseline understanding of what would happen. We were also necessities, because they found when they were working with adults in the chronovisors, when the chronovisors became holographic arrays, that the size, the heartbeat, the respiration, a sneeze or a cough, the footfall of an adult would cause the hologram to go on the blink, or fritz, as an early television set would. Basically, the hologram would start quaking like gelatin and then just pop out, even if, let's say, an adult asked the technician something. So they could either use diminutive people with different growth disorders, or they could train a cadre of gifted and talented American school children, such as myself, and they decided to do the latter because they decided to convert us into viewees, namely kids whose perceptions would be so keen that we would be, because we were tabula rasa, as they explained, we would be able to give them more accurate intelligence when we were time traveling. And they also decided to use gifted and talented kids because we were trainees. We were time-space cadets who, as Rumsfeld had explained back in the bar in Albuquerque, would be run through the Naval Academy after high school and involved as a pretext for involving us in future time travel activities. Okay, part 4, the findings. I'll go through these rather quickly. They knew about Nixon's resignation. In 1973, when I was in Albuquerque, in New Mexico, having jumped there from the fall of 1971 with my father, I walked behind 2 guys who'd been identified as CIA guys, and one of them said to the other, "So it looks like what happens is that Nixon gets ensnared in a scandal called Watergate and resigns the presidency." And the other guy just slid onto the bar and just went, "Oh, Christ," and collapsed. Because these were Nixon Republicans in the project, and there were a lot of Nixon Republicans in the CIA. What I learned from Bernard Mendez, my fellow jumper, who was for years essentially the Indiana Jones of the U.S. time-space program. He has saved hundreds of people in trouble in the field, both in time-space and just in space, just in the jungles of Costa Rica and on Mars. Bernie claims that Richard Nixon was set up to leave the office under Watergate because people had been exploiting the time travel technology to create billion-dollar fortunes. And when Nixon learned of that, he tried to prevent it. And the Watergate scandal was propagated underneath him to pull the rug out from underneath him. So when you talk about Nixon here being the president when Project Pegasus was launched, he may have lost his presidency in 1974 by trying to police the very time travel activities that his administration had initiated. Kind of ironic, to say the least. I also know that they knew about AIDS, not necessarily in terms of the name of it, but in terms of the notion of an epidemic disease that at least partially could be a venereal disease in its transmission, because they were watching the personal conduct of people, and what they actually thought they had found is a rise in autoerotic sexual activity as distinguished from companion sexual activity. And Connie Chavez was looking at the same scene, and she said, well, didn't they say there's some disease that emerges where you can have sex and you can die? So she had remembered another previous talk about AIDS. So they knew about AIDS, at least the phenomenon, if not the HIV/AIDS, terminology. Another thing that my dad revealed before his death in '90, I was asking him for more things they knew about the future. Oh, okay, the advent of the internet. Was that the...
That was the next one.
Okay, yeah, okay. I know they knew about the advent of the internet because one day at the La Hacienda restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque, John Alexander McCone, who everybody was calling Alec, was trying to explain to my dad what the internet was. So they're sitting across from each other, and I'm kind of wandering around like kids do, around the picnic table in that restaurant, and or a long table in that restaurant. And John McCone looks over at my father and says, Ray, what the internet is a global system of communication. It's really the fulfillment of Vannevar Bush's primary fundamental. I mean, we see people consulting it every morning. It's the primary device in their house or at work. And what it is, it's this global communication system where a person sits in front of a VDT, obviously they're engineering types, so they have to call a television screen a VDT, right? A video display terminal. And they're sitting and typing on a keyboard that's very much like the ones that are emerging now in our electronic typewriters. And through that system, they can communicate in TypeScript with anybody else on the planet who's on this system of global communication. And my dad said, well, what about these suffixes? He goes, what do you mean, Ray? My dad goes, well, what about .com, .edu, .info? And McCone said, those are just destinations on the global communication system, Ray. .com means communications. .edu is clearly an academic institution that they're communicating with. My dad stands up and pulls his leg over the bench there at this picnic table like bench in the restaurant and says, I don't know about this .com thing. And John McCone gets kind of vociferous and says, it's just telling the person on the system that it's a communications type of communication, right? And my dad turns around and says, how do we know that? Maybe it means the commies have taken over by then. So that's my favorite anecdote because it really shows that these scientists and engineers did not have a full grasp of what the future held. In fact, it became the rise of the dot-commies, not the commies, when the internet ultimately emerged. More towards his, well, not during the project days, but towards his death in 1990, I had a conversation with everything they had learned about the future. And my dad said, well, we definitely found out that there was going to be widespread use of mobile phones. And I said, why? And he said, well, every time we propagated like a street scene, Denver, Colorado, 2005, Chicago, Illinois, 2020, we all saw all you people who are going to go on and survive into those years walking around with these little walkie-talkies. So again, even 20 years after the project, my dad didn't have a full grasp of our present. But that was another thing they couldn't help but see because cellular phones are so ubiquitous that he was describing how they would just look at any scene, like a hotel suite, and, a hotel in New York City in 2015, and people were walking all over the street with their cell phones. They also clearly knew about 9/11. My dad was using the La Hacienda restaurant and the sort of unofficial government services of Connie Chavez as a kind of an organizational exchange post for his involvement in Project Pegasus, a collection area, if you will. One day we had just completed lunch there at the La Hacienda restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque. One of the men working there, Wentworth Brown, who I actually connected with and got a photograph of him. Wentworth called over my dad and said, Ray, we got a telephone call for you. Yeah, at your phone, right, near the door. And we went over there, my dad picked up the phone call, just listened intently, and then thrust the phone down rather briskly and said, come on, son, get in the car, or follow me to the car. So we followed him to his rental car there in New Mexico. And he gets down to Socorro, New Mexico in about an hour, which means it's 90 miles south of Albuquerque. So he must have been driving like at 80, 85, 90 miles per hour. We go into the Aerojet Corporation facility that used to be there. It was a C-shaped building with a zero-scaped front yard. New Mexico Tech was right behind it. And we'd go through the center and we'd be cleared through a security desk there with a man with a badge and a gun. And my dad showed his Department of Defense credentials and said, my son's coming with me. These prison bar-like bars rise up, allowing us access to the left side of the sea. And this technician approaches my dad in the hallway, extremely excited, saying, "We've got it, Ray. We've got scenes of the domestic Pearl Harbor. Check this out." So we go down. We go into a room with about 20 monitors, and the two young technicians there, who must have been like graduate physics students under Sterling Colgate at New Mexico Tech, are playing a video, and it was a Betamax video. They put a Betamax tape in, which means that the U.S. government had Beta like 10 years before it was introduced. And what we saw was about a 20-second film loop of one of the planes hitting one of the Twin Towers in Manhattan on the day it happened 30 years in the future, the day it would happen 30 years in the future. After seeing that, my dad was frequently being quizzed at lunch by people who didn't have as high a security clearance, like, what is this 911 thing, Ray, this 9/11? We understand it's some kind of domestic Pearl Harbor. Do you know what really happens that day? And at one of those lunches, my dad said, yeah, we know that Middle Eastern hijackers hijack commercial airliners and slam them into the Twin Towers that are now being built in New York City and the Pentagon. And then one of the guys says, so well, then what happens? He goes, well, sadly, the World Trade Center sustains a fatal hit, a base hit, and they collapse. And one of the guys was just, utterly despondent. He goes, oh, that's horrible. Right there in Manhattan, those buildings that high just come falling down. And my dad goes, yep, like a ton of bricks. And then they wait a little while and they say, well, what happens after that, Ray? And he said, the country picks itself up, dusts itself off, and goes on again like nothing happened. Now that was my dad's perspective for some reason. He left out the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. But he was giving the conventional Time magazine version of the event, and why would that be? Because probably we were watching just images. There was no way of knowing who had committed the airplane strike on one of the Twin Towers. But in the microfilm summaries of future events, it would have been the conventional, kind of version of the event that they would disseminate in school books, that they would put in Time magazine end of the year review type articles and so forth. So my dad had the conventional story. That's not to say that I don't believe it might have been an inside job. I'm just saying that the story that was being disseminated by Project Pegasus to itself from the future, in addition to the footage of the event, was the conventional account. And that's the one that my dad would then explain to his colleagues. Another thing, they said, well, what do they build? 5 minutes later, one of the guys, these guys being engineers and architects and so forth and physicists, say, well, what do they build where the towers come down, Ray? From another table. And he goes, they build like a monument that's a big spire like this. And he actually made the shape of Freedom Tower. So that's the grasp they had of public events in the early 70s, was not just 9/11, but its literal aftermath when they rebuilt that site in downtown Manhattan. They also had, and this is a very important thing, they had a notion or a belief on the program that they shouldn't play God and act in the present to change future events as a result of detecting them, but they did, on the margin in one particular area, was they did identify future presidents, and here's how I know that. I know they had identified President Jimmy Carter as a future U.S. president because Alfred Lambermont Weber's book, Exopolitics, was taken by my father out of a black leather pouch at lunch with Connie Chavez and myself. And I actually heard Connie ask my dad, who is Alfred Lambermont Weber? She also asked, who is Jimmy Carter? Because at the front of that book, Alfred put a passage from Jimmy Carter associated with the sending of that spacecraft out into space with the image of the man and the woman and the chart to find our location in space and all that, our DNA. And my dad said something like he's presently he either said governor or lieutenant governor of Georgia, and he becomes president. So we know that DARPA, the CIA, knew about the Carter presidency about at least 5 years before it happened. I know more directly that the presidency of George H.W. Bush was known because I was invited to a lunch, kind of a late lunch, a 4 o'clock lunch or early dinner at the La Hacienda restaurant when both George H.W. Bush and his young son, then in his mid-20s, George W. Bush, were present as guests. And so if you could advance a couple forward to grab it, George W. Bush. The reason that I know I met them is because they were introduced to me. In fact, Barbara Bush, the wife of the first Bush president and the mother of the second, George W. Bush, was also there. And George W. Bush was going to every table where there were project people and announcing what he and his father had just learned. He was saying, "Have you heard? My daddy and I are going to be president." Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath. But let me try that again. Where George W. Bush was going around to all the tables saying, "Hey, have you heard? My daddy and I are going to be president." That was what I was going for there. Anyway, so he and his father clearly had just been apprised of their mutual presidencies, and he was in the shock of it. We know he had a battle with alcoholism after that for a couple of decades. But imagine being 24, 25 years old and being told that you're going to be president. So if we could go back, I also know from direct personal experience that the presidents were being told and have been told. Because I met this man, President Bill Clinton, William Jefferson Clinton, who was so young looking that he probably was still at Georgetown as an undergraduate. It was at a table at the La Hacienda. I was sitting here at about age 8. A college-aged Bill Clinton was here. Harold Agnew, the director of the Los Alamos Labs, was here. Ivan Browning, the director of science and technology for CIA, was here. And then my father was sitting here, and his colleague Joseph Conason from Parsons was sitting here. And they were just kind of smiling over at Bill Clinton, and he said, "You know, fellas, I know that you work for the atomic research community, and I know that you do remarkable things like designing and building more effective nuclear weapons all the time and everything, but sometimes I get up in the morning and I look at myself in the mirror, and I have to pinch myself because I say, me, Bill Clinton, President of the United States someday? I'm telling you, fellas, that dog don't hunt." Okay, that was a little better. But anyway, Clinton knew. He knew, and he knew at a young age, that he was going to be president. I don't know when he was briefed. I mean, he was young, yes, but maybe he was already at Yale Law School. Maybe he was sent down to New York City from New Haven, or into the library of the Yale Law School, and maybe up to a meeting room, and maybe, who knows, maybe, Barbara Walters and Vernon Walters and Senator Mac Mathias and a couple of other dignitaries were there to kind of let him into the secret. But he clearly knew by the time that we had that lunch in Albuquerque. And he was very young. He was skinny. And then, of course, George H.W. Bush. Barack Obama also was told, because when he and I were serving in the Mars Jump Room program, we were being trained under Ed Dames in the summer of 1980 at College of the Siskiyous in Weed, California. His presidency and mine were being openly discussed by who was present. His mother, Stanley Ann Dunham, who had been an intelligence operative in Kenya and Indonesia, even married into those cultures. His parents had worked for the OSS. His grandparents, rather, had worked for the OSS during World War II. And my father had ties to CIA. Brett Stilling's father was working at Lockheed Skunk Works. Ed Dames was basically a remote viewer for CIA. And at one point, Barry was in front of us and got up to talk to Major Dames. And Brett's father was sitting behind in the next row over here. Brett was here. My dad was sitting behind me. And Thomas J. Stillings of Lockheed leaned forward and said to his son Brett, who had been sitting behind Barry Soetoro, who is now using the name Barack Obama, he said, "Brett, what does it feel like being in a Mars program like this with a future president?" And before Brett could answer, my dad leaned forward from where he was sitting behind me and went, "Two future presidents," as he was looking at me with his eye twitching, which is what happened when my dad became consternated about something emotionally that was profound. Brett has testified that he believes my father was actually indicating I would be president. That wasn't a joke or something. Or was he just trying to buck me up because one of the other kids in the program was going to be president someday? There was also discussions held 20 years later between me and Courtney Hunt of the CIA, in which the first time I asked him whether I was going to be president, he said, "Yes, but I don't know how you get there." And that's a consistent answer because I've never held public office. So if I run in 2016 and win, I'm going to be the first president since George Washington without major party support or having held a political office, not a military one. I have also held a military office because as a result of my involvement in Pegasus, I was made a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy just to be able to track me in the Navy, intelligence files. I had my portrait taken as a Navy officer in fall of '81 at the Long Beach Navy Station. But here, 20 years later, I asked Hunt the first time, and he says, yes, but I just don't know how you get there. The second time I asked him, about a month later, he says, no, but you're on the scene. And I don't know if that means I'm a political figure who doesn't reach the White House, or he just didn't want to tell me that I would win, so they wouldn't screw up my winning by trying. And then the third time I asked him, he said, have you been briefed on 2015? And I said, no. And I'm going to go on the record with this, because this is what Hunt said. It may not happen, but I said, what happens in 2015? And he said, a political scandal so profound that a completely independent president and vice president come into office. And I said, are you free as a retired CIA official to tell me what that was? And he said, yes. He said, what happens is that there's a story on 60 Minutes revealing, and I think it's Steve Croft, it may be one of the others, I believe it, this may be Steve Croft. For some reason, Steve Croft reporting this story is in my mind's eye. But what happens is there's a story on 60 Minutes in which it's revealed that over 300 members of Congress are CIA agents with Swiss bank accounts. So imagine the unleashing of public rage after all this privation that we've seen during the Depression, all of the wars that have been waged with our largesse but without our approval, without even the Congress's approval, all the invasion of privacy with the eavesdropping that's occurred, that's been revealed like in the Snowden scandal. If the American people are told that more than half of Congress is controlled and owned by the CIA, literally put its operatives in Congress and paid them for doing so, bribed them off U.S. territory, basically, in where you could get away with it, like in Swiss bank accounts. So what Hunt described was a rage by the American people so profound that they demand complete independence running for the 2016 election, and that presidential and vice presidential tickets are assembled from people in the truth movement, like myself, like Governor Ventura, from academia, from the military, somebody like a Wesley Clark might be a candidate, but that those who are implicated in serving in government are basically invalidated because they're found to literally have been CIA agents. That's what Hunt described, and that is a rational route for me to the presidency. That could happen as a result of my work in the truth movement. I just don't know whether he was telling the truth or not or being accurate, but that's what one of my Mars training officers, who was career CIA, told me. So Barack Obama was not only aware of his presidency when we were being trained in 1980, when he was 19 years old, he just turned 19 in August of '80, but when we were rooming together briefly, a couple of days at the College of the Siskiyous, he was reading briefing documents that they were giving him to groom him for the presidency. One of them he showed me was a paper entitled The Presidency in the U.S. Constitutional System, and I think it had been written by Professor Lawrence Tribe of Harvard. And of course, that's where Barry went to law school, was at Harvard Law School. So I'm running in 2016, and I might not win then, maybe I'll win later, but that's what Hunt described as a complete disaffection of the American people from their career politicians who are so compromised as a result of being career intelligence assets, as some of us have suspected for a long time. Okay, so what was my investigation about? I was doing things like doing lists of combined facts. I had remembered, for example, that in a 1971 dinner at the La Hacienda restaurant in Old Town Albuquerque again, we had driven down in a car caravan from the Los Alamos National Labs. And one of my dad's colleagues came over to him as we were disembarking from our vehicle and said, Ray, the word on the street is that the director is going to be joining us for dinner tonight. I just wanted you to notice that so you could prepare for it. And about 50 minutes after everybody was seated and had ordered their dinner, this man came into the La Hacienda restaurant and sat watching me, and his Harold Agnew has this characteristic pose of like leaning his head against his hand like this. And he sat right across from me, and I could see that my dad's colleagues from the Ralph M. Parsons Company were ignoring him, because who was he? he was the head honcho of their client, the Los Alamos National Labs, from the perspective of Parsons engineers. And I asked him what his name was, and he actually shook my hand and said, "Harold Agnew, pleased to meet you, Andy." Obviously, he had seen my file and everything, right? How I was levitating small objects as a 3-year-old and so forth. How I was completing my dad's thoughts when he was working down in the basement when I was a 4-year-old. Okay, so he knew who I was. And I said, "Oh, Agnew, are you any relation to Spiro Agnew, who was then Vice President of the United States?" And Harold kind of looked thoughtfully up at the ceiling and said, "No, not that I know of." Or he said, "No, at least not that I know of," as if making a joke. He had actually run for state office, and he was a New Mexico state senator as a Democrat. So he was just, I think, being kind of cheeky with the guys on the project. So I then have his name, and then I had remembered that he was characteristically cheap because he refused to pick up his own lunch tab at the La Hacienda for a lunch, even though he was the director of the Los Alamos National Laboratory. He was making very good money in that era. And somebody had said to him, there was a circle of us around him trying to make him pay his bill for lunch, like for a ham sandwich, and a yellow bowl salad, right? And a Coke. And somebody said to him, "Harold, you're the cheapest member of the whole atomic research community." And I leaned in and said, "Yeah, you're the Jack Benny of the atomic research community." And they all laughed. Okay, and so here I'm, carousing with my dad's colleagues in New Mexico. He was, in fact, characteristically cheap. In fact, when I met a friend of his who was the husband of the woman who had handled the summer sublets when we were there on the project basis during the summers of 71, 73, accessed from fall of 71, and then 72, he said to me, "Well, if you met Harold, you know how cheap he was." That was always the standard thing about Harold Agnew. It was kind of like a running joke that he was playing, I think, because he was saying that they all weren't being paid enough, and I think he was probably right. Okay, so I ran this string on Google, and I found him in Wikipedia. There was the guy that I had met. So that was one of the first proofs that I wasn't crazy. Another one is I described how when going into Gettysburg, I was walking on top of the wooden sidewalk. I had stepped up onto the wooden sidewalk, and I was looking into the men's millinery shop, which was a clothing shop, accessories, hats, ties, tie pins, belts, shoes, canes, gloves, and so forth for sale there for men. And that there was a men's shoe shop next to it, and or kind of in the same, on a slightly lower and within the same ultimate store. And I had described how he was about 70. He had a sour expression on his face. When somebody asked what did he look like, I said, well, Robert F. Kennedy, if he had survived the shooting in 1968, may have, with his degree of sort of both humanity and defiance, might have looked like this man. But at 70, kind of looked like RFK Jr. And I said he was obviously limping up to the sidewalk like this, like with a recent probably bullet hole in his lower hip or upper leg. I described how he totally voluntarily helped me. I walked into town in the morning shivering because my shoes and socks had been wrenched off on the wormholing from East Hanover in 1972 to Gettysburg in 1863, so that by the time I walked into that shop district, my teeth, I was so cold that my teeth were actually chattering uncontrollably. I think that's the only time that's happened to me in life. And how, when he voluntarily helped me, he had a key to the millinery shop. He took out a skeleton key and went inside. He clearly had authority to take an old pair of shoes off the back shelf in the millinery shop and outfit my feet with them. So he had some authority there as a cobbler, as it were. It wasn't the new shoes on the right side of the building, it was for the store. These were very, very weathered brown men's street shoes, and that he gave me the shoes out of the kindness of his heart. I then identified this man as John Lawrence Burns, and here's what I found. At the time that the battle was held, he was 69. At the time he helped me, he was 70, the exact age that I had spoken of. He looked exactly like the person I described, kind of a 70-year-old RFK. Right? If Bobby's features had widened out and his face had become sort of more resigned with the tragedies of the world, the weight of the world on his shoulder, I think he would have developed a more sort of formidable face like this. But he definitely looks like a Kennedy in terms of his overall sort of ethnic and familial kind of appearance. so I described it as being sort of sour, and you can see in all of John Lawrence's pictures, he always kind of grimaced when his photograph was being taken. I said he'd been limping from a hip wound, apparently a recent wound, and I found that when he volunteered himself into the Battle of Gettysburg as a Union sharpshooter, just as he had volunteered himself into the War of 1812 as a teenager, as a sharpshooter, because he was gifted with a rifle, that he had been shot in the arm, twice in the arm and in the hip, and was surrendered off the battlefield under a Confederate flag of surrender. You know, so you hear all these horror stories about war, but in fact the Civil War was fought in this kind of gentlemanly way, where they actually got this old man off the battlefield. He had actually approached a captain of the Irish Brigade, who told him, "I'm not going to let a 70." He said, "How are you, John?" I said, 70. I'm not going to or 69. I'm not going to let a 69-year-old be in my regiment. Why don't you go over to McPherson Farm? There's going to be a lot of action over there, and set up a position as a sharpshooter and just start killing the Rebs. And he did, but he still got shot there because the Confederates overran McPherson's farm, and he was shot, almost killed. I talked about how he had voluntarily helped me. Well, he volunteered into the War of 1812 and the Civil War, and fought battles at the risk of his life that he didn't have to even fight. And here he was 69. He didn't have to fight to protect the city. I found, for example, that Jubal Early, one of the Southern generals, had actually gone into Gettysburg before the battle and asked for $50,000 in cash, or all of the bullets and food in the entire town. And the president of the town council, who was John Lawrence Burns' employer, David Kendallhart, actually left town so as not to relent and comply with General Early's demand. So John Lawrence Burns was one of those people who stayed in the town of Gettysburg as the battle was occurring, and not only protected himself from the gunfire or the cannon fire, but fought it. He went out into the battle with his rifle and volunteered. So that's real volunteership, just like somebody who would help a kid. And I pointed out that he was helping a 10-and-a-half-year-old. When I went to Gettysburg recently and I did more research about John Lawrence Burns, I found that he and his wife, who was an invalid, she was in a wheelchair, nonetheless adopted for life as their daughter a young woman named Marcia Gibbons, who was the illegitimate daughter of the town ne'er-do-well, who never worked a day in her life and basically lived in the poorhouse. They called it the almshouse, and was basically the pariah of the entire town, because Gettysburg, in addition to being a crossroads town, then and now is an industrial town with not just farming, but light manufacturing. And so he and his wife, even though he was just a lowly cobbler, adopted the most controversial adoptee in their town at that time, which I think shows a real compassion towards helping children, like the 10-and-a-half-year-old stranger who wanders into town barefoot and shivering. He was the cobbler, not the shoemaker. I found a professional listing of his boss, David Kendallhart. David Kendallhart was memorialized as lawyer, shoemaker, and president of the town council. He was just the cobbler, or the fixer of old used shoes, and he had one of them that he put on my feet. And he met me while walking through the downtown area, the old downtown area in Gettysburg, in the morning, which I found he was known for having done back in Emmitsburg, where he formerly lived. He would go on like these walking jaunts, even at like 6 o'clock in the morning, all over town. And I found that he was the town constable. So if he wanted to disguise this young wayfaring stranger who had wandered into town shivering from Mr. Lincoln, he would have made sure that I got some clothes on and some shoes, and the people of Gettysburg had cared for one of their street urchins. And then he gave me shoes. Well, of course, he was a cobbler. I had described all these elements before I found out who he was and all of those attributes of this man. So that's beyond psychic. We can look at the next one. Here's a third proof that I did before digging deeper. I had remembered that I'd interacted with a man named Dr. Sterling Colgate when he was president of the New Mexico Institute of Science and Technology. My dad had described how he was a scion, basically an heir of the Colgate fortune, who had convinced Colgate to give millions of dollars to launch Project Pegasus, maybe billions. That he was working in a C-shaped building, which was an Aerojet Corporation facility in Socorro, New Mexico, a stone's throw from New Mexico Tech, and that the technology he used to send me to Gettysburg in 1863 from 1972 was called plasma confinement. I then, working from his name, found him online. Here's Stir at about 80 years of age. He's still alive. He's about 89. And as I said, I had gone to his house even to try to speak with him. Well, when I went to New Mexico on my second fact-finding trip in September of 2004 with my friend Dixie Karras from Vancouver, Washington, a friend and neighbor of mine, she parked our rental vehicle, literally parked it right on where that C-shaped building had been. We went inside, and we met a woman dying of cancer from playing in the uranium tailing pits in Los Alamos when she was a little girl. She was about my age, but she told us she had a rare form of cancer, and it was terminal. Her name was Joy Thompson. And she said, yes, there was a man named Sterling Colgate who worked here. He was the president of this institution. This is the research director for New Mexico Tech. So she's literally eating her lunch on a retaining wall between the existing New Mexico Tech buildings and where the C-shaped building of the Aerojet Corporation had been when I was a kid time traveling there. And she said, of course, I know who Sterling Colgate is. He was director of our physics department for like 25 years, and he was president for like 15 years, right around the time that you said you met him here. So she takes me into the research library, and she pulls the Sterling Colgate file. And I have the clip. I have it on DVD. I have it in storage now. But it's basically a mimeograph, photocopy of a newspaper clipping that says Dr. Sterling Colgate, president of the New Mexico Institute of Science and Technology, in Socorro, is giving a public lecture tonight on his advances in plasma confinement. Now, look, if this was a psychic incident, how could I have come up with such obscure and specific detail? I mean, I would aver that, if a psychic incident occurs, the classic one to explain how psychic information passes between people faster than it can literally travel. In other words, Newton's inverse square law is that the intensity of a signal diminishes by reciprocal of the square of a distance, right? So that's why when a train goes by you on the platform, you have the Doppler effect where it's really low and then it speeds up and then it slows down again. Okay, that's because as you move unitary units away from the source of the information, you go from 1 to 2 to 9 and so forth. That would indicate that a psychic message that's going to get through faster than the speed of light is usually the kind of psychic messages that people report. A mother in Liverpool suddenly sees a flash of an event of her 18-year-old sailor son falling off of a ship off of Australia or whatever. They're always simple messages that are imparted with a psychic event. How could a psychic event cause me to identify this man, facially, to know his rare name, remember that he was called Stir as a nickname, that he was associated with New Mexico Tech, that he was descended from the Colgate family, etc. It goes beyond even psychic performance. I knew at that point that my memories were accurate. Okay, so what are the choices with primarily teleportation and chronovision? Okay, here's just a summary of where we're at. Time travel technology emerged in the U.S. defense technical community over 40 years ago. We've used some device, the jump room, to place U.S. personnel on Mars over 30 years ago. It might be a time travel device. It might just be a trans-chronological device of some kind. In other words, it's just a different way to get somewhere in real time. My position is that understanding and applying the best of what time travel technologies have to offer holds one of the major keys to resolving the crisis of environment and development in the 21st century. That is to say, we're going to be needing teleportation, we're going to have to implement it. It's also affecting the U.S. presidency in a way that was not contemplated by the framers nor is understood by the American people. And it remains secret as a future eventuality that we should be thinking about, and as speculative, but not as a current reality, which is clearly 40 years behind the 8 ball. So, teleportation is either going to become a dominant form of public transport at the global, national, regional, and local level, or it's going to remain a secret weapon of war. If it remains a secret weapon of war, a valuable technology is being wasted because you can't teleport into water. There was an incident when I was teleporting with a group of children from different locations into an abandoned junior high school site in Santa Fe, not near the state not on the state capitol grounds. And one boy arrived from one of the other locations around the country, standing in a fountain where there were 3 inches of water. And as a result of that, his feet and the bottom part of his ankles arriving later, he literally lost his feet because he slid off of them. And when I ran around the fountain and saw him being pinned to the ground by one of the adult facilitators of the project, he was screaming, my feet, I'm only 9 years old. What am I going to do without any feet? Okay, so you can't teleport into water. Well, who would be teleporting into water if we continue to sequester teleportation as a secret weapon of war, as Rumsfeld had indicated in the spring 1971 lecture that I attended? Well, the Navy SEALs couldn't, because if they teleported, let's say, from a boat or a plane onto the shore, if they were even 3 inches into the water of a lake, the ocean, or whatever, they would slide off their ankles. They would lose their feet. We can't have Navy SEALs pursuing military objectives without feet. That's common sense. One of the girls, when I was on the project, we were told, looked up at the crystal array in the ceiling and went blind permanently. So clearly the chronovisors would also have to be carefully implemented. But if we continue to sequester teleportation as a weapon of war, we can't even use it to achieve what Rumsfeld had indicated of placing troops precisely where they were needed. Because what if they were needed right before a river? If some of them ended up being teleported into the river, they were going to be dismembered. They would be killed. They would be sawed in half, like, again, Fringe demonstrated when they stole my story about the boy losing his feet. Okay, so we can't do that. We have to implement it for public transport, and it has to be controlled, where you would arrive at a teleport, like at a major airport, and there wouldn't be any water around. You would keep the teleport dry, just like they keep objects off the runway that the commercial passenger jets use. So that's the choice. Chronovision, it will either remain, or it will either evolve into some kind of publicly acceptable form of looking glass technology where scenes are derived that don't violate personal privacy of people who once lived, are living, or who will live in the future, or it will evolve into looking at technology, and it maybe already has, namely the kind of technology used to surveil the American people in a 24-hour surveillance state. So quantum access really poses fundamental questions about whether we're going to have government by, or continue to have government by the consent of the governed, or government by the deceit of the governing. Because if they can zap their personnel around military bases, if they can get the President of the United States from Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth, Texas, to Pine Gap in Australia in seconds rather than hours, we're being deceived, and we're having experiences of greater functioning in the universe held back from us. Also, with the chronovision, not the teleportation, but the chronovision being used to surveil us on a 24-hour basis, our civil liberties are being denied, like a right to privacy, by secret technology. To me, that's unacceptable. So my plan basically is to sustain my truth campaign about secret U.S. achievements of time travel and Mars visitation, continue to share my experiences in Project Pegasus and on Mars in mainstream and alternative media, and then as part of my recommendations of what I would bring about as president, a major one is what I would do with these two technical capabilities when I run for president in 2016. So thank you for attending, and thank you for your support. We've got about 15 minutes rather than an hour, but if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. I know it was a kind of technical presentation, but I'm using actually an evidential technique that lawyers use. It's called the inundative method of the development of argument. Put as many facts as possible at the feet of the jury. Yes, sir.
Have you created any like visual images or painted things or found creative expression for what a lot of these experiences would be like?
No, I'm going to have drawings of the devices in my book. And I might have kind of like NCYF kind of illustrations of me doing things as a kid. I used to draw and paint, but I don't anymore.
I'm just particularly fascinated with things
Pardon
like
me?
what does the plasma field look like?
Yeah, it looked like basically a glass box or a lucite box with opalescent flashes in a cloud of white. And by the way, there's so many things I can't talk about in this time frame. I like to actually monologue for 10 or 12 hours about this stuff. The Montélimar time slip in France was caused by a field of radioactive plasma. The famous one with the two British couples, the Gibneys and the Simpsons, who went under the channel and on their way to Nice to vacation in the south of France. And they stopped at this bed and breakfast in the town of Montélimar. And they noticed all these strange clues that didn't make any sense, like they didn't have glass on their hotel windows, they had wooden shutters. And the French bar mistress on the first floor of the facility didn't recognize the modern French word for motorway, because one of the British individuals was fluent in French. And then when they had breakfast, they were charged 4 pence for a French country breakfast at a bed and breakfast in Montélimar, which should have been like $200, right, US, or something high, $100 at least. And then as they were leaving, they saw 2 French gendarmes, 2 French policemen come into the tavern there where you could get breakfast, and they were wearing period clothing from like 100 years previously. Well, then when they finished their vacation and they stopped again at that town, they saw the same circus poster on the wall, but when they drove towards where the bed and breakfast was, it was just a vacant lot. And one of the locals was questioned. They said, "Oh yes, there was a tavern with a bed, and you could sleep upstairs, like kind of like a hotel, like a bed and breakfast today." It was called like a country tavern or something in French at that time, where you could both eat and stay overnight. And they said, "Well, when was it there?" And they said, "Oh, like 1890. Okay, so that's as far as Jenny Randles took her investigation of the famous Montélimar time slip, because they then drove, apparently they had driven into it and then even out of it with their car. So these releases of radioactive plasma can really move a lot of tonnage of stuff through, non-locally in time-space.
And may even be facilitated by something like a car.
Yes, in fact, I always think of like the phone booth in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Totally,
That's a lot of metal to be sending through a Vortal tunnel, right? To meet Socrates.
Right. I love it. That's
when
so
they went
great,
into
fella.
Socrates. But the thing of it is, they were in their car when they drove into that time-space location, because they just parked it and walked into the tavern, which hadn't been there for 100 years or more. So what I did is I furthered the investigation of that case, and I found that in the week before their famous Montélimar time slip, the Montélimar civilian nuclear power plant, which is the largest power plant in all of France, released the greatest amount of radioactive plasma that has ever been released in the history of the French nuclear power plant. And it blanketed the entire city. So what apparently happened is they drove their car through a wall of radioactive plasma as it was descending over the city, or it was just settled on the city because of, let's say, an inversion layer or something like that. And they literally drove into the past with their car. Now, I've interviewed people from around the country who have done things like made a U-turn on a major highway, and when they double back to go, let's say, go back to their residence because they left something at home that they were supposed to take or whatever, they drive up the opposite directed road, and they're in another city. Like one brother of a friend of mine in Hollywood, California, he did a UE because he had left her birthday present on his counter in his kitchen in Las Vegas. So like in Barstow, he did a UE and went back. He was going back to Vegas. But when he got up the up ramp up to the top of the overpass behind him, and he doubled back, he drove into a bridge in Biloxi, Mississippi. I said, I wasn't going to Biloxi, I was going to Los Angeles, right, to Hollywood. He then panicked and went over the overpass and started going towards Los Angeles again, and he was back in Los Angeles. And he told her, when I went back to get your present, because I just accidentally left it at the house, when I did the UE, I didn't go up back to Barstow or back, to see signs back to Las Vegas. I was in Biloxi, Mississippi. So in addition to accidental releases of radioactive plasma from industrial processes like nuclear power plants, we also know that radioactive plasma rises up from the ground with the grinding of tectonic plates before an earthquake. We saw them, in fact, over Japan before the earthquake that caused the Fukushima type tsunami, and all the devastation from the tsunami itself and the radioactive pollution that the damage to the nuclear power plant there was caused. But so really, people should really use these sightings of that pastel colored radioactive plasma. And by the way, the scenes like on Jeff Rentz's website of the opalescent light fields above Japan, like in the week before the Fukushima earthquake, they were identical to the opalescent quality of the fields of radioactive plasma that were being propagated to send us to the past, like when they sent me to Gettysburg.
Can you spell his last name?
Who's that?
Rents, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff Rentz? Yeah, Jeff Rentz is just the journalist Jeff Rentz. He's at rents.com, which is rense.com.
Thanks.
I'm pretty sure that he published, either he or somebody like him published the images of these strange fields of light that were forming above the horizon in Japan before the Fukushima earthquake. And there was all this talk about, earthquakes being used as a weapon of war or anything. That's basically nonsense. When plates naturally shift, tectonic plates shift and grind against each other, they're already known to propagate fields of radioactive plasma. In fact, people should be told to not travel outdoors after the earthquake because it still may be lingering. And certainly the civilian nuclear plants that have to release radioactive plasma to prevent an explosion of their containment vessel, it's really incumbent on them to tell the public that the public should avoid being outdoors for a week or so after the exposure, because you may be time slipped. And people have asked me, do you think that people were time slipped to ancient Japan during Fukushima? And I said, probably yes. The question is whether they've come back yet. Usually the time slip caused by radioactive plasma is temporary, and the person finds themselves back in the present. So, these are some of the crossover issues. Do you advise the public not to go outdoors for, let's say, at least a day after an earthquake? Because an earthquake is a result of the grinding of the plates, which produces the dissemination of radioactive plasma. So, any other questions?
Yeah.
Sir?
You said that you couldn't bring metal when you're teleporting, right?
Right.
There's
Magnetic
a negative
metal.
effect, right?
Yes.
So if you had fillings in your teeth, would that be a
I
problem?
remember some aching and some discharging. But then again, a lot of the metal that you carry in your person, like your zipper or tacks, what are they called? Snaps on your
Buttons?
clothing, buttons, but the kind that snap together. Snaps. Anything that is magnetic metal has almost always already been eliminated from clothing. So, for example, you don't want lightning to be drawn to magnetic metal on the body, because it'll cause more damage than if it's demagnetized metal. So the issue is magnetic metal, including coinage. One time, one of the little boys that was in the project with me kept a nickel, I think it was a nickel or a quarter, I think it was a nickel, in his pocket, and it actually started vibrating and heating up, and it shot out of his pants, and it actually burned and slit his pants all the way down as it hit the ground. And I heard it when we reappeared on the tarmac at Curtis Wright. It kind of went, ping! Now that could have killed either one of us if it had ricocheted into our heart or something, or into our brain. So, so coinage was out. People have asked me about glasses. I didn't have glasses, and they ended up being plastic glasses at 17, so I was fully sighted at age 7 through 11 when I was teleporting on Pegasus.
So the fillings are not magnetic, and that's why you didn't have that effect?
I don't know. I haven't researched that enough. I'm just simply distinguishing the point that they made sure that we always, and we're always being admonished to not have any magnetic metal on us. So like you'll be at a stationery shop, and you'll see how paper clips will cling to a magnet. Sometimes they use a magnet to throw all the paper clips. My dad was always conscientious. He was always in the moment, knowing what he was doing, and he cognizant of what the trade-offs were. And he intentionally left that paperclip back at the jump room facility, not the jump room, but the teleport at Curtis Wright before doing that first trip with me to talk to Dr. Agnew. So he actually handed Dr. Agnew an unattached sheaf of paper. So he had kind of rolled it up in his hand because he had taken the paperclip off of that prospectus that he had drafted. So yeah.
Andy, how were you able to take the metal tube back to Gettysburg?
The metal tube to Gettysburg?
Yeah.
It was a piece of paper. It was,
I thought it was a tube.
No, it was just an 8.5 by 11 sheaf of paper that I had just scrolled up because I was holding it in my hand. It was actually, I had perspired on it a lot. It was actually kind of wilted by the time I got back to the present.
The 16 millimeter footage of the Chronovisor, is that in color?
No, the images I saw of the crucifixion of Jesus, or that was said to be Jesus of Nazareth, were black and white, and they were fading out of view, and there was a lot of striation running through the picture. So suddenly it would be a clear shot of Jesus on the cross and his arms. It would be utterly clear. At other times, it would be like a mid shot, and you'd see, let's say, down to his waist on the cross. and there'd be so much striation running through it that it almost looked like he was being crucified in a deluge, just a huge rainstorm. But it was actually the fact that they had propagated a colored hologram of the event and then filmed it. So it had moments of sort of insubstantiality resulting from 16 millimeter film footage of a hologram, a moving hologram at that. So sometimes it was clear and it almost looked like, Cecil B. DeMille or somebody had staged a crucifixion scene. And at other times it was so utterly realistic in terms of how we could see that it was really a man dying by being crucified, that we had no doubt that it was a real event.
And that's same for the declaration footage.
Actually, what was weird about that, and this was true of some of the chronovised images, it was clear, and it was like sepia toned. It was neither color nor black and white. It was like gray with some brown and green tones evident. Yeah, but it wasn't clear enough for me to make out Washington. I mean, he looked thinner and shorter than he had been depicted in all the heroic pictures I had seen of him when I was growing up, and when I met Washington via Chronovision, he was a striking figure, but he wasn't the big guy that was depicted in the paintings and so forth. Washington had kind of a bemused swagger. Sort of like, well, tell me, are you boys angels? Oh, you're time travelers from our own future. Alec, listen to this. These lads say that they're time travelers from our own future. He's kind of like a debonair kind of English gentleman. More like about the size of and thinness of like a tall golfer with kind of skinny legs, and the voice and the British accent of Prince Charles. He really had the King's English. I guess that was King George III at that point, the Hanoverian, third Hanoverian one. Yeah, he was very charismatic. He was very confident, highly intelligent, had a very commanding sort of devil-may-care kind of personality. See, he had grown up during the Cavalier age, so he had actually learned from his elders. He wasn't acting like a revolutionary, he was acting like a cavalier. Sort of like, so tell me, you say that you're time travelers from our own future? How does that work? He had this, I came up with the term bemused swagger. He's not like he was depicted. He was sort of an urbane English gentleman. But he was nonetheless very striking as a person, and in his blue and gray uniform, he was basically a radiant person.
Was he wearing a wig, or was he?
Yes, he was wearing a white wig, and I don't think he was wearing, rouge or pancake makeup like people have alleged. That might have been present when they had public meetings. But being in the encampment there above New York Harbor, he did have a wig on. He was the commanding officer there. And he did have a striking blue and gold suit, and almost yellow golden pants, but pretty much gold. But he had a wig, but he was still, he came off as a very masculine guy, even notwithstanding the fact that he was a guy wearing a wig.
Yeah.
But he was also just very urbane. But of course, he was one of the leading citizens of the whole colonies. He married Martha Dandridge Park Custis, who was the richest widow and the largest landowner in all of Virginia. When he married, he got 4,000 acres of prime Virginia farmland and 200 slaves, every one of which he manumitted. Now, Washington was sterile as a result of venereal infection when he was sleeping with prostitutes in the Cumberland Gap in Ohio during previous times as a young man. So the father of our country didn't have any children. But many of his slaves were named Washington because they were from the Washington plantation. So a lot of the African Americans with the name Washington are actually descendants of George Washington's freed slaves. Unlike Jefferson, he freed every one of his slaves. That's another reason why I think Washington was really the indispensable person of that time period, not Benjamin Franklin. Having met him, I can say that he was a remarkable human being by any standard in any culture. Now, when I was in Philadelphia in April, I had flashed backwards to a life where I was Dr. Thomas Bond, who was the physician for the Revolutionary Army. And that was somebody who would have clearly consulted with Washington during the war. So I'm now speculating, did they send me back among all 10-year-old Americans? By then I was all, no, when I went to see Washington, couldn't have been more than 9, maybe even still 8, but it was fall of 70. And so I just think it's interesting that I stayed at Dr. Thomas Bond's house, and I retrieved memories of actually decorating his drawing room on the left side of the house. It's a bed and breakfast in Philadelphia if you ever want to stay at an interesting place when you're in the historical district there. And I remembered being Thomas Bond. I remembered my medical career, how I had studied in France and England, and then it's called the Mars Project in U.S. Time Travel History. I think this is of greater contemporary relevance simply because the CIA's Mars Project was 10 years later, and I encountered it not as a school child, but as an undergraduate at the University of California at Los Angeles between 1980 and 84. Part 1, I'm emphasizing the fact that I'm waging one truth campaign with two goals. The first is to explain to the people of the world that we crossed through the threshold of time travel by 1970. And the second is to tell a number of things about Mars. That it's inhabited, that we've been sending U.S. chrononauts there for over 30 years, and that we have a colony there. And yet most of the people in the world were not even informed of that fact. And I think it was a fundamental human right, part of the common heritage of the human race, to know that we were in contact with another planet and its humanoid beings and animals, and that we had a right as a global polity to participate in the decision-making about this momentous moment in cosmic history. But instead, we did the same thing that we did with time travel, that is the U.S. government did, which is keep it secret down to the participants themselves. And I wasn't the first of the participants to step forward. In fact, Michael C. Ralph and Arthur Neumann, who was the Henry Deacon informant to Project Camelot, stepped forward, and then I stepped forward, and then William Brett Stilling stepped forward, Bernard Mendez, and then of course our friend Laura Magdalene Eisenhower then stepped forward and revealed that in 2006 and 2007 she had been invited to join the Mars colony. Let me tell you, the descendants of U.S. presidents usually don't address political issues or matters of the day, and Laura really stepped up, and it was a doozy, which was she was revealing that she had been invited to go to the Mars colony, which was extremely controversial. So I always thank Laura for her courageous testimony every time I speak about the Mars Jump Room program. Okay, so part 2, what was the CIA's Jump Room program? First of all, we have to remember about the occult origins of the United States of America. I just filmed an interview for Gaiam TV in Boulder, Colorado, and who should I be greeted by but the estimable researcher Jay Widener. And I had a little bit of one of those out-of-body moments where you don't expect meeting somebody in a certain location. And Jay's written and spoken extensively, here's Jay Widener on the right, about the occult Egyptian origins of the United States of America. I mean, the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, announcing a new order of the ages, being a new order of the ages, being undertaken by the Almighty, matters. I mean, it's historically significant and meaningful. What Jay has described is that the notion of the Illuminati that he espouses is that the Illuminati was the political and social conspiracy begun by the Jesuit professor Adam Weishaupt in Munich, in Bavaria, hence the Bavarian Illuminati, in 1776. And he claims that it was the Bavarian Illuminati that founded the United States of America, initially for a single purpose. And his research has revealed that that purpose was to put human beings back on Mars. Prior to the solar system catastrophe of 9500 BC, when Earth and Mars were hit by something from outer space, it may have been debris from the Vela supernova explosion, it may have been an attack by an extraterrestrial race of some kind, it may have been rocks, a tremendous amount of rocks and debris from some other celestial event. But nonetheless, we were in a 3-planet confederacy with Earth, Mars, and another planet called Marduk that then disintegrated in that catastrophe and became the asteroid belt, which is really where a planet should be in our solar system, as Sir Isaac Newton demonstrated mathematically. Okay, so Jay's point here is not that the Bavarian Illuminati started the United States, but they had a specific goal, which was to create a high enough civilization to get us back on Mars. Now that would be very valuable to do because Mars is in an irregular orbit around the Sun, and hence with us, with Earth, on our regular orbit around the Sun. So if we put human beings, if we put Earthlings on both planets, if either planet is hit or destroyed or disintegrates, we've got members of our species over on whatever the other platform is, the Earth or Mars. So that's clearly a matter of celestial or cosmic security of the highest order. The other thing I'd like to point out at the beginning of discussing the Mars Jump Room program is the profoundly intelligent Richard Dolan, the ufological researcher, has written several fine books about the UFO cover-up. Bright man. He's warned us about the advent of a breakaway civilization, a civilization in which some people would be going into outer space, but most people would not be. That they'd be functioning, the insiders would be functioning at a high level of technical development, but those developments would be kept back from the general population. They wouldn't even know about the advances. And that we would essentially evolve into a dysfunctional civilization led by sort of a priesthood of insiders. So picking up on Richie Dolan's point, I'm alleging that that's already happened. I mean, I'm not going to beat up here on Barack Obama, because actually he's a fine human being. I remember him fondly working with him in the jump room program, actually jumping with Barack Obama when he was then using his Indonesian name of Barry Sotoro. But consider the fact that Barack Obama has been elected to the highest office in the most powerful country on the planet. And the people who voted for him, in fact, the whole electorate, the American people, were not advised of the fact that he was a veteran of the secret space program. I mean, he's not responsible for that. We were basically shanghaied and placed in the project. We didn't ask to be in the project. But Barry does have this past that I have, in which we were placed in a sub-project of the secret space program that had placed several jump rooms on Mars and was sending Earthlings to Mars. Actually, if we're to cite Michael Ralph, beginning in 1976. Barry and I and the others that I'm going to be introducing you today first went up in the summer of 1981. But just consider that. I mean, the presidency is an important office. He's not just the President of the United States with all the legislation that's being passed, all the funding. He's Commander-in-Chief of the most powerful military in the world. And he's the Chief Executive for the most powerful country. And essentially, at this point, a unipolar world, a world that is now unipolar, that may go multipolar as Russia and China and India and Brazil and so forth emerge even more, but that is still fundamentally a unipolar world, with the United States being excessively dominant in politics, military affairs, economic development, and social development, and so forth. So it's not a matter of us being worried about ultimately finding ourselves in a breakaway civilization. That civilization has arrived. We're in it. And the only thing that can cure that negative situation is if individuals who have been in these secret projects like myself come forward and reveal what happened to us. Otherwise, the public will continue to be confused and lied to and unknowledgeable about what we've really developed as an American civilization. We've done great things even beyond what we've bragged about. We haven't just gone to the moon, we've gone to Mars. Okay, we just haven't developed the fastest airplanes in the world. We've developed time travel. And I think it's time we start bragging about it. That's one of the reasons I'm running for president. I mean, this is a great civilization. I mean, we fought a civil war to remain a country and to free 4 million African American slaves living in the South, enslaved, and there were 1.5 million casualties. I was talking about the Civil War with Hesper at dinner the other night, and people don't realize that after the Civil War, the #1 industry was prosthetic limbs in every town in America. That's how many people fought for the freedom of the African peoples in America. So we have things to brag about, and we don't brag about them. And one of the things we're not bragging about at all is what we've achieved in the area of high technology. We're keeping our most profound technical feats, our most advanced technical feats, secret, because secrecy confers the advantage of using or not using them, but never revealing that they exist. Okay, so as President of the United States, I'm going to try to advance our public understanding of technology, advance it per se, but certainly lead the disclosure campaign, the disclosure effort, to tell the people of this country what's been done with both their tax dollars and monies that have been diverted from corporations to escape congressional scrutiny of the things that we've developed. We've not only been sending adults and children in time space in different ways since 1970, we have created a colony on Mars, and we're still talking about the lunar landing 44 years after it occurred. Okay, so we are in a breakaway civilization, and I, for one, don't want future Americans to be living in a country where a small group of scientists, government administrators, and astronauts and chrononauts know what we've achieved and what we're doing. I mean, the Mars program should have been something that was as highly touted as the lunar landing, but it was shoved under the rug. So I'm taking it out from under the rug, and I'm telling everybody. And have I succeeded? Yeah. I've gotten 150 million listener units just from the 5 appearances on Coast to Coast AM with George Nord. When I was interviewed by the talented Jaime Jose Mozan, the Mexican TV journalist. He's sort of the Mike Wallace of Mexico. That was seen by 10 million people. I discussed the Mars program extensively in that interview. That was seen by 10 million Mexicans and 40 million other Latin Americans right after one of the biggest soccer games in the whole soccer yearly calendar in the world. So the information is getting out, and I have not been assassinated. Okay, so clearly there's a big faction within the U.S. permanent secret government and intelligence community that shares my belief that this stuff should be publicized and not hidden. So I mentioned serving with Barry Obama in the Mars Jump Room program. He was in our training class at College of the Siskiyous in 1980 under Ed Dames, as is confirmed by myself, William Stillings, and Bernard Mendez. We roomed for a couple days at the dorms at College of the Siskiyous before we all moved over to the Finlandia Motel in Shasta City, in the city of Mount Shasta. We sometimes encountered each other at 999 North Sepulveda, which was where the West Coast jump room was. And we were sometimes in the jump room together, because usually two were in the jump room in terms of oxygen, our oxygen requirements. Usually you were either jumping by yourself or one other team member. And we were both on the surface together and under Bernard Mendez on some exploratory jumps, just as I was sometimes put with Courtney Hunt being the team leader with William Stillings. They were putting sort of a seasoned, older jumper with two younger jumpers, and so I was actually sometimes teamed with Barry in exploratory missions on the surface of Mars. So I just wanted to point out that, but also just there's a question of why they would have put veritably one, possibly two future presidents in the same program where they were going to Mars. Maybe we can talk about that during the break, because there's many explanations for that. I mean, that they were just getting us seasoned to stressful events, that the Mars program was going to widen into a program in which the president would announce the arrivals of the Martians that are like us to emigrate here to Earth, where conditions are so much more convivial to life, that the Mars program would become a big matter of presidential concern. We don't know, but they at least involved one future president, and they spoke of me also as being a future president during that training class in summer of '80. So it looks like two future presidents were involved, and they were literally risking our lives to do it, so it was obviously a priority. Okay, I mentioned yesterday about Project Pegasus, which I was in from 1968 to 72, how it was under DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, that gave us Star Wars weaponry and the internet. And I think that, to the extent that we were conscripted into the Mars program, I think probably my involvement in Pegasus as a time traveler from age 7 to 11, or age 6 actually to 11, here I'm at age 5 in kindergarten, was clearly the basis for involving me in the program. I think I was basically viewed as a time-space veteran at that point, but I don't know. We were never told why we were admitted into the Mars program. I talked about yesterday how Project Pegasus involved us in remote viewing, where we were looking for John McCain among other targets, spinning, in which we were being spun on our backs at clockwise 33 at 33 rotations per minute and going out of body to sort of explore the matrix. We talked about the Montauk Chair that Hesper and I experienced as school children at 10 years apart, and how it was essentially had a magnetic transducer on the back where we alternately had an astral projection to our future, as I did, or I was looking at an external feed of my inner thinking on a video display terminal when they were using me in the Montauk Chair in 1979-80 when I was a freshman at UC San Diego before transferring to UCLA. And then Hesper talked about, or I don't know if we talked about enough, the fact that you think there was also a video display terminal connected to your apparatus, but that the lady working with you was not letting you see it. She was kind of guiding you through your exploration of the future.
Yeah, knowing that by the time you were college age, there was a video in front of you.
Right.
I could only guess that when she was coming out from behind me, that if there was a screen, it was behind me, because there wasn't one in front of me.
Right, but she
Yeah.
seemed to be looking at something as if it
Yeah,
was another
she was,
attachment.
She was
to the,
doing,
to the
yeah,
device.
something,
Yeah.
some sort of controls, maybe the driving. Yeah.
Right, now the benefit of or the advantage of the Montauk Chair was that the time travelers stayed in the chair
Right.
when their mind went forward. So if they could then literally guide the person. I had mentioned yesterday how you know, they debrief you about what you saw, and they say, oh, where were you? Oh, I was in my apartment in Vancouver, Washington. What was going on? Oh, the TV was on. Who was on the TV? The president. What was he doing? Giving the State of the Union address. Who was the president? Barack Obama. Okay. The benefit of doing that kind of psychic driving, that seems to be what went on where she was watching the video terminal, I think, was that if you were in your house or apartment a certain year in the future, she could literally say, go over to the television set. And they were actually sort of, at that point, 10 years into the use of children in the Montauk Chair, almost doing kind of a Chronovision type scoping of your environment, because that's how they were deriving information about the future, was by debriefing the child after, 15 or 20 minutes in the chair. And also, there was no OBE, like when I started. There was no OBE when I was at UC San Diego. I was just in the chair, and they were asking me to go forward in time to a certain time period, and it was there, right on the screen, what I was thinking. And that's where I revealed the names of Bill Clinton and Al Gore as president and vice president in the 2 terms before the turn of the century, which is now 13 years ago. Right, we entered that. But so yeah, here we have in the accounts from Hesper and I corroborating evidence that the Montauk Chair existed or exists. They were using school children in it, and there were advances in the technical nature of the technology where they could literally sort of begin using it sort of like as a chronovisor to actually have the Montauk E go wherever they wanted them to go within their future event. So I talked about that. This is just kind of a recap. I talked about the Tesla teleporter, these 2 parenthesis-shaped objects between which radiant energy that Tesla had discovered would be broadcast, and when you jump through it physically, your inertia opened up a Vortal tunnel in time-space, and then when that tunnel closed, you were somewhere else on the face of the planet, with either in real time or an adjustment in time. And that goes to my point about these Vortal tunnels being used for time travel. Imagine you're jumping through Nikola Tesla Grand Central Teleport in New York City. You're popping out at Ernetti and Gemelli Union Teleport in Los Angeles in real time with an actual real displacement of several seconds. You're not, let's say, being sent 10 years into your past. Okay, we don't want to use this for time travel. Then the Chronovisor. I talked about seeing the actual signing of the U.S. Constitution on September 17th of 1787. I talked about the advanced Chronovisor, where we went up to ITT Defense Communications in Nutley, New Jersey, and were sent in this spacesuit, basically this titanium-covered jumpsuit and crystal helmet, and we were sent forward to the year 2013 to see what condition the U.S. Supreme Court building was in. And then we were pulled back another half hour, and I was disrobed there on the stage, and as I walked past Elaine Gallagher, my team leader, my facilitator back in my elementary school, I said, "Where is my dad?" And she came up to me and said, "Oh, Andy, he had to leave and be by himself for a while." And I said, "Why, Elaine?" And he said, "Well, it's kind of hard to describe to you, but when we turned the crystal array on, which generated the hologram, which was much brighter than even the one that we encountered over at Morristown," she said, "you all disappeared from the stage, and your father thought that you were gone, son." And so when I finally was debriefed by the Office of Naval Intelligence down the hall and was reunited with my dad, there were still tears in his eyes. Because what he saw was that the 5 or 6 kids that had been literally connected to these metal stanchions on the stage, their uniform, our jumpsuits, our sort of time-space protective suits, similar to what the astronauts would wear, disappeared. In fact, the connecting loops to the stanchions, they said literally, my dad later said, they literally fell as we disappeared. And my dad thought, oh great, I've just involved my youngest child, my 5th child, in U.S. time-space research and development activity, and I just led to his demise. So my dad was literally just really shook up. But I was asked by the lieutenant commander for the Office of Naval Intelligence, who had an office down the hall from this large auditorium where the device was. And he said, "Okay, Andrew, tell me what you saw." And I said, "I saw a building." He said, "What kind of building?" "Oh, like this big stone building with columns in the front, kind of like a Roman temple." Because we had been sort of inculcated in Western civilization on the speed learning machines called the tachistoscopes, the curriculum that was called Galileo, which covered developments in science and society from 1450. And he said, well, tell me about the building. And I said, well, I know it's under fresh water because I could see that green stuff that grows in ponds on the columns. And he said, you mean algae? And I said, yeah, algae. And when I said that it was underwater and had algae on the columns, he actually got up. He spilled the ice water that he was serving me all over his table, all over his desk there in his study-like, book-lined office. And he then began smoking and pacing back and forth in his office. Okay, so these kinds of findings were highly disturbing to the United States government. Could it be an accident, therefore, that from 1970 to 1980, the United States government moved 1/3 of the United States population west of the Mississippi? I don't think so. I think they were preparing for that. In 1960, 2/3 of Americans lived east of the Mississippi. By 1980, only 1/3 of the American people lived east of the Mississippi. They moved 1/3 of our population west of the Mississippi in a decade after making findings like this. Has it happened yet in 2013? No, but then again, I left the timeline in which this was detected. And then a large teleport is called a Stargate. That term is actually used. There was a large black one set up in the summer of '72 in the gymnasium at the Cerrillos Cultural Center outside of Santa Fe in the town of Cerrillos near Madrid, New Mexico. And there was also a chronovisor that in the summer of '71 was put in the back of the building where there's a symphony orchestra stage, and that was the chronovisor they were using to send me to the Lincoln shooting site, Ford's Theater, on April 14th of 1865. So that's what a Stargate is. It's nothing but a big teleporter. And in fact, it prompted the same kind of Vortal tunnel. I talked about how arriving in this industrial park in 2045 and walking into this immaculate building to retrieve microfilm summaries of events occurring between the 1970s and 2040s, and then jumping through the wall of a conference room to get back to the Lobo Overlook site in southwest Colorado, where there are microwave transmitters. I talked about the plasma confinement chamber, this large lucite box about half the size of a tennis court and about 15 feet high, and how they sent me to Gettysburg on the day that Abraham Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, and I ended up being photographed there by the famed Civil War photographer Matthew Brady, as found by the photo analyst Josephine Cobb at the Library of Congress, Josephine being the great aunt of my fellow Mars jumper, William Stillings, whose mother is Gail Cobb Stillings. Now, that gets us to the jump rooms. The jump rooms were clearly present in Project Pegasus, but oddly, Bernard Mundez, or not so oddly, has said that they were given to us by one faction of the great ETs. There were two, one in New York City and one in El Segundo, California. Here is Imperial Avenue East and West, and here is the address that gives it the address 999 North Sepulveda, which is Sepulveda Boulevard. And right here is the bottom, that is to say the southern perimeter of the Los Angeles International Airport. So next time you enter LAX, there's that turnabout right in the front, and there's that space-age restaurant there in the center of the site plan. Look over to the southern periphery and go, hey, that's the building where they were jumping Andy and his fellow U.S. chrononauts to Mars. What was the jump room? It was the elevator of the building. The elevator had a dual use. And we would go up from the interior of the building where the elevator landing was, up to the 5th floor, go into the 5th floor, which was basically like, it just housed like a Fijian suite, like you have at a law firm, where you have a sort of a fancy counter and different offices. There was always one person working for CIA there who would have us write our name, sign it, give our ID number, which for me was my UCLA student ID number, had been entered in their system, 700-414-879. Please don't publish that. But so we would also give our date of birth. Then we would go up to the top floor, the 8th floor, and in the elevator we would feel the elevator moving sideways from the center of the building. And it was moving always in this direction. When I was filming a segment with Bill Ryan and Carrie Cassidy at Project Camelot, Carrie noticed from our location here out in this parking lot to the southwest corner of 999 North Sepulveda that there was a strange apparatus on the back of the building. And I think it takes a perceptive person to see that, but basically we think that may have been the housing that the elevator was moved into, and then whatever was operating the jump room was then masked by this air conditioning unit beneath it, because we were clearly making a horizontal translation after arriving on the 8th floor. We would stand there for 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then whoever was handling that jump would say something to us on the intercom. And the first time I went up in July of 1981, it was Courtney Hunt, who had trained me in Chatsworth, California, for my, after Ed Dames had handled us in 1980. I was placed with Courtney Hunt because he was a senior CIA and an experienced Mars jumper. And he kept asking me whether I was ready. And I finally said, after the third time, he said over the intercom, "Are you ready, Andy? You're going to Mars. Are you cognizant of what's happening? Are you relaxed? Whatever." I finally said, "Come on, Courtney, light this candle." Citing Alan Shepard when he was on the tarmac there at Cape Canaveral, waiting to go up into space the first time as an American astronaut. So I finally was sent to Mars there after waiting. The rectangular or box-like elevator would then morph into a cylinder. So Courtney had described how I was going to have to sort of reach out with my left arm and stabilize myself so I wouldn't fall over. He said, just like going through a water main, you want to know that it's going to become cylindrical. So nothing would happen. We would see the lights blinking in light panels inside the jump room, inside the elevator. About 5 minutes later, we could see that the box-like elevator was then morphing into a cylinder, with the top translated forward into the end of the cylinder where we could see kind of a wormholing going on. And that would get most intense and would sometimes nauseate the jumpers at about 10 minutes into the maximum wormholing, with all the torsional effects, because not just the jump room, but we were being sort of twisted, we think, at the same time, although I could still always see my fellow jumpers. But it was really most difficult to withstand at about 10 minutes, and then the process would start reversing and sort of becoming less and less affecting of how we felt. And then about 5 minutes after it started twisting, we would just be standing there in a box again, and then 5 minutes later the doors would open up, and we were always in a subterranean chamber on Mars, and then would take one flight of stairs up to the surface. All of the jump rooms were sort of hanging in an elevator-like contraption on Mars, 1 story below ground. So there were 5 foreshadowings of my experience in the jump room program. So let me just go through those very quickly, and maybe we could take a short 5-minute break. In 1967-68, when I first teleported to Santa Fe with my father, he came home from his job on Wall Street in New York City for the Ralph M. Parsons Company, and had a couple drinks, was in sort of a comedic mood, and he said, "Come on, everybody, let's gather in the living room. I want to tell you about this funny story where this person was talking about life forms on Mars for the first time. It's really funny. I mean, it's worthy of Art Buchwald." He said something like that. And what my dad I now know was reading, to his great delight, was several pages of excerpts from my 2008 paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars, which is 41 single-spaced pages. But he just had a couple sheafs of paper. And he was becoming hysterical, basically, reading the most fanciful and farcical passages from that paper. If you read my paper, it's online at projectmars.net, if you haven't read it. Essentially, somebody had kind of gone through it, somebody at CIA probably with a fine-tooth comb, and taken out about a page and a half of excerpts that were the excerpts that I included, the passages that I included in my paper, so that school children could relate to what I was talking about. I mean, I called this animal that I got from one of NASA's images on Mars, which looks like a cross between a puppy dog and a sponge in the ocean, a woofie, just as a reference to this dog-like creature that looked like something you could scrub with or whatever. And so my dad was reading all of those passages, and only those passages, in an attempt, I think, by somebody at CIA to confuse my father about the significance of the paper. Okay, so I did something that I had never done before and have never done since, and it was my dad. I was raised old school, so really, my dad was a disciplinarian, and I was certainly being an obedient child growing up. And what I did was I ran across the living room and I snatched the writing out of his paper. It was in a manila folder. and it was stapled to the right side, several pages. And I still remember to this day, it said, Central Intelligence Agency Memorandum in regard to Andrew Basiago / hyphen, the discovery of life on Mars, hyphen, 2008. So here we have evidence at the very time that I had begun teleporting back and forth between New Jersey and New Mexico, the CIA was already using quantum access to derive artifacts of future invention. In this case, my 2008 paper, The Discovery of Life on Mars. But for some reason, they were deceiving my dad about its significance, which is not we can't answer. Then about a year later, towards summertime in 1969, I've been in Project Pegasus. I would be put in Project Pegasus officially the next fall, in September, October of 1969. My dad's giving me my regular crew cut up in one of the bedrooms of the house. He goes over to his valise from work. He takes out a manila envelope with the red wax seal and tie string and unties it. It had already been cracked open. And he pulls out basically this image, which is one of the first images that I've revealed of humanoid life forms on Mars. This is essentially the iconic image on the middle of Tsiolkovsky Ridge, which is in the West Valley of the Columbia Range within the Gusev crater of Mars. And it's a little blurry here when it's shown via a PowerPoint projector, but it basically shows a humanoid. Here's the back of his head. Here's the back of his upper torso. You can see his right armpit there, and when you look at it, the original, you can see his arm here. He's interacting with smaller humanoids over here, perhaps children, and he's wearing pants that are cinched up over where we would put them, a couple inches up into the lower back, with a brown belt, and then his legs are either in the ground or in water, or he's kneeling. And this was the first image of a humanoid being on another planet ever published on Earth. And I released a number of them in that 2008 paper. And I spent all of 2008 going over one NASA image from Mars, which is PIA 10214, and I found dozens and dozens and dozens of life forms and ancient artifacts just in that one picture. It's as if they had, or we were examining like the Yosemite of Mars, and there were people camping, hiking, and fishing in the image. It's a very rich image. So my dad had a little colloquy with me about this image in 1969, and he said, "Take a look at this, Andy." And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "It's a Martian." And I go, "What do you mean a Martian?" He said, "A humanoid like us, but on the planet Mars." And I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, it actually is. Guess who finds it in the future?" And I said, "Who, Dad?" And he goes, "You do." And I said, "I do?" And he said, "Yeah, NASA sends some rovers up there and starts sending the pictures back, and you go through them, and you find the first images ever published on Earth of humanoids on another planet, and you publish them in a paper, and it's a significant paper in natural history." I said, "Really, Dad?" He goes, "Yeah. So the government just wanted me to show it to you." And then he completed the rest of my haircut. So I was given a foreshadowing of the discovery of what we call the humanoid being on Tsiolkovsky Ridge. 1970, my dad says, "Come on with me, Dad." He yells out to my mom again, "Hon, I'm taking Andy to the hardware store in Florham Park." He says, "Okay, hon, drive safely." And we don't drive to the hardware store in Florham Park. My dad explains in the car that we're going to be driving up to Curtiss Wright Aeronautical Company in Wood Ridge, New Jersey. And I say, "We are, Dad? Are we going to be jumping, teleporting to New Mexico again?" He goes, "No, son. There are some Martians up there who want to meet you." And for the next 15 minutes to Curtiss Wright, I keep on plying my dad with these questions about, well, what are they? And he actually took his Volkswagen and parked it on the side of the road and said, "Son, they are Martians. They are human beings like us from Mars. And you're going to be meeting them. They want to meet you." Now, I'm using these images. So we go over to Curtiss Wright. We go to the left. There's a landing dock here. And at the edge of the landing dock in this big hangar, there's a reverse teardrop-shaped, silver-colored, conventional spacecraft that's just hovering there and making some basic noise of a combustion type engine or reciprocating engine. It's just going pop, 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 like a Volkswagen sitting out on an ice floe or something, when somebody's ice fishing or something. And we go to the left. We don't go towards the ship. The ship was about the size of, I don't know, a Camaro, or maybe even one of those MG midget. I mean, it was a small. Had it been an automobile, it certainly would have been on the smaller side of automobiles. And maybe about the size of a contemporary Prius, about that size compact car. But we go over on the left, and there's a couple other Earthling aerospace engineers like my dad with their black ties and their pen holders and their white shirts, and 3 Martian astronauts who looked, for the most part, absolutely human. And they looked over at me and smiled. There were two that were tall and bald, and one who were about 6'1" or 2", and then all male, with the oldest one being shorter and more professorial looking, more like an intellectual than a soldier or an aviator. And he looked kind of like, I mean, the 2 larger ones kind of looked like the actor Telly Savalas, but maybe the shorter one looked like the actor Larry Neal of the Three Stooges, kind of with a bald head, but with a crown of brown hair and a kind of prominent nose. And the professor looked over at me and said, "Oh, he's a handsome lad," in a high voice, like when we're on, we breathe helium and then try to speak. And they just kind of smiled at me, and then they wrapped up the meeting, and they walked across my dad and I down a set of steps to the end of that loading dock where their little conventional spacecraft was putting. And the last one of the taller guys, stopped in front of my father and in perfect, unaccented American English said, "Ray, it was a privilege visiting your beautiful planet again, and a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for introducing us to your son Andrew. I hope that next time we come to your planet, your exceptional planet, we can meet again." Utterly graciously, my dad, who was from rural Pennsylvania, and not the natural diplomat, as it were, said, "Oh, well, great." I don't know if he used his name. But he said, "Well, I hope that happens. That would be wonderful." And they exchanged sort of these pleasantries. And they were all holding like a machine, maybe like a respirator. And then they walked into their craft, and my dad said, "I don't know how 3 guys can stand being in that small craft for 24 hours. So somebody has to do the range of how fast that ship could go to Mars in any of its positions relative to Earth. It would be a range of speeds because of the range of distances between Earth and Mars during the 2-year cycle of Mars relative to Earth, relative to its proximity to Earth. But it was a small ship. So the ship putters across the floor of the hangar and out onto this huge runway, as it were, there at Curtis Wright. And one of my dad's colleagues says, "Now watch this, Andrew," as the ship's coming around its first turn. He goes, "Get ready, it's going to be impressive." And that ship started moving down a runway, like when like on a race track, a track and field racetrack, you've got an oval, but then also a straightaway. So the thing goes around the oval and then gets on the straightaway, and just moved off the tarmac with such speed that, to me, as an 8-year-old Earthling child, thought that it had actually disintegrated. It was like a flash of silver paint. It was that fast. It just went zoom and disappeared into the sky. I didn't even see it going. We just saw this flash of silver color. Now, I'm using Jackie Coogan as Uncle Fester on the Addams Family, and Mike Myers as Dr. Evil in the Austin Powers film to demonstrate what we've been subjected to for the last 50 years. Does anybody disagree about my opinion that for the last 50 years or so, we have seen this type of human being over and over and over again in the mass media? Not just Uncle Fester, but Telly Savalas as Kojak, but Mike Myers in feature films with the same kind of character. A human being that is bald, has a face that is larger than an ordinary human being, and that is intelligent, but with a kind of a kooky, recondite personality. That's like a meme in contemporary media of the latter half of the 20th century. I use this to demonstrate the 3 Martian astronauts that we met there in summer of '70, because I don't have their pictures, but then again, all of us have their pictures because it's been shoved down our throat now for 50 years. They've been grooming us to get ready for the general introduction of Martians into our civilization on Earth. 1971, my mom let me trick-or-treat when I had a severe cold. It developed into bronchitis, and later in November, as I was recuperating in our guest bedroom, which we would use as our sick room in the house, that was 5 kids and my parents, so we would segregate whoever was ill. I have this bad case of bronchitis that to some extent I may still have. But my dad, I can hear two sets of my in-laws down in the living room with my parents, two of my aunts and uncles and their children, and my 4 older brothers and sisters. So there's like 20, 25 people in the house, maybe more like around 20. My dad sort of sneaks up the stairs into the guest bedroom, again takes something, some written work, out of a manila envelope with the red wax seal already being broken, the tie string, and he says, Andy, I know you're sick, but there's something I want you to read. And I said, well, what is it, Dad? He came over to the bed, and he said, take a look at it. It's a paper that you write in the future. And I said, really? He goes, yeah. Read the title there. I said, The Discovery of Life on Mars. And he goes, when do you write it? And I go, well, the copyright says 2008. And he goes, right. And how old are you going to be, son, in 2008? And I said, being a lot of kids in Pegasus, I said, 47, right? And I then said, but Dad, what's the D? And he goes, well, you apparently take as your confirmation name a name that starts with D. So here you're writing as a 47-year-old and you're using the middle initial D, which I selected Daniel as my confirmation name. And I use it professionally as with the abbreviation of D. So he sat down then on the edge of my bed and said, son, this is a very important exercise. I'm going to go away for a couple hours, and I want you to read the entire paper. It's 41 pages. I want you to scrutinize the photographs. Spend time literally looking at the photographs and understanding what you're seeing. And then read the captions and try to relate the text and the captions to the photographs. And I said, why, Dad? And he said, well, the purpose of this exercise is to have you read your paper from the future about life on Mars. So when you write it in 2008 as a 47-year-old, it'll contain as much information about life on Mars, as much data, he said, about life on Mars as possible. So that made sense at that time with the reckoning of engineers like my dad who were, seeing that the internet used .com and speculating that it could indicate a total communist takeover of the United States. They were really just grasping at the straws of the future, right? And he's telling me that the purpose of this exercise is to gather as much data as possible so you'll include it when you analyze a NASA photograph and publish that paper, 37 years from that time period. And the problem is that that's a kind of a quantum paradox, because how could I read the ultimate result of my authorship and deliver anything more than the total content of that paper? I mean, he didn't put me under trance hypnosis or something, right, under hypnotic trance. He basically was giving me the artifact from the future. How, by reading something in the future, are you influenced in a way that would cause you to put more content into the ultimate artifact? It doesn't make sense. But then again, this is the incomplete understanding of both retro and proto-causation that they were incompletely grasping. But I did read the whole paper, and when I spent 3.5 weeks in December of 2012, or actually November and December of 2012, listening to Dave Brubeck, the Dave Brubeck Quartet, listening basically to Paul Desmond, the alto saxophonist for the Dave Brubeck Quartet, playing Take 5 over and over again, summing up the work that I had done from January of 2008, finding specific details of life on, of ancient artifacts and biological beings, basically ancient life and modern life on Mars. So when it came time during a blizzard in Portland, Oregon, to be sitting in that little house on Russell Street in Portland, I basically put myself into a trance state with Take 5, where I was sleeping from 6 in the morning to noon and working 18 hours a day on the paper. And I was just out of my mind. I actually left that house, that rental house, to go to the post office and mail my paper to the chairman of the National Geographic, or the president of the National Geographic, John Sweeney. And when I came back from that short mile or so jaunt on like 6 feet of snow back to my house, I tested my fasting blood glucose, and it was 99 in the middle of the day. Because all I survived on for those 3.5 weeks while putting myself into this creative fugue with the playing of Take 5 on YouTube was a ham, 18 eggs, and like 28 cups of coffee. Not Hesper's, I know. rolling her eyes about the bad health of that. But basically, I went on a ham, eggs, and coffee diet as I was listening to the Dave Brubeck Quartet play Take 5. And that allowed me to sort of synthesize everything I'd studied that year, but who knows what I was actually getting from memory from having read my own paper. Anyway, I then widened my diet after the publication of the paper. And another thing that happened was kind of a precursor to my own involvement in the Mars project. When I was on Project Pegasus, I was frequently in the presence of a woman named Mary Constance Chavez, who was also known as Connie Chavez or Pilly. And she was kind of almost a folkloric figure in Old Town Albuquerque. She was sort of the belle star of Old Town Albuquerque. Because for many years, she held the position of cashier and waitress at the La Hacienda restaurant and the La Placida restaurants, the two most famous Mexican restaurants in all of Albuquerque. I heard recently that the La Hacienda was shut down, but I think the La Placida is still there. But then and now, there were very famous restaurants in the whole Southwest, and Connie was sort of like the greeter, and she was always spinning one-liners when people would say something. So she became sort of famous there in that context. She was born there, she grew up there, she died in Albuquerque. But one time, she was babysitting me in 1972. I was 10, 11 years old. I was just hanging out in the restaurant. And my dad came back from a technical meeting that had lasted from like around lunchtime to 2 o'clock. And as he walked into the La Hacienda, he looked like he'd been punched in the stomach. He looked ill and green around the gills. And so Connie started talking to him, and he said, "No, let's go over here out of earshot of Andy." And they went in the far corner of the restaurant. And then I did the things that any of you who have had kids know, that when kids want to be in on a meeting, they're going to get there. Sometimes they'll get there directly, but often they'll do the zigzag. So I stopped at one of the tables. They didn't see me. And then I did the Bart Simpson over here. And I basically zigzagged across the floor of the restaurant, and I heard Connie say to my father, does he go there before or after he publishes all the pictures of the creatures up there? So that must have been the meeting in which my dad was told, "Hey, your son that you volunteered in the Pegasus, we like working with him. When we get operational for Mars, he's going." Because my dad literally looked ill, and that's what Connie said. So there, in 1972, they were talking about what Rumsfeld must have meant when I was on Pegasus. When my dad was drinking his Jack Daniels, Donald Rumsfeld his martini, and me my grape knee-high, and Rumsfeld said to my father, "No, Ray, what we plan to do is send them to the Naval Academy in Annapolis, and then spin them through that, and use that as use the Naval Academy as a pretext for involving them in future project activities." Well, my dad sat me down in high school and explained how I was going to the Naval Academy. I turned him down. I went to UCSD and then UCLA. But there in 72, my dad had just been briefed that I was headed for Mars. So now we have some connection here between being in Pegasus, Rumsfeld knowing in 72, but before 72, which is when I left Project Pegasus, that the kids were heading for the Naval Academy, as I would be apprised of 5 years later in 1977. And when I stepped out of my interview by my local congressman, Barry Goldwater Jr., his secretary actually called me up on the phone and chewed me out for 15 minutes. "Don't you know who you had an interview with? He's one of the 453 members of Congress and all this. He's your local congressman." So Alfred Weber believes that it was not going to Annapolis is where I really started my truth campaign, or my resistance to government secrecy, as it were, and tyranny. But we know that my dad was briefed probably about Mars based on what Connie said in 1972. So with that, let's take a break of about five minutes, and I'll come back and I'll start talking about the training program that was put in the summer of 1980 at College of the Siskiyous in Weed, California. The next segment here, part 5, is the one training course that we were involved in to prepare us to journey via jump room to the planet Mars. So let's take a look at this. In the summer of 1980, here I am with my dear old dad at my brother's wedding in 1985. This is about 5 years later. My dad's health was really actually peaking, and he was really in vital good health during the early 80s. But still was a man who had lost 1/3 of his heart tissue during his heart attack in 1977, and at this point in the summer of 80, he had 11 segments of artery, 11 bypasses in his chest. So while he was very physically vital, his medical record on paper was very compromised. He was apparently in very poor health on paper. but because of proper diet and exercise, he really started to rally physically. And he wanted to go with me to Mars, right from the beginning, as father and son. And we ultimately accomplished that, but I'm getting ahead of myself here. He approaches me at our house in Chatsworth, California, and says, "Son, we're going camping this summer." And I said, "Oh, our mom," and then I asked about one of my older brothers, "Are they going too?" And he said, "No, it's just going to be you and your dad." And I said, "Well, where are we going?" And he said, "Lake Siskiyou, near Mount Shasta." And here's beautiful Lake Siskiyou. There's a campground on the northern side of the lake over here that looks like it's right beneath Mount Shasta. It's an incredible location. And this is a very beautiful picture of it, but I would definitely urge anybody in this audience who hasn't been to Shasta in the summer to do it at least one summer. It's phenomenal. And so I had remembered Lake Siskiyou from a previous camping trip with a greater number of my family members. And so early one morning, we put our tent in our boat, and one Saturday morning at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, just got onto the I-5 corridor and started traveling north to Shasta from Chatsworth, to Lake Siskiyou from Chatsworth, California. And that was roughly, our trip was roughly undertaken around August 15th of 1980. The first strange thing that happened on our trip was when my dad exited at exit 745, if you're familiar with the I-5 corridor in Northern California, essentially you get into Siskiyou County, which is a very large county, and at exit 745, you go to the northeast for about 9 miles on that exit before reaching the town of McLeod, California. In those days, the parking lot in front of the McLeod Market was much larger, and it had been sort of poured over unplaned earth. So there were sort of these bumps in the parking lot. My dad pulled our station wagon and our boat onto the parking lot at a pretty far distance from the front of the store. And he then turned to me in the car and said, "Son, I'm going to be in the store for about 15 minutes, and I have to ask you that whatever you do, don't leave the car. Unless the car catches on fire, stay in the car." And I said, "Okay, Dad, whatever." And so my dad goes into the store. He comes out 15, 20 minutes later, but where he had been clean shaven when he gave me the advisement in the car, he now had a 5-day growth of beard. The kind of beard we always teased him about, how he looked like Ernest Hemingway when he grew his beard out. And I said, "Dad, what happened?" He says, "Nothing, son. I just went into the store, looked around, saw what was there, if we had to come down here and buy some groceries." And he hadn't bought any groceries. That was another clue. And I said, But Dad, when you left the car, you were clean shaven, and now you have like a 5-day growth of beard on. What happened?" He said, "Nothing, son. You know how I always let my beard grow out when we go camping. You know how you're always teasing me about looking like Ernest Hemingway? That's just what's happening. We're on the trip, and my beard's been growing." And that was not credible, because we had just driven up from Chatsworth on the first day of the trip. Unbeknownst to me, that a couple hours later, Thomas Stillings brought his young son, William Stillings, to the same store in McLeod, and the same event transpired. His dad admonished Brett to stay in the car, went into the store for 50 minutes, came out, and had about a 3-day growth of beard, because as Brett has explained, his dad actually took out a battery-powered electrical shaver and shaved his beard before going into the store, but still had about a 3-day growth of beard when he got out. So apparently what happened is they time looped. They were sent somewhere. They had a 1 or 3 or probably a 5-day seminar about what was going to transpire that summer, and then they were teleported back to the present and walked out of the store. When William Stillings and I reconnoitered the McLeod Market in 2011, there was a drunken soldier across the street from the McLeod Market, and I should say somebody dressed as a U.S. Army soldier who was feigning drunkenness, because when he came down to the side of the door, the right side of the right window of my car, he said in a clear, non-inebriated voice, a sober voice, "So what's going on, guys?" And I actually told him the whole story. I said, "My dad was with Parsons, his dad was at Lockheed Skunk Works, and Bendix, and NASA JPL, and when we were young men, we were brought up here by our fathers, and we got training up at the college, which is only exit 747. It's 2 exits north of exit 745 to McLeod, College of the Siskiyous. And he said, what about? You were apparently involved in some defense project? He said, yeah, then they sent us to Mars via jump room. And he said, wow, and he's not drunk. And he said, wow, that's really heavy, guys. Every once in a while people come through here telling those kinds of stories. And I said to him, I leaned across Brett and I said, officer, is it pretty much in our interest to leave this area immediately? And he said, yeah. So he's basically some kind of domestic security operative who was keeping an eye on what? The McLeod market, where our fathers had taken us 30 years previously, and after 15 minutes each came out of that store with days of beard growth. So clearly they were using time travel to brief people in the intel community there for these kinds of projects. Here's Brett at about the age 13 that he was that summer. Here's Brett today. I always commend my friend William Stillings about the fact that had he not come forward and contacted me in March of 2010, I never would have recaptured my memories, and I wouldn't be talking to you today about the Mars Jump Room program. Brett has remembered with great clarity what happened, and in the way that I defeated my brainwashing after leaving Project Pegasus, Brett defeated the brainwashing that was imposed on all of us by the CIA after being trained at College of the Siskiyous that summer, and then after serving in the CIA's Mars Jump Room program. Now, the next strange thing that happened is, I'll just give the kind of prescript to this. My dad and I pitch our tent on the lakes at Lake Siskiyou there on the northern side of the lake, and a couple hours later, Brett arrives with his dad, and his dad says to my father, "You may not know me, but we work for the same company," which wasn't the company of Jesus. It wasn't saying they were Jesuits. It was the CIA, right? As they were using in that era, that the CIA was simply the company. And his father then had Brett go to their uniquely pumpkin-colored minivan, which I identified to Brett before he sent me a scan of the photographs of that vehicle with this, this sort of late or mid 1970s pumpkin orange kind of color, if you remember that era. And he had Brett get a box out of the back of the car, and he showed me what he had, which was Tom Stillings had a piece of metal that was about 2 inches wide and about 6 inches long. And he said, "Now watch this, Andy." And he bent down and he let go of the metal, and it hovered about 6 inches off the ground. And he said to my dad, I've showed this to my son, to Brett, but I don't have to show this to you, Ray, because you work with this. And again, this is the aerospace involvement with magnetics, anti-gravitics, and so forth that was already ongoing by summer of 1980. My dad had designed the metal alloy with which the ramjet was built, and apparently now was being consulted about what Tom Stillings called our boundary layer materials. So that was strange, having this little demonstration of this little hovering piece of metal. Not basically arresting the forces of gravity, but basically reverse magnetic propulsion. Basically, the polarity of the metal and the polarity of metals in the soil were causing the kind of effect when you put the same poles of two magnets together, you get kind of that pushing. Well, they had a form of metal alloy that actually hovers as a result of that effect. So that was the big event of the first day there, Saturday, the day we had arrived. The next day, Sunday, we're sitting around. We've had lunch, because we kind of bonded as two fathers and sons as neighbors there in the campground. And precisely at 1:00 p.m., both of our dads stand up and start walking diagonally across the campground. And so Brett and I, being age 13 and 18 respectively, were certainly more fit than our dads at that age, and we started skipping ahead of them, seeing the direction they were going. And we went through 2 cars at an adjacent campsite, and the person who stepped forward in civilian clothing was this man, Edwin Eugene Aldrin Jr., the U.S. astronaut, a participant in projects Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo, the second man to walk on the moon. And he walked through his vehicles. I think it was a sort of a pickup truck and a sedan. and he greeted us. And we obviously had never met Buzz Aldrin before. Brett would have a friendship with Buzz long after the jump room program. I just met him this one time at the campgrounds there. And he addressed us. He said, Andy, Brett, nice to meet you guys. Well, let me tell you, fellas, you're soon going to be doing something that I did a few years back, and that's go off-planet. And let me tell you, guys, it's going to be the experience of a lifetime. So for some reason, they set up this meeting with Buzz Aldrin just to get a sense maybe of normalcy, that leaving the planet was normal or something. And that we would clearly, as individuals born in the 1960s, I in 1961, William Stillings in 1966, we would clearly identify with Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins in Apollo 11. The next morning, we left the campground to go to the University Extension that Monday, not in Weed, California, but the College of Siskiyou Extension building in Wairika, California. But something happened the previous night, so let me describe that. We're sitting around the campfire at about 10 o'clock at night, with all the sparks going up. You can see the whole Milky Way above us. And my dad looks across the campfire at me and says, boys, also addressing Brett, he says, boys, you're not here for a camping trip this summer, although we will be camping some of the time. We'll also be staying in hotels. You're here to participate in a specialized curriculum. And I said, Dad, what are you talking about? We're going to be in school? And he said, yeah. And I said, what about? And he said, it's going to be a seminar that'll last for about 3.5 weeks, involving everything that you could possibly want to know about the planet Mars. And I said, Dad, I just took my astronomy breadth requirement at UC San Diego. I'm going to be registering as an English major at UCLA in the fall. You know that. I actually ended up transferring into history. And I said, I don't plan to become an astronaut. I don't know about Brett's plans, but, what are you talking about? And he said, well, we're going to be going to first the Extension building and then to the Weed campus of College of the Siskiyous. And I said, why do we need to know everything about Mars, Dad? Why do we need to break up this vacation with schooling? And he said, because some of you kids in the program are going to be going there. And just as we did after we encountered Buzz Aldrin, Brett and I looked at each other like, oh, look what our fathers have gotten us into, right? Fine kettle of fish you've gotten me into now. But so I said, Dad, you're not kidding. He goes, nope. And I said, well, what's happened? He said, you have been selected among American young people to be some of the first American young people to go to the planet Mars, and you're going to be going there. At least some of you will be. So just give the seminar your best shot. Just listen to everything that's said, try to participate, and try to glean as much as you can from the curriculum. So the next morning we get up, and our fathers drive us in a carpool to the College of the Siskiyou Extension in Wairika. We go up the stairs. I remember thinking how prison-like it looked. And we went into the back center. There was a courtyard, and the classroom was in the left side of the inner courtyard of this rather small campus. It was really only like sort of one big connected building. And we then met our instructor, Major Ed Dames, who in 1980, on his own website until recently, was stating that he was a scientific and technical intelligence officer for the U.S. Army in the early 1980s. On November 10th of 2011, during my third appearance on Coast to Coast AM with Brett Stillings and Laura Eisenhower corroborating my account of having gone to Mars, because Brett had and Laura had been invited to do so, Ed Dames called in and denied that he was our instructor, stated that it might be some sort of parallel reality event, and then stated the truth about the end of that summer, which he stated that he was stationed in Germany that summer. In fact, he told us at the end of our course that he was going to Germany, and that his girlfriend Marianne from Valencia, California, was not going to be going with him. I don't know if Ed Dames knows the fact that we remember the name of his girlfriend, but we do. He was saying, well, yeah, at the end of this, when we all go home, I'm going to be going to Germany to listen to Soviet troop movements on the Czech border or something. So on Coast to Coast, he alleged that he was in Germany that summer, so couldn't have been our instructor at College of the Siskiyous. And then he began using profanity, and his microphone was cut off. Okay, so I'm just giving the truth of what happened. We do not want to belittle or diminish the reputation of Ed Dames, by stating the truth. He was our instructor. So if we're wrong, there is some alternate explanation for who our instructor was. It could have been a twin brother of Ed Dames that they've been working with. It could have been a parallel dimension of his experience where we were on our main timeline and he banked in from an adjacent timeline and was our instructor and then banked out. It could have been somebody imitating him. It could have been a holographic overlay of what we were fundamentally experiencing. But I and William B. Stillings and Bernard Mendez are in absolute agreement, and we have agreed never to back down from the truth of what we experienced, which is that Major Ed Dames, the remote viewing pioneer, was our Mars training officer that summer. In fact, he was Captain Ed Dames, we believe, but he's the guy that trained us. We can't back down from the truth. If he wants to continue to deny that he was in the Mars program, that's his right, but we're going to continue to state what we experienced, which was his tutelage as the scientific and technical intelligence officer from the Army, having been our instructor, and even meeting his girlfriend at that time. After a couple days of instruction from roughly about 8:30 to 2:30, 8:30 in the morning to 2:30 at night or afternoon, we then moved to a bungalow on the Weed campus, the main College of the Siskiyous campus. And then from those hot bungalows, we then moved to the Life Sciences building. So we were actually in 3 training locations when we were in the Shasta region that summer. In that class, which again was this factual overview going from the creation of Mars to what we knew, some of the major things we knew about its humanoid population presently, Dames emphasized that the 3 goals of our service in the Mars Jump Room program were going to be to help establish an extraterrestrial defense regime protecting Earth. And I'm using extraterrestrial there broadly defined, not just the threat of hostile ETs, but all extraterrestrial threats like incoming asteroids and what have you. Second, to create a basis for claiming U.S. territorial sovereignty over Mars. The thought was that if we could put a presence there with permanent settlers and then periodic visitors, we would stake a claim under public international law to essentially claim that Mars was our sovereign territory as Americans. And then also to acclimate Martian humanoids and animals to our presence. In other words, we were being put there as a show, not of force, but as a show of the presence of Earthlings on Mars. Earthlings from Earth, not from previous contact with Earth. Now, he also explained that the emphasis would be, of the course, would be what to expect upon arriving on Mars via the jump rooms, learning about the lethal and non-lethal predators on the surface, and by this I mean inevitably lethal or not necessarily inevitably lethal predators on the surface, and how to operate as a team on the surface so as to survive. So we did a lot of really far-out exercises. I remember one time we had to look at a green box on a bar stool, and Regina Dugan said, we had to then yell out to everybody else in like a staccato sentence structure, just the essence of what was there. And Regina said, a green box on a bar stool, just sitting there. So I was proud that when I came out of the jump room facility on the surface of Mars and I saw one of the gray Martians up on the top of the building, I yelled, Courtney Hunt and Brett Stones were coming out of the jump room behind me into the darkness, sort of dusk, and I yelled, Court, Brett, a gray, on the ceiling, on the roof, observing us. Okay, so we did kind of have training and just staying in touch with our team members on the surface by yelling these short, meaningful sentences. So that succeeded. In fact, I'll tell the story of Bernard Mendez and I rescuing each other's lives in the same event. So next slide, please. Part 6, let's take a look at the 10 teenagers that were involved in our training group. Here's Brett Stillings, again, around age 13 during our training in summer of '80. Here's Brett today. Here is Barack Obama in his famous photographs when he was a first-year student at Occidental College in Eagle Rock, California. That's what he looked like. That's the guy. The 3 of us agree that was Barry Soetoro. Here is President Barack Obama today. We'll talk about the 2 denials that he's issued about his service. Here's Regina, or also known as, actually I think the correct pronunciation is Regina Dugan. That's what we were apprised of during the program, and that was used when she was the director of DARPA, was Regina Dugan. Here's Regina around the time that President Obama appointed her the first female and the 19th historical director of the agency that gave the U.S. government time travel, namely the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. And we continued to have contact with Regina after the program because she was in California at Caltech, having entered Caltech in fall of 1979 as a 16-year-old. So Regina was 17 years old when she was trained to go to Mars. Here is William Cameron McCool, known as Willie McCool, who was born, Regina was born on March 19th of 1963. Willie McCool was 5 days younger than me. He was born on September 23rd of 1961, just as Barry was also close to myself in age. Barry Obama was born on August 4th of 1961, about 45 days before I was, and then another 50 days before William Cameron McCool. Willie McCool was the pilot of, in 1996, when I was becoming a lawyer up in Washington State. Willie had gone on to a career in aviation as a naval aviator who was then at Annapolis when we were being trained, and entered the Space Shuttle Corps as a 35-year-old in 1996. It's never too late to do something different in your life. And sadly, however, he died as the pilot of Space Shuttle Columbia when it was destroyed, re-entering Earth's atmosphere on February 1st of 2003. But Brett and I certainly have fond memories of Willie McCool. I mean, he was basically a cut-up. I mean, I would pass him in the jump room at El Segundo, and he would always do these things where he looked down and he was shocked to see you. And he'd say something like, "So you're still in the program? Oh, God." You know, he was quite a comedian. So it saddens us that he lost his life at such a young age, but in such a courageous way. Okay, the other 5 we don't know. One of the reasons I'm speaking out is so that not only those that we know were involved come forward, like President Obama, but that the other 5 teenagers come forward and contact me. We have the name and hair color of one of the others. His name was Eric, and he was a blonde. We believe he was from San Mateo, California, and we think he was studying either anthropology or physics at UC Santa Barbara. His name may have been either Dutch or Scandinavian, but Eric Schoenwald, or whatever your last name was, Schoenberg, we'd like you to come forward and tell the people about what we were doing back in the early 1980s, which is jumping to Mars. Now, curiously, the 5 that we've been able to identify by name and, by persona, as it were, all had discrete or not so discrete Pasadena, California connections. So let's take a look at those. I was the youngest son of a career special projects engineer for the Ralph M. Parsons Company, which became Parsons Corporation upon creating its 6-acre campus and moving the company from Los Angeles after leaving New York City in Pasadena, California. Barry was then attending Occidental College in Eagle Rock, California, which is basically a suburb of Greater Pasadena. I mentioned how Regina Dugan had entered the California Institute of Technology, the leading sort of brainiac campus in the country, with all the profoundly talented math science type students, as a 16-year-old, the same year that Barry and I entered college in fall of 1979. Brett had several Southern California connections that are conspicuous. His dad was with Lockheed Skunk Works when we were in the jump room program, and then would go on to literally work for NASA JPL in Pasadena, another Pasadena, California connection. And then Willie McCool clearly had a Pasadena, NASA JPL connection in Pasadena because he became an astronaut, and NASA JPL is headquartered in Pasadena, California. Now, working with Bernard Mendez, in part 7 here, we take a look at what were the 7 traits that with which we believed they selected us. Now, of course, I had been in Pegasus, so I was sort of a known entity as a time traveler, a good errand and so forth, somebody who remembered what he saw when he was time traveling. But actually, Bernard Mendez gave me a kind of bizarre set of traits. Let's take a look at those. He stated basically that you all had to be of very high intelligence. We wanted everybody to have a team orientation. So like I had learned how to cooperate with my 4 older brothers and sisters and so forth. Barry Obama was certainly a kind of a laid-back, type B personality. That we have non-competitive personalities. They didn't want to send chrononauts to Mars that would run up a hill to be the first one to run up the hill. They wanted team members to sit where one team member might turn to the other and say, hey, listen, let's walk up to that hill over there. Because group cohesion was critical, just to not be separated from your group and possibly eaten on the surface. Okay, so we all had to be non-competitive in our personalities, and I think that's also exemplified in the fact that I had a pretty good jump shot in basketball, but I was a terrible wrestler in high school. I just didn't like grappling with somebody. I had had some skin problems as a result of Pegasus and some major ones. And so I look back at my athletic career and it was not particularly distinguished. I became much more competitive politically and academically, but they still had apparently found that each of us was ultimately self-directed and non-competitive in our activities. We all had to have an affinity for nature. We were the kind of kids who, when we were taken to campsites as little kids, when the tents were being set up, would not help set up the tents, but be all over the location, picking up rocks, checking out pine needles and that whole scene. We had to be intuitive problem solvers. Brett and I have gone back and remembered incidents where we recommended something that would be analogous to Buzz Aldrin using that Bic pen to repair the instrumentation of the lunar module and get them off the surface of the moon. Okay, I got a lot of that wasn't so much intuitive, but that was practical for my father, because my dad was a mechanical genius. In fact, one of his colleagues said at his funeral, he said, Andy, your dad was brilliant. I think you should know that. And I said, well, how do you mean? He said, had he been a better communicator, he would have become president of Parsons. I mean, that's quite a statement, Parsons being one of the world's largest engineering companies. He said he would come up with solutions that just astounded me at how simple they were and creative. Things like, how to do the air. He didn't work on this, but I'm just thinking of the types of things this man was talking about. Like when we designed that air regulator for the Apollo 13, we just cobbled together what would create an air conditioning unit from scratch. This was the kind of genius that my dad had, and some of it rubbed off on me. I think Brett had the same experience with his dad. Curiously, Bernard Mendes said, and also grandiosity. We wanted every last, teenage jumper to basically be a grandiosity case. And I said, why, Bernie? And he said, think about it. You're sending teenagers to another planet. You definitely want them to have like a Christopher Columbus complex, right? So when they looked through our statements of purpose, they were looking for young people who just had a large definition of themselves, even if it was sort of like a mental disorder. But that's curious in light of the fact that this small group of young people were fairly illustrious as a group later in life. And then also there's the possibility that they identified us through future social prominence, using quantum access to the present and seeing that Barry would become president, Regina would become director of DARPA, Andy would become a crusading lawyer who would run for president, etc. Willie McCool would become a space shuttle astronaut. But Bernard agreed with me that we had to factor that in. But most of this is actually from Bernie. And Bernie, of course, wasn't really our peer in the program. He was the Air Force investigator who was being put in the program to investigate it and write a report about key questions of what the project was encountering. Like situations where somebody would be killed, literally eaten in half, or have their arm torn off, as I did, by a predator, and then be resurrected or have their limb reattached as if magically by the time they were debriefed by Ed Dames back in El Segundo. So, but yeah, I think of the personalities of, let's say, the captains of the ships when Western Europeans began traveling to the Americas, to the Western Hemisphere. I would certainly want to be sailing with a Columbus or a Vespucci or a Mercator, or who did the circumvention of the world? Magellan, or a Magellan who had a Napoleonic complex, right? Because you're going out there and your ships are sinking, you're running out of resources, your men are mutinying. I would certainly want to have like a George Washington personality type who had a big self-concept to be safe on the planet Mars. So I think that helped get us over the basic existential fear of being separated from Mother Earth. And it was fearsome. So there were 3 parents who were auditing virtually every class during the training program. I mentioned my dad's involvement. I mentioned in yesterday's lecture how he was the chief technical consultant or liaison between Parsons and the CIA on Tesla teleportation. VS, electrical engineering, Lehigh, 1951, a member of Eta Kappa Nu, associated professionally with the Time Travel Professional Organization, IEEE, how he had designed the metal alloy so that the ramjet would not melt in our atmosphere or in our near-Earth environment from molecules of air or space dust, respectively, how he had repeated Nikola Tesla's teleportation experiments at the Edison Research Labs in West Orange, New Jersey, during the 8 years that he was employed there between 1956 and 64. So I think this got my dad into the time-space program, in addition probably to his working on sensitive aerospace projects, his mastery of mathematics and physics at Lehigh, and just fate. But there he was in summer of '80, sitting behind me, auditing the class that we were being trained to go to Mars, knowing that he was probably not going to be medically approved to go because of his heart disease and his pulmonary performance as a result of his heart disease. Here's Brett's father, Thomas J. Stillings, when he was a lieutenant with the Office of Naval Intelligence. Tom was often sitting to my father's right in class. At that time, he was an operations analyst at Lockheed Skunk Works, so probably had sort of designed the way that the jump room class was going to unfold and maybe had some ambit over which individuals were selected. He also had a bachelor in engineering. He had the Navy connection that I was given and that Brett was given. He also had attended a naval postgraduate school curriculum, as I had in the evenings when I was at UCLA studying history in the day division. And he later went on to become an employee of NASA JPL. And then sitting a couple seats to his right in the back of the room at the Life Sciences building was the mother, the biological mother of Barack Obama, Stanley Ann Dunham. She was a very nice lady. She had served alternately as a USAID, Agency for International Development consultant in Kenya and Indonesia. She would go on to earn a PhD in anthropology from the University of Hawaii at Manoa by 1993, I think. It's stated by others that she was an agent for the Central Intelligence Agency while traveling to Kenya and Indonesia and marrying into those cultures. And one day she gave us a brilliant afternoon lecture on cross-cultural communications if we encountered Martians directly when we were on the surface. And I remember her referencing the fact that she knew a lot about cross-cultural communications by being in cross-cultural marriages while married to men from Kenya and Indonesia, respectively. She was a delightful person. I feel that the President's mother has been completely besmirched in the press. She was a wonderful human being. She was gracious, funny, intelligent, kind. And Brett and I was just hanging out with her in the classroom. She was a wonderful lady. So, we have this issue in part 9 here of the two future presidents. The first thing I remember about Barry Obama, or Satoru as he was then known, is we were coming out of class and he walked alongside me on my left. My dad was on my right. We were walking back to our cars there from the Life Sciences building. And he said, "You know, I really can't believe what we're studying." And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "We're being trained to be some of the first people to go to another planet. I mean, how far out is that?" I said, "I know. So some mornings I have to remind myself that that's what we're studying." So he was really thinking with philosophical profundity about what we were being set up to do, which is go to another planet. And Barry was a great guy. I mean, he was smart, thoughtful, considerate, had a good positive attitude. He was funny. And so I'm also mortified when I see all this dirt being thrown at Barack Obama, because quite frankly, when I think about my college-age peers, he was clearly one of the standouts as a human being, as an overall human being. Now, we know that the Barry Satoru we served with and were trained with in this early phase was President Obama, because his kindergarten teacher provided the press, during the birther controversy a year or two ago, provided his academic file from Indonesia, where he had lived from age 5 to 10, and he was identified in his kindergarten file as Barry Satoru, having been born or come to Indonesia. Well, that must have been 1968 as he was entering that course at his class. And then he was of the Muslim faith, and that his name was Barry Satoru. And she also provided the group photograph in kindergarten, in first grade, where we see a young Barack Obama circled here being identified as Barry Satoru. So how many Barry Satoros can there be in the world? I mean, a Western first name with an Indonesian last name, not too common. Here is Barry and his mom, Stanley, at the time of his high school graduation from Punahou School in Hawaii. This is essentially what they looked like when we met them in the jump room program. Again, the affable mom that Barry had. We also got to know them well because after we left the dorms at College of the Siskiyous, a group of us kind of split off and were staying for days at the Finlandia Motel in the city of Mount Shasta. That included President Obama, myself in this extended picture here, Regina, and Brett, and our parents, and other jumpers. The thing about the presidency began, and did I tell this yesterday, where my dad said 2 future presidents? Okay,
Yes.
so there was a reference by Tom Stillings to his son about how there was a future president class, and then when my dad apprised him that there were 2, Brett says that later, when they left the classroom, his father was just like apoplectic, saying things like, what do they think they're doing? They put 2 future presidents in this program? I mean, this program is dangerous. What are they thinking? So I mentioned that anecdote yesterday, and then that kind of gave way to greater discussion. I mean, Barry's mom, Stanley, was even talking about his future presidency as the first African-American president during the going-away dinner that we had at the Creamery Restaurant, which is now basically a tavern and restaurant, but was then kind of a restaurant that featured basically like fancy ice cream dessert type things, which was on College Road there. The front of the restaurant was then on College Avenue, down the street from College of the Siskiyous. Now, during the 3.5 weeks we were all there, Barry, Regina, and I became CIA analysts about a specific data set. We were sequestered. Well, what happened is toward the end of the program, the end of the 3.5 weeks, Barry, Regina, and I were approached by Ed Dames and my dad and taken to Ed Dames' office, where Ed announced to us that we would all be teleported to the beginning of the summer, spend the whole summer sequestered there at College of the Siskiyous, and then at the appropriate time, be reintroduced back into our main group, the main timeline, as it were, that the training course was taking place in. And he said, I know that you will, because you already have. In other words, he had already encountered us when we jumped forward to June of 1980. So we were just hanging out in kind of some study corrals at the undergraduate library. There's no graduate library, basically at the library at College of the Siskiyous. How they could pick a future president who would become a Harvard-educated lawyer, the first woman to direct DARPA after getting a PhD in mechanical engineering from Caltech in the early 90s, and a Cambridge-educated lawyer who would become a whistleblower and presidential candidate, I don't know. But I think it was intentional. Because what they asked Barry, Regina, and I to do that summer is analyze about 4 inches of French intelligence data about Mars in the French language. And I had taken 2 years of junior high school French and 2 years of high school French, but I basically knew how to count and give the days of the week after all that ended. I'm not a natural linguist. So what is it? Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche, or something like that. So I know a little bit of French to maybe count or know what day of the week it is if I look at a French newspaper. But I was just gleaning about 25% of what these 4 inches of data said. I think Regina was fluent and Barry was more fluent than I in French. So we were sequestered there, almost to the point of like going into a creative fugue state. I mean, we were really isolated, and we had been told not to talk too much to each other, just to say hi, but not talk about our theses, to keep our theses of what the intelligence data said about the thesis. The question was, do these documents reveal that the humanoid population on Mars is a threat to the humanoid population on Earth? Benevolent towards us? Or cannot be determined? Which is it? And don't talk to your colleagues, We don't want the 3 of you talking to each other, at least if you do talk, just to say hi, so that your colleagues have some sense of normality, interacting with other human beings during these months you're going to be spending here. We just want you to stick to inconsequential themes. Don't tell them what your thesis is, and arrive at your own opinion. So we were walking at the end of the summer, at the appointed hour, they sent somebody over to our tiny offices over in the dorms, our tiny, living quarters over in the dorms. They were like really tiny 1-bed dorm suites, almost like prison cells. And they said, well, your time to rejoin the rest of the group and give Major Dames or Captain Dames your theses has arrived. So we're walking over there. He left, and then we walked over by ourselves to Ed Dame's office. And I said, well, look, we can to the other two, I said, look, we can let our guard down now because we've already written our theses and we've arrived at our own opinions and we can't influence each other now. And I said, Regina, what did you determine? And contrary to my opinion, she said, I think they represent a threat. And I said, wait a minute, Regina, I mean, we're engaging in the hegemony of going to their sovereign planet and putting our explorers there. And then she cited the incident in which several of our astronauts had died on the surface of Mars, one of the French intelligence reports indicated. We had asked the human population, our government on Mars, civilization as it were, to rescue our personnel. They agreed to do so, and then they reneged and didn't perform. And those several astronauts died. I guess of exposure or starvation or predation on the surface. Regina believed that showed that they weren't trustworthy, not because they refused to rescue our personnel, but they declined to after promising to, which shows some malice, was her opinion. I said, but Regina, do you think we're doing that when extraterrestrials come to our planet? This was pre-Roswell, right? But I'm just saying, do you remember hearing any time where they stated as a human right on Earth that if you're an extraterrestrial, you have the right to be rescued by the U.S. government? I mean, you're imposing a higher morality on the inhabitants of a planet that we're proposing on ourselves when territorially aggressing against the Martian population. But she got really angry at me because she believed, now of course she was more adept at French, so maybe she was right. But I didn't read anything that I could read of the French intelligence documents to determine that the Martians were any threat to us. Of course, I had met 3 very friendly ones as an 8-year-old in summer of '70. And Barry, as is indicated by the fact that he's a highly skillful political tactician because he reached the White House as the first African American president at age 47, didn't say anything. I said, what about you, Barry? What did you determine? And he said, I can't tell you. And I said, why not? He said, because it's against what we were instructed to do. We have to take this program seriously. We're going to be jumping to Mars. And I said, okay, if you don't want to tell us, but we're just going to deliver the thesis and then never know what the other 2 researchers had determined. So that's how it fell out. What I guess that since Barry has, I think, been a pretty intellectually capacious president, I mean, if you think about our former presidents, I think he stacks up very well for actually the erudition that he's brought to the presidency and the depth of his analysis. I think what he probably concluded was that it was both. That we were both dangerous to each other because we were on the threshold of interplanetary contact, but that equally both civilizations could be benevolent to each other. He probably gave a kind of a dichotomous or trichotomous kind of answer because it's present in his public statements in other areas. And I know that Regina was taking the hawkish view, I was taking the dovish view, but then again, I became an activist lawyer and not a science officer for the U.S. government or President of the United States, at least not yet. Well, the next summer of 1981, I was placed with one CIA agent, Courtney Maurice Hunt. Now, this isn't a picture of Courtney. This picture is of Mike Roman, the national sales director of the Bulova Watch Company, when he was photographed at the Grand Ballroom of the Ambassador Hotel when Senator Robert Francis Kennedy was shot there on June 5th of 1968. When this picture was scrutinized, an Irish journalist by the name of Shane O'Shaughnessy stated that this was Gordon Campbell of the CIA, somebody who had been involved, at least potentially, in the assassination of President John Kennedy. It was then determined that it wasn't him, but it was in fact Mike Roman, because the Bulova Watch Company, under General Omar Bradley as chairman, was present at a national sales meeting in the Ambassador at the same time that the DNC was meeting there, or at least the Kennedy campaign was meeting there in 1968. I use this photograph because this looks exactly like Courtney M. Hunt looked when I and Brett Stillings were introduced to him in the summer of 1981. He was a career CIA officer who began jumping over enemy lines during the Korean conflict to gather intelligence, and in fact had a bad back as a result of a mishap as a parachutist into North Korea. One of the first things that Courtney did that summer was he took me to a chem lab at Cal State University Northridge. There we see its famous creative sign that you can see CSUN from 360 degrees, and showed me how to use the respirator I was going to be using on the surface of Mars. He also took me to Lockheed Skunk Works, where Brett's father worked, and they had me stand inside this video console that had images, moving images on all four sides walls of this small room, and I had to hold a gun and move around either 90 degrees or 180 degrees every 30 seconds, because that's what we're going to be expected to do on the surface of Mars to protect ourselves and our team members from predation. One of the inevitably lethal predators could run at 70 miles per hour. In fact, Courtney Hunt and I once saw one of the dinosaur-like predators run for about a half a mile at 70 to devour a kind of a water buffalo-like creature. So there was also the trip to Lockheed Skunk Works that Hunt facilitated. Now, can you go forward one, just I want to see where I am. Okay, just and back. Because, yeah, here we go. There are
Here.
essentially, well, here we have Lockheed Skunk Works, where I'm practicing protecting with the gun from predation. Because there's actually two types of predators on Mars. The first are some of these plesiosaur-like creatures that look like turtles with long necks and horse-like heads, like the lake monsters that we've seen. Nessie at Loch Ness, Champ at Lake Champlain in New Hampshire, and Ogopogo in Lake Okanagan in British Columbia. But this thing was not a turtle. It had teeth all the way down its throat. But the benefit was that it really couldn't run as fast as we could, so while it was a predator, we really would have had to be cornered by it almost accidentally, or run up upon by it, for it to even get its teeth in our legs or whatever. This was one of the non-lethal predators, but it was a predator. But here was a drawing that's pretty close to what the lethal predators looked like. They basically had heads that looked like T-Rex, although Brett remembers they were a little bit more narrow across the front and a little bit more chicken-like. And they had much more supple bodies like this, like velociraptors as depicted on Jurassic Park. And we were told that we would not, if they were anywhere near us, we would not be able to outrun them. We're actually trained in one exercise at College of the Siskiyous of running in zigzag patterns just to try to get them to become disinterested in eating us, even though we would obviously exhaust ourselves doing so. So this was pretty much the Joker card. Because there were non-lethal predators that I could shoot and repel, but I was also advised to never shoot the lethal predators, the inevitably lethal predators, because all I would do is basically antagonize them. And they were known to sometimes spend hours nibbling at somebody if you had antagonized them. I was given a photo ray gun, and in the backyard, the La Cañada backyard of the Stillings family, Tom Stillings showed me that in the case of small and medium-sized animals, we would just incinerate them into fine ash. And he demonstrated with a goat, and he said, "Watch this, Andy." And he shot about 30 feet across their backyard and turned a young goat just into feathery ash. But then he admonished me, you wouldn't want to put that kind of charring on the side of the leg, in a black spot on the side leg of one of the inevitably lethal predators, because he was going to be really mad and spend a slow time eating you. Okay, so this was basically to repel smaller predators. I went off protocol, and I once used it upon Brett's insistence on splitting a rock in half, and water burbled out. And I've been telling that in lectures for several years now, and now NASA has announced that there's water immediately under the surface of Mars. Okay, so even the space agency is starting to corroborate my independent account. But that was the only time, I'm happy to say that was the only time I even fired my gun on the surface of Mars, was just to split the rock in half. I was also given a small dose of, not morphine, not strychnine, what's the other poison? I always forget this. You know that Goring took to kill himself?
Cyanide?
Cyanide, thank you. I for some reason, I guess because of the word, the stem scion means blue, right? I covered it in Latin stems in English at UCLA, but I can never open my mouth and say cyanide. But yeah, I was given a capsule of cyanide in the event that I would prefer to suicide, for example, rather than being slowly eaten. And I like to refer to that as the fuckatol that I was administered in the event that I had to basically pull the Joker card and check out. Next slide, please. Now, one of the things that Hunt did was not only handle me for the Mars program, but he was trying to handle me by wherever the CIA wanted me on the planet. And at the end of that summer of '81, right before I was going to enter my third year of college at UCLA, after having transferred from UC San Diego, he told me that I want you to put in an intercampus transfer. And I said, where? I've already attended 2 colleges. He said, Columbia. And I said, you're telling me if I apply to Columbia now, a couple of weeks before the term begins, I'm going to be able to go there to an Ivy League school? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to school in New York City. My family doesn't have the money for me to come home for Christmas if I do that. I don't think I can afford the rents or the danger of being a victim of a crime in New York, in that era. I mean, by 1979-80, New York was basically unsafe territory. So I made one of the major mistakes in my life, and I didn't transfer to Columbia to get an Ivy League degree as an undergraduate. But one of my fellow jumpers did, Barack Obama. As researched by George Stephanopoulos of ABC News, and who interviewed 400 classmates of Barack Obama. He was not in New York while he was supposedly attending Columbia. And also as field tested, or what have you, as researched by Wayne Allen Root, who was one of George Stephanopoulos and Barack Obama's classmates in class of '83 at Columbia. Wayne Allen Root, I believe he questioned 75 of their classmates, and they were all political science majors, as Obama was supposed to have been. And those 75 poli-sci graduates of the class of 1983 of Columbia University in New York City, none of them could place Barack Obama in New York City. What I can add to the controversy about the President's Columbia baccalaureate degree is that I was instructed by the CIA to transfer from UCLA to Columbia the same time he was, and he went. I've even communicated with one of the professors who's looking into this, saying, why won't you guys touch the issue of why he was even transferred to Columbia? What Hunt had told me is that they would simply use our shadow enrollment at Columbia as a cover for involving us in the jump room program further, and even espionage on Earth. We know that Barack Obama went to Pakistan in 1981 at a time when there was a travel ban on Americans going there that the State Department had imposed, the U.S. State Department had imposed. So Barack Obama shouldn't even have been allowed to have gone, apparently, to Pakistan as an undergrad, but he did. So he must have been using his Indonesian passport. Hence, he must have been registered at Columbia as an Indonesian or foreign student. All I know is that the term, the fall 1981 term that he decided or had earned the ability or the right to attend Columbia after having a B- grade point average at Occidental, he ended up graduating from Columbia, and I was instructed by CIA to go there, but didn't attend, but he apparently did because he was one of our fellow jumpers. And in fact, Courtney Hunt may have been the CIA agent who instructed him to put in the intercampus transfer and go to Columbia. So, 2 jump rooms, one in New York City and one in El Segundo, California. Here's the one at the corner of Imperial Avenue East and West and Sepulveda, 999 North Sepulveda. And Brett Stillings determined that the CIA building in El Segundo is exactly 2 miles as the bird flies from where the jump room itself was. Interesting finding, exactly 2 miles. The first of my 2 training jumps were in summer of 1981. The first time, it was always a tradition to go up by yourself, so you would be sufficient to go by yourself if you were called to do so. I went to the building in El Segundo, jumped to Mars, and then came out of an elevator that was 1 story below ground and out through the eye of a large skull. This is a large skull that I found in NASA image PIA 10214, but it's not the one that I arrived at. But the whole face on Mars controversy is now in its 2nd generation. The face on Mars at Cydonia is one of thousands of heads and faces of primates on the surface of Mars. The Martians use large heads to indicate where there are access points to their underground civilization, and they use images of different primates and reptilians and so forth to show, kind of as signage, to show where there's danger in the area. So they'll show a vicious reptoid, or they might show like a laughing humanoid as signage to indicate where you do or do not want to be on the surface. But they use large skulls extensively. The second time I went up with Courtney Hunt, and we went about a quarter of a mile from the skull that we arrived at, and this is one from Douglas, Arizona. It's just from our planet. But it was cobbled together from local rock. There was a door with a screen door on it. That's where I had the encounter with the man with the lower extremities of a grub who came bounding towards us with a chain around his neck, kind of like as a yard dog to scare us away. And when he got right towards us, Courtney had kind of lunged at him like that, and he turned around and started bailing woefully like a wounded dog, which is a strange kind of guard dog. Then we went in and interacted with a settler on the surface of Mars named Howard. There were empty canned goods all over the floor, and he started scrambling and tripping over them because he thought we were there to assassinate him. And Courtney said, "Howard, we're not here to kill you, we're here just to see how you're doing." And he was just jabbering away how one of his team members had been a victim of predation and so forth. So this confirms the claims made by Michael C. Ralph that the U.S. government put settlers on Mars in structures like this, and also were having periodic jumpers, which again was part of the fulfilling the terms of public international law, that to claim territorial sovereignty you had to have settlers and then regular visitors to your colony to make that your own territory. Ultimately, I was given one mission. I would drive over to a RAND corporation, RAND of Santa Monica subsidiary, which is in West Los Angeles, California, and somebody there working in a kind of a printing shop for RAND would give me one of these black so-called floppy disks about 10 years before these were released commercially. And on it, there was data to sustain, here's just a jump room concept, elevator. But I would walk through this dilapidated brick city. This is Paris in 1945, but the city there was lower and brick. It looked like historical Philadelphia had been dropped from about 50 feet and kind of shattered on the ground. And I would walk through this with the data disk. I would walk through this dilapidated brick city, and remember seeing the little children of the second type of Martian, really cute in their long black caftans, looking out at me from behind vacant windows and doors and so forth. So what I was doing was taking that information to sustain the telecommunications posts that had been placed in that brick building. I don't know if that was our brick building or one of the Martian typologies brick building, but it was brick and it was demolished, and our technician had cobbled together like 8 different devices inside an area of one of the brick buildings that was pretty much covered from the sky. And I would just arrive there, hand him the data disk, and he wouldn't even say anything. He'd say, "Well, I know you're not very talkative, but I do wish you the best here in your outpost." He just never talked to me. So what were the 3 typologies of Martians that I would ultimately encounter? I mentioned the first type. I have named them Homo Martis Terris, which basically means Earthman on Mars. The second is creepier. It has more of like the character that the German actor Max Schreck played in the 1922 classic silent film Nosferatu. This was Count Orlok, that he was actually a vampire in that movie. It's not exactly what the second type of Martians, the indigenous Martians that I've called Homo Martis Martis, or basically Martian men and women of Mars. But it's a little creepier than they actually look. They actually look a little cuter than this, or actually slightly cute, but kind of creepy at the same time. Their children are certainly very cute. But it's similar in the sense that he has an irregularly shaped dome on his head that we don't have. The face is longer from the crown to the bottom of the chin. The ears are sort of pointy. Some of them are horned, as we've long depicted demons and the devil himself. They have longer, more extended fingers than we do, spindlier bodies, but this character in cinema is pretty close, because the Homo Martis Martis have a very recondite, even frightened personality. So it's really not their creepiness, it's our response to their fear of us. And if we're relatives of the Earthlings on Mars who colonized Mars before the solar system catastrophe in 9500 BC, they certainly have a right to have adapted into personalities in which they fear us, because it was members of our civilization that colonized their planet, for example, so that there was the liaison between Mars and Earth during the Egyptian, the high Egyptian civilization. In fact, Ross Curley of my organization, the Mars Anomaly Research Society, has found the image of a pharaoh either carved or stamped into a piece of rock or metal right on the Martian surface. So we have proven that the high Egyptian civilization was on Mars. And here's an indigenous Martian. Of course they would be frightened interacting with a human. So when Courtney Hunt and I were greeted at the opening of the jump room facility that was known as the Corkscrew, because it had sort of this not conical, but conch shell type structure, we were greeted by this little sort of Marty Feldman kind of character, who then was always looking back at us and kind of smiling vivaciously that he was leading us, and he was going to show us part of his underground civilization. So they were at least as, they were wary, but they were at least as interacting with Earthlings from Mars thousands of years after our respective civilizations had been separated, with at least enough graciousness to literally give us a tour of where they lived. And he did not attack us. He was quite kind to us. So we went for about a 30-minute walk through a part of their underground civilization. It was very Tolkien-esque. It had sweeping archways. It had ceilings that were sort of in paisley shapes. It had pneumatically driven metal equipment, like the kind of elevator that you might find in Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico. So it was an advanced civilization living in a naturalistic way with the environment. Very interesting. The third type basically looked like gray extraterrestrials, but gray extraterrestrials sort of maybe crossbred with lemurs, a very terrestrial kind of primate, with a lot of like hiding activity, a lot of ducking, holding onto type of characteristics that we would find in higher primates. So the one I saw of those, which looked virtually identical to this, was on top of that jump room, the Corkscrew, when I yelled out, "Court, Brett, a gray, on the roof, observing us." Now, let me go through in part, part 16 now. Let me go through the 6 Mars whistleblowers who have come forward and tell something briefly about each of them. Michael C. Ralph, who's now resides in Australia with his wife Stephanie, who went through a major exercise in deprogramming involving his therapist wife, Stephanie Ralph, claims that in 1976 he went up to Mars via jump room, worked until 1996, and then was age regressed 20 years, and took the jump room back to Earth, and then was re-inducted into the conventional Army, and then given an honorable discharge a month later. Okay, what's interesting about this is Michael C. Ralph and I didn't know each other until I came forward publicly about the jump room program. And I remember being age progressed as a child in Pegasus and then having the effect wear off. And here we have one of the Mars jumpers describing that it was a jump room that he used to Mars. And after living and working there at one of the U.S. facilities, was age regressed back to 20 years younger, and then released from the military. I mean, that's double corroboration that I don't know how we would have made up not being in contact with each other. So the next whistleblower is Arthur Neumann, the Henry Deacon whistleblower from Project Camelot, who claims that sometime in the last several years he was sent to Mars via jump room by the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. And he wants me to emphasize that he has never been employed by the CIA. And then myself, coming forward in 2009 at a conference that was at James Gilliland's sanctuary near Trout Lake, Washington. And then after I came forward publicly, Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of President Dwight David Eisenhower and Mamie Eisenhower, First Lady Mamie Eisenhower, came forward and revealed in a set of interviews in the alternative media that in 2006 and 2007 she had been basically mistreated in this elaborate sort of manipulation of her to fall in love with a particular boyfriend who was then grooming her to accept the invitation to go to Mars. And as I said earlier, I think it's remarkable that Laura, as a member of a presidential family, and a very respected one at that, the Eisenhower dynasty, would, as such a family member, come forward so courageously. And then, of course, Brett Stillings, I've talked about him at length. He's a great friend. Now we have Bernard Mendez, who, when Brett and I had met, in real time recently, and we're talking to each other about the jump room training class, we were always talking about that 35-year-old guy over on our left with his military escort. So who contacts us after I brought Brett onto Coast to Coast? Bernard Mendez, the guy over on the left side of the room. Bernie, as I said, is kind of like the Indiana Jones of rescuing U.S. government personnel, whether they're on the Earth or off of it. Now, let's take a look at these two fellow jumper whistleblowers that I was blessed to have met. Brett Stillings and Bernard Mendez. The first fact that Brett and I corroborated with each other, we named our entire Mars training group that we could remember. Let me count how many people we cited and agreed to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you've got 2 whistleblowers from the same project who together came up with 10 names of co-participants. That's fact number 1. Fact number 2 is that we both remember that during our training, when Ed Dames was describing how dangerous it was on the surface, he said, of the 97,000 people that we have thus far sent to Mars, and I think he meant that we've settled on Mars, only 7,000 have survived after 5 years. Now, Bernie disputes that. Bernard Mendez says that there were only 4 groups of 10, 4 training classes of 10 young people, and several other CIA-aligned people that we were sending up with them. But Ed Dames, Brett, and I remember in the second fact, to corroborate, told us that 97,000 people had been sent up. 90,000 of them had lost their lives on the surface, and 7,000 had survived. And so now we surmise that maybe he was telling us this so we would be vigilant on the surface about protecting our lives and the lives of our team members. He also remembered that when Ed Dames was talking, and I agree, that when Ed Dames was talking about predation, he said, so does everybody understand what I'm really saying here? Simply put, your task is to be seen and not eaten. In other words, your task is to be present on the surface, acclimating the Martian humanoids and animals to your presence, but making sure that one of the animals doesn't eat you. So Brett's come up with some highly specific data points from our training and from our experience. You remember on the surface, he was sitting at a table with his back to the entire horizon. I was standing in front of him doing like these 30-second looks here, and then 180 degrees to my right, and then I would step back kind of like this and look at whether there were predators there, and I felt exposed behind myself, so I would then turn and look over here every 30 seconds, just like somebody holding a rifle protecting, a group of soldiers in a war zone. And Brett had been sitting there for 3 minutes with his back to the whole horizon on this kind of stone picnic table type structure. And he remembers that I kind of took him to task. I was always kind of like playing the role of his older brother. And he says that I said, Brett, were you giving any training? And Brett said, what? What do you mean? And I said, 3 minutes have passed and you haven't looked around. So we were really trying to protect each other, really keep each other alive. So the next slide, please. We also remembered something that makes absolutely no sense. On Earth, when you enter an elevator, if you push a certain number, it'll take you to that floor. The door will close and it will take you to that floor. But if you push the number of the floor you're on, it'll open to protect anybody from being injured by the elevator, being caught between the elevator and the elevator shaft. But Brett and I both remembered that to get home from the Mars jump rooms on Mars, we were pushing the number of the floor we were on. Because some of these jump room facilities had almost like a mine shaft kind of elevator, like a mine elevator, where you had basically the box-like elevator on some level of the shaft. So if we went in and it was on level 5, and we had to push 5 to cause the doors to close, not remain open for pushing the same number as the number of the floor. He remembers that after closing the door, by doing that, we were then instructed to look up at the ceiling at a 90 or at a 45-degree angle, and in a loud, clear voice, when they said, "Are you ready to return?" we were sort of shouting almost, "Ready to return." So Brett and I basically corroborated and remembered, and were able to dispel the possibility that we were part of some mind control experiment or we were having a group dream or something, because we went back and we remembered the whole elaborate system for getting home in the jump room via the jump room on Mars. Similarly, Bernie remembered that several of the more difficult facts that we've had to grope with, grasp, and analyze regarding our trips to Mars. One is, and this was very strange, Bernie and Regina came over to my dorm at UCLA, and Bernie had a backpack on his back and green pants, and he had a green sweater over his upper torso that created a hump, basically, in this green sweater. And I said, "Bernie, what's the deal? What are you wearing? You look like a turtle." I was just teasing him, trying to loosen him up. And Bernie's from Staten Island. He still lives there. And he reminded me, right after he contacted me after 30 years, that I had once alleged that he looked like a turtle. And I think that's kind of a highly specific personal kind of issue that could not just be made up or falsely remembered after 30 years. So that was fact number one that corresponded. I said, yeah, I remember that, Bernie. I didn't mean to, I wasn't picking on you. I was just saying that, you know, you had a hump on the back of this green sweater. Okay, second one was, we remembered that during a jump that we took, the one where I referred to him as looking like a turtle when he showed up at the dorms, that we went on a night run with Regina Dugan, and here in this PowerPoint I had written another woman. I now have the permission of the Eisenhower family to reveal that that was Mary Jean Eisenhower, President Eisenhower's granddaughter, namely the aunt of Laura Magdalene Eisenhower. So there was family involvement. Raymond F. Basiago and his son Andrew Basiago, Thomas J. Stillings and his son William Brett Stillings, and Mary Jean Eisenhower, who would go on to be the president of the People-to-People Ambassador Program, that second-level diplomacy agency that her grandfather founded, and her niece, Laura Eisenhower. And I'm sure other family members were involved in that way, because after all, they were going to be moving towards a colony on Mars, and I think they were involving people in different ways, so that ultimately there would be family integrity if they then wanted to bring more members of the family into the colony. For example, Laura was invited, when she was invited to go up in 2006 and 2007, they were trying to get her to consent to bringing her two then 10-year-old twin boys with her. But initially with Bernie, we corroborated the fact that after they picked me up at the dorms, we slept from about 5 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning at a military dormitory in El Segundo near the jump room site. Bernie and I corroborated, and this was one of the reasons we wanted to speak with Mary Jean, but we haven't been able to, at least as of yet. We remember during the night run that we were chased around in front of the jump room facility called the Corkscrew by these small dinosaur-like creatures. They weren't like T-Rex, but they were more sort of horizontal creatures with little pommels on top of their head. Not horns, but just a kind of a pommeled head, like a hammerhead shark. And when we were doing so, something completely outside the bounds of normal physics occurred. We could see our team members running around being chased by these small dinosaurs, while there was a spotlight in the ground below us, just like on a disco dance floor kind of. But there was no searchlight on top of us like from a Klieg light, and it was dirt, so the question is, how is it being illuminated? And there was no evidence of shadow casting either. It was a light beneath us that wasn't picking up our own shadow, which means it was basically being created there out of whole cloth. And also that, if you could go to the next one, please, that during that chase, my right arm was pulled off, and when I got to the debriefing that was held, or with Regina and I being debriefed by Major Dames and Bernard Mendez at the debriefing room in the sub-basement of the El Segundo jump room site, somehow the arm that had bitten off then had already been reattached or had materialized back on my arm. And my arm, I keep on dislocating this arm to the point where I can't even really tie my tie or correct my collar when I put my shirt on. So I'm wondering whether that's a medical side effect of having my arm torn off. Bernie witnessed it. Regina witnessed the arm being torn off. All of the individuals on that jump, Mary Jean Eisenhower, saw that my arm was missing. There was just some tissue hanging from my shoulder. But sometime between the time we entered the jump room on Mars and got back to the El Segundo jump room facility, my arm was completely normal. And Bernie remembered standing here with Ed Dames sitting here, and me sitting here, over here, looking at them, and Regina next to me there, sitting, looking towards Bernie. And I was, remonstrating. I was saying things like, "Thanks, guys. I'm not only a righty, but I'm a writer, and I've lost my arm for life. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the favor." And Bernie then said, "Andy, I want you to take your left hand and reach over and see whether you can touch your right arm. So just do that for me." And I did. I said, "Yeah, Bernie, is it back on?" He goes, "Yeah, now just turn your head to the right and look at your arm. Do you have an arm?" And I said, "Yeah, Bernie, what happened?" He says, "We don't know, but this is one of the reasons I'm in the program. We're trying to figure out why people are being eaten, basically bitten to death by some of the predators, killed. Some of them are having limbs pulled off like this. And before they even get home, via the jump room, they've got their full life back and their full bodily integrity back, and we don't know what's causing it." I think what may have been going on is that the jump room was not a teleporter, it was a chronovisor. So that holographic effects were being created, like losing your arm in the mouth of a predator, but then the resilience of the quantum hologram was causing those negative experiences to be reversed, so that there's enough resilience in the jump room device to literally put you back, not back on, just back on Earth, but in the condition you had been in before you left. But I do have an arm, but I have this chronic bursitis in my right shoulder that doesn't seem to relate to any other injury. I mean, I never injured it in athletics in high school or whatever. I just have a bum shoulder right where they pulled my right arm off. Ow. And Bernie also reminded me that the next day he called me at UCLA and through the counter there at my dorm and told somebody there to actually go up and contact me in my room. And they did. And they said, you have to call Bernard Mendez. So I went to a payphone and called Bernie, and he said, Andrew, suit up. Andrew, suit up, because we're going back up. And I said, when, Bernie? He said, today. I have a theory of what was actually going on. And so I meet Bernie at the El Segundo jump room site. We get in the jump room. He gives the high sign to the operator. And we're sent up there to the same facility, the corkscrew. And as we're jumping, Bernie is going, now listen, when we walk outside of the jump room, I want you to be peaceful and calm and project feelings of love and acceptance to whatever we encounter. It may be the dinosaur-like creatures that attacked you last night. It may be some of the Martians or whatever. But just walk out of the jump room in an attitude of Christ-like peace and acceptance and understanding. And I said, why, Bernie? What's the deal? What's your theory? He goes, I don't want to tell you, but let's just see what happens. So I do that, and we walk over to sort of like this herd of the animals that attacked us. And they didn't chase us, they didn't bite at us. So we went even closer to them like cows, and we petted the tops of their heads with this pommeled crown on their head. And they started mewing like whales, in this kind of real deep, profound kind of feeling of acceptance or joy or peace or whatever. They were going kind of like, as we were petting them. And then Bernie said, let's go home. And he said, I think what this experience on Mars is telling us, that whatever we project into the cosmos, it'll feed back. We've been in some kind of solipsistic loop. When we brought our fear up there, they attacked us. But when we brought peace and understanding up there, they let us pet them, because they realized that we weren't going to do them any harm. So he said, this is a major finding. And I also think we're clearly in some kind of artificial environment, because how elsewise could we see you lose your arm and have it be back on your shoulder by the time you got back to El Segundo? So Bernie and I corroborated that right after he contacted Brett and I. Bernie's a pretty remarkable man. Among his past associates were Howard R. Hughes and President Nixon, who, as I mentioned yesterday, may have lost his presidency in the Watergate scandal because he was trying to police the abuse of time travel to create large billion-dollar fortunes. And Bernie also corroborated the involvement of Obama, Dugan, my dad, and the time when he and I met Admiral Stansfield T. Turner, who had just served as the Director of Central Intelligence for President Carter, before we started jumping in '81, now into the early first Reagan administration. Stansfield Turner came out of one of the jump room facilities and walked over to Bernie and I said, do you remember how I said, oh, it's Peter Byrne, the Bigfoot hunter, kind of as a joke? Because Admiral Turner had like a pith helmet, a cravat, and like a tan short sleeve shirt, shorts, and hiking boots. He looked like a kind of a mountain climber. And he said, hi gentlemen, Stan Turner. And so we know that this former Director of Central Intelligence went up and was one of the jumpers. Bernie also, for my benefit, I'm deeply grateful for it, recounted the fact that my dad was sort of an acquaintance of his who was frequently speaking with him as a result of being on the project together. And he revealed to me that my dad really desperately wanted to go up and do a co-jump with his fifth child. And he was just ecstatic, Bernie said, when he was approved to go up, because as Mars came towards Earth, and we would only spend, let's say, 8 minutes in the jump room rather than 20, my dad was medically approved to go up, and we went up together in May of 1984. My dad actually had a medical escort with him to protect his health. So now, I mean, this may be anachronistic now, I think it's 17 Mars program participants that we've been able to identify by name. Here we have Mary Jean Eisenhower, who would go on to be the director of the People to People Ambassador program. When I met her, when we met after we had taken our nap there at the military dormitory at El Segundo for the night run, she said, "Hi, Andy, Mary Jean Eisenhower." And I said, "Oh, really? Are you a descendant of President Eisenhower?" And she said, "Yep, the one and only." And Laura confirms that that sounds like her aunt. And again, Admiral Stansfield Turner, an Annapolis graduate. There again is not just the Navy connection, but the Annapolis connection. And a former director of Central Intelligence, again, the CIA connection to the Jump Room program. So, after Brett and Bernie and I corroborated aspects of each other's accounts, but they kind of ran the gamut from physically going there to the actual Mars in real time versus visiting on a holographic or chronovisor based hologram of Mars or some other planet or planetoid. Kind of a range of opinions emerged between Brett, Bernie, and I about where we had actually gone in time-space when jumping to Mars. Brett has always defended, I think, the honorable and supportable position that we were going to Mars, the planet, in real time. He noted among the evidence that the Martian moons Phobos and Deimos were always in their proper locations and trajectories and locations relative to each other in the Martian sky. They're rather small, actually, smaller than our moon for sure. He remembered how Courtney M. Hunt of the CIA had told he and I that the Viking 2 apparatus was about 20 miles from the jump room facility known as the Corkscrew, but we shouldn't try to walk it. And in fact, Brett and I both have memories of having been placed near there via teleportation, where there's a kind of an historical shrine where the Viking 2 set down on the surface of Mars. Brett has made the point that NASA cannot be relied on to provide accurate data about Mars of any kind because it has an established history of lying about the natural conditions on Mars. So the brilliant proof that William V. Stillings has framed is that if, as NASA tells us, the atmospheric pressure on Mars is 8 millibar, then the deployment of the NASA rovers Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity would have required a parachute the size of the continental United States. Okay, we've all seen the footage. They've said how we put this, we had ensnared or surrounded the rover with these balloons that then broke apart on the ground, but we were slowing the descent of that package with a parachute. I'll show you a picture later of the parachute that was used for, or supposedly used for, the rover Curiosity. And Brett calculated that in order to drop these, to deploy the rovers via parachute, you would need an atmospheric pressure of more like 800 millibar on Mars. Here's the parachute that was used to put Curiosity on the surface of Mars. It certainly doesn't look like the size of the continental United States, which would be needed for 8 millibar pressure. You know, with that little pressure against the parachute, you have so many less molecules of air that air would have to literally stretch across the entire country to be used for resistance to the parachute. So there we have it, the one that was being published when Curiosity was launched. Bernie, for his part, noted the time when we were chased by the dinosaurs and I got my arm back, and the weird lighting effect. And then an event that we called a causal loop, where one of our members got killed, and we went back to El Segundo, but then back to retrieve his body. And the same event scenario unfolded 3 times, basically a causal loop, where in the second and third repetition of the same event scenario, we had the consciousness that we had previously been in the first and then the second event scenario. So it was like extended deja vu with knowledge of what we had just done, and had just done the same thing before. So I asked him, Bernie, what should we call it? And he said, well, we should have a word that means that it was just constructed artificially and that it involves some kind of advanced quantum engineering. And I said, how about synthetic quantum environment to create an artificial holographic planetary domain? And he said, that's it. So what Bernie has been stating for a long time and defending is that we weren't going to Mars, we were going to basically SQE subnotation Mars, an artificial environment, not the natural one. In support of that premise, he's noted that Mars was out of position when most of the jumps took place, that Mars' atmosphere is deficient in oxygen to sustain human life, but that's not true because we have blue skies there, which I spoke of before they were found by Mars anomalies. That the gravity on the surface was stronger than it would have been on Mars. In fact, he was correct. If Mars is 40% of the mass of Earth, the average adult male takes a 3-foot stride. So I and Brett and Courtney Hunt and so forth, my father, if Earth is 2.5 times more massive than Mars, the normal stride of 3 feet on Earth should have resulted in 7.5 feet of travel on Mars. So either both Earth and Mars are much more hollow than science supports, or the Earth is hollow and Mars is solid, or we were not going to Mars, because we were only able to bound about 4 feet in a normal stride. In fact, Brett and I walked across the surface one time with Courtney Hunt, and he said, Andy, Brett, I want you to kind of listen up. Take a normal step here, like you would. Did you just notice that we went as far as you would have if you kind of skipped across a creek? Okay, that's because we're leaping 4 feet rather than 3 when we make a normal stride, but we should be able to be going much further. And then Brett said something like, yeah, we're about 7-8 feet, right? And Hunt said yes. So this is a bit of a scientific mystery that the program is dealing with. Okay, so the gravity should have been stronger on the surface of Mars. The temperatures are, as reported by NASA, that would be, for example, in the Wikipedia entry on Mars, are supposed to range from 175 below 0 Fahrenheit to a positive 225 degrees Fahrenheit, namely basically broiling hot conditions, which are not survivable for creatures like us. And then also, Bernie noted that Mars' lack of an ionosphere, which was blown off during that cataclysm in 9500 BC, would have irradiated us on the surface, and so he concluded that the destination was a synthetic quantum environment, that the gray extraterrestrials were testing our responses to being on the threshold of cosmic contact, that of interplanetary visitation, exploration, and communication with extraterrestrials. So I kind of took the middle position with both of them because I was trying to keep sort of our camaraderie together. And I said, okay, Brett and Bernie, what about if we were going to Mars in real time, which, for example, was proved on his first trip to Mars when Brett says that he bent over on the ground and tasted the soil, and it tasted like dirt on Earth, like when you're hiking and you get some dust in your mouth or whatever. But that it was via not teleportation, but exoplanetary holography, basically chronovision. That would explain why we were interacting to the most fine degree of specificity with the actual Mars, but we were in some kind of holographic environment in which novel input could have been inserted, like the loss of my arm, or the causal loop could have been just a repetition within a synthetic quantum environment. And that has become the position of Bernie and I. We think that the explanation actually is that we were going to the actual Mars via exoplanetary chronovision. So the evidence is that we were trained for Mars and believed that we were visiting it, and our instructors and program administrators were telling us that we were going to Mars. But the origin and function of the jump rooms remains totally unknown. Bernie says they were from the gray ETs, but we were certainly never told that. We were working with these brilliant physicists and engineers from Parsons and Lockheed Skunk Works. Howard Hughes may have played a role because we were in a Hughes aircraft building there in El Segundo. Another thing that kind of supports Brett's basic notion that we're going to the actual Mars is the fact that when spring of 1984 arrived, the distance between the actual Mars and the actual Earth had been shortened, and hence our time in the jump room from 20 to 8 minutes, and that's why my father was approved to go, because of his heart disease and pulmonary condition. And at the same time, even though the fact that the closeness of the two planets strongly argues for Brett's position, we can't deny the fact that during the jump room, which Brett was not part of, but that Bernie, Regina, and Mary Jean and I were on, strongly indicated that we were visiting some kind of hologram. Okay, so where we are now is basically, it had to have been sort of both. We were going to the real Mars, but in a non-ordinary way. So there's been two unofficial presidential denials by President Obama, one of the participants. After Brett Brett Stillings, Laura Eisenhower appeared on Coast on November 10th of 2011, about a little bit more than a month later, in January of 2012, an article was planted by the Obama administration in Wired.com. And in that January 4th, 2012, literally what? That's about 60 days later, they planted a story in which Tommy Vidor, the spokesman for the National Security Council, okay, the National Security Council includes the President, the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, the Assistant National Security Advisor, and their spokesperson. At the time that this article was planted in Wired.com, Tommy Vidor, who had just served as the point man on the Certificate of Live Birth controversy, in the birther controversy, planted a room in the Danger Room column. Again, that's sort of the use of threatening terms to stigmatize certain discourse in our country. In the Danger Room column of Wired.com, he officially denied, or at least denied, as a spokesman for the White House, that Obama has never gone to Mars. And he said, only if you count watching Marvin the Martian has he ever gone to Mars, which I think is a really pretty ridiculous statement. But then, of course, that's exactly what a secret chrononaut wants you to believe. And who were they referring to as secret chrononaut making this claim about Obama? Yours truly. I had begun to refer to myself as a U.S. chrononaut. So they did what has been done regarding the extraterrestrial issue since the Durant report of the CIA's Robertson panel was published in 1953, which was to deny claims of extraterrestrial life and subject the claimants to public smear campaigns involving fear and ridicule. And here it is in 2012, January 2012. He didn't go to Mars. He's just seen Mars on a cartoon. But the assertion that he did go to Mars is exactly what a secret chrononaut wants you to believe. Now, so you may know why I'm speaking out. My government has ridiculed me for serving it voluntarily without pay or benefits in journeying to another planet. Totally unacceptable for American culture to accept. Here is the rover Curiosity, and when this was released and deployed on Mars, this is what President Obama said. As quoted in the Los Angeles Times on Montauk Day of August 13th of 2012, isn't that interesting? The time, in other words, between 1943 and 1983, when the Philadelphia experiment supposedly opened up a tunnel that led to Project Montauk being founded on August 13th of 1983, while we were jumping to Mars. He said, and I thought this was an extremely conceited statement, but I have to quote it because it's what his response was to the deployment of the rover Curiosity, now 8 months after the Wired.com piece. If in fact you do make contact with Martians, please let me know right away. I've got a lot of other things on my plate, but I suspect that would go to the top of the list, even if they're just microbes. Okay, now this is not presidential leadership, so let me kind of parse this statement. If in fact you do make contact with Martians, he made contact with Martians. I made contact with Martians in his career, not somebody else's even. Please let me know right away, implying that he has no concept, right, of having gone to Mars. I've got a lot of other things on my plate. So here's the leader of the United States that passed legislation in 1958 tasking the space agency with its primary mission of fostering the expansion of human knowledge of space and the near-Earth environment. Saying that he's got a lot of other things on his plate, like, this Mars stuff should be dissed. I don't think George Washington would have dissed outer space exploration. I don't think Jefferson would have. The Roosevelts, John Kennedy, Ronald Reagan, some of my favorite presidents in terms of who they were. But here we have actually a U.S. chrononaut serving as president, soon to be re-elected the second time, not revealing that he was a U.S. chrononaut and participant in the secret space program, telling the American people that he had other things on his plate rather than addressing whether we live in an inhabited solar system. But I suspect that would go to the top of the list, even if they're just microbes, like NASA has been telling everybody. Like when they released that discovery of a fossil of a microbe on a Martian meteorite at UCLA in 1984. So again, this isn't leadership. This is leadership by proxy. It's leadership by disinformation, by even the President of the United States citing previous disinformation campaigns. Oh, that it's all just microbes. Well, wait a minute. If I showed the first images of humanoids on Mars in 2008, even if you want to take my story about going there and just push it into the dustbin of history and never try to prove it or believe it, I still showed in my paper that Mars is inhabited by humanoids. So why, almost 4 years later, is one of my former Mars colleagues stating that, well, when they do find something, it might just be microbes, okay? We are basically being suffocated by disinformation, by an entirely disingenuous form of government that constantly lies to us. And knowing that we went to Mars and did so as colleagues, how can I not run for president, try to correct this garbage? So, I love Barry like a brother. He's really a fine person, but he's been playing the insider's game of basically not telling the truth to the American people about fundamental questions like, is our neighboring planet inhabited with humanoids like us? So, what is the result of? What is he adhering to? He's adhering to the findings of the Durant report. Here's physicist Durant. That was a paper that was produced by the CIA's Robertson panel, which met in 1952 and 3, and then he released his report in 1953. And I mentioned how its basic thrust was to deny the existence of ET life, debunk the reports, even though the Chinese are putting UFO sightings on the front page of the People's Daily, and to subject those making reports of ET life to public smear campaigns involving ridicule, fear and ridicule. Well, that's what they did on the Colbert Report. They told me they wanted to do a legitimate piece, a legitimate interview with me in studio about how teleportation had been developed 40 years ago. And then they parodied me as Barack Obama's gay lover on Mars. No, I'm a former U.S. chrononaut, and I went there. And I happen to be straight. I happen to be an avowed heterosexual, believe it or not. So, one presidential campaign, next slide please, is going to occur in 2016. When I run, I'm going to first of all be adhering to the truth principle. I'm going to admit the existence of ET life as a candidate and then as president if I'm elected. I'm going to publish reports of ET life on the White House website to reverse this 60 years of lying. And I'm going to support the proposition that the people have a human right to know about the cosmos that we inhabit, including the fact that it is an inhabited cosmos. We have to stop telling lies to our children. This is a pathetic situation. We are biological organisms on a planet, on a tiny rocker arm of the Milky Way galaxy, approximately 165 million light years from the center of that galaxy. We are ultimately insignificant, but in and of ourselves, ultimately ultra-significant as life forms, as intelligent beings. And it is not functional as a civilization to be lying to ourselves and our children about the basic situation that we're in. That on that tiny little planet, in that tiny little obscure solar system, on that rocker arm, 165 million light years from the center of our galaxy, we have neighbors that are over on the next planet, okay, the next campsite. It's not Buzz Aldrin, it's 3 types of Martians. So, my Mars policy is going to be also, in addition just to the truth principle regarding extraterrestrialism, my Mars policy is going to admit the U.S. presence on Mars. I'm going to lay it out. I'm going to sit down with Steve Croft on 60 Minutes and say, what I'm saying, Steve, you can corroborate through my defense secretary or my Mars jumper colleague, Bernard Mendez, but we're telling the truth, okay, and then go through the whole history of the Mars jumper program. I'm going to declassify the CIA's Mars files so that the English translation of those 4 inches of French intelligence documents, for example, will be posted on the White House website. And I will sponsor the promulgation of an international treaty under, presumably, the UN, protecting Mars ecology and civilization from visitation, exploration, habitation, and colonization by human beings from Earth. The report is from David Wilcock, and certainly as corroborated by Laura's experience in 2006 and 2007 of she and her two twin boys being invited up there. David Wilcock stated in December of 2009, after I was on Coast in November of 2009, on Coast to Coast AM, he said, yes, there is a Mars colony, and when George Norrie asked him how big it is, he said, what I've been told is that presently it has 550,000 inhabitants. So if it's true, I mean, I haven't been in the program since 1984, but if it's true that we've placed 500,000 humans on Mars, first of all, I would ask, what gave us the right? Did it involve a territorial acquisition, our hegemony being directed at the Martian civilization, or was it based on a treaty with the Martians, and if so, why? And then, why weren't the people told? We were told about landing on the moon. We weren't told about placing 500,000 people on an adjacent planet. It is not acceptable. So next slide, please. What I'm going to do regarding Barry is I'm going to ask him to admit his role in the Mars Jump Room program after he's president, when there wouldn't be any retaliation for releasing a state secret, indeed a military secret, as commander-in-chief. Once he leaves the White House, whether he's followed by me or somebody else and then I enter the presidency, I'm going to ask him to admit his role. I'm going to ask him for a joint appearance where we'll talk about our experiences in the Mars Jump Room program. And I'm going to ask him to appear with me at the College of the Siskiyous to give complimentary speeches on space exploration as the destiny of the human race, not something to be concealed, and then to give all living Mars jumpers the Space Medal of Honor. Brett and I were told by Courtney Hunt, and he by his father also, that all of us secretly earned the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I said, Brett, that's for like valor in combat. He said, but that's what I was told. And I said, you know something? That's what I was told, that we actually were secretly, like an affidavit was placed in our file that said we had been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. I think it was probably evolved into the Space Medal of Honor. But of all of us who went there, whether it was the actual Mars or a synthetic quantum environment, we were leaving Earth. I mean, the jump room was taking us someplace in time-space. And yet we weren't paid, we weren't benefited, we received no military decorations, and we were involved in something that could have urgently caused us to lose our life. And so just to recognize those who have served, I'm going to ask the General Accounting Office to give me a list of everybody who served, and then we're going to decorate them there with Obama and I pinning their medals on their chest. So, to do that, I have to win in my campaign of Andy 2016, A Time for Truth. And so, just as it was a cosmic privilege for me to serve in Project Pegasus in the Mars Jump Room program, I hope that in the wisdom of the American people, I'm given the cosmic privilege to serve as their president, and I would ask you for your support. So thanks very much for coming today, and now maybe we should take a short break and then maybe open up the room for questions. So thank you for coming, and for hearing this true story.